Chapter 1, Mysterious Surprise. Parallel World. Mr. Yuan, don't hang up yet. Let me explain. I really wasn't spying on you. You have to believe me. I'm just. Get out. Linley listened to the harsh voice on the phone and was upset. It's so unfair. The day before yesterday, after lunch in the cafeteria, he happened to pass by the office and saw his supervisor, Yuan Ying, changing her skirt. The scene was too erotic, and he, who had just had his first kiss, was so scared that he didn't dare to stay for even a second. But in that less than a second, he was caught by Yuan Ying. This has stirred up a hornet's nest. The next day, yesterday, Linley was fired. The reason for the dismissal was not made public by Yuan Ying, and when Linley was asked about it, he did not dare to say anything because he was afraid of being beaten. Yuan Ying is tall and has a pure and sweet appearance. If she were given a full score of 10, she would get at least 9.7 points. She is young and is the head of a department. The most important thing is that she doesn't have a boyfriend yet. There are even rumors that she is still a virgin, so she has many male fans in the factory. Half a month ago, he saw with his own eyes a female employee talking ill of Yuan Ying, and as a result, she was beaten up by 5 or 6 male fans. Of course, those people were all fired in the end, but that doesn't mean they're not followed by others. So he obediently chose to keep his mouth shut. Today, Linley wanted to go into the factory to explain things to Yuan Ying, but the security guard wouldn't let him in, saying that he had already been fired. Depressed. Bitter. Anger. All mixed up together. Yuan Ying. Ah. Linley clutched his cell phone, looked at the factory, and roared at the sky. After graduating from high school, he finally found a good job and was ready to make a big splash and provide a good life for his girlfriend, who was a freshman in college. But it ended like this. Who could stand it? When the HR manager asked him how long he could work at the factory, he raised his hand and promised that he could work there for at least 3 years. Now he has been fired before even 3 months are up, and the little sister in the personnel department must be very disappointed. After a long time, Linley was still unwilling to accept the fact and dialed Yuan Ying's phone number again. Manager Yuan, dear Manager Yuan, I'm calling you auntie, so can you trust me just once? No way. Yuan Ying. Don't keep going on and on. I'll tell you, I admit you're good looking, but I, Linley, am also a gentleman. I didn't spy on you. You were the one who was so self-absorbed that you didn't notice anyone else. Can you blame me? Linley couldn't stand it anymore. We're both young people. Can't we talk reasonably? Linley, I don't want to see you. Do. Linley tried to call again, but found that he had been blocked. Yuan Ying, you bitch. Linley was so irritated that he almost smashed his phone. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce turned the steering wheel, and it looked like it was going to enter the factory. Linley was suspicious. Who was this? He was driving a Rolls-Royce. He took a closer look and realized that it was a phantom. The general manager of Yulong Electronics, Wu Nong, only drives a Mercedes-Benz S-Class worth over $1,000,000. Goodness, suddenly a Rolls-Royce, could it be that the chairman of the group, Shen Henian, has come down to inspect? Shen Henian is the richest man in Jiangnan province and the chairman of Longtum Group. He owns many businesses, and Yulong Electronics is a relatively well-known company in Suzhou, but it is only a small business of Shen Henian. Most of Longtum Group's businesses are concentrated in the provincial capital, Jianye. Linley subconsciously stepped back. The Rolls-Royce was indeed going to enter the factory, but strangely, after the car arrived at the factory gate, it suddenly stopped. The door opened immediately, and an elderly man in his 60s stepped out. His hair was a little gray, but he was full of vigor and vitality. He exuded the aura of a superior, and his bearing was extraordinary, commanding respect without having to be angry. This person is Qian Henian. He walked towards Linley, but his brows showed a hint of kindness. Young man, it's time for work. Why are you still hanging around the door? Aren't you afraid of getting docked pay? Qian Henian looked at Linley and said half-jokingly. Linley was stunned. The old man in front of him was really Qian Henian. Oh my god. That. Linley was a bit flustered and didn't know how to start. He timidly waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, I'm fine." "Hey, young man, speak up. Are you having trouble?" Xian Hingyan saw Lin Li's nervousness and embarrassment and encouraged him. Lin Li calmed down a bit, looked up at Xian He's face, which was full of kindness, and said with a sad face, I was fired." "Fired?" Xian Hingyan was taken aback, looked at the female secretary next to him, and asked in surprise, "What was the reason for your dismissal?" Lin Li sighed, his heart was upset, and he was looking for someone to talk to. Even if he died of depression, at least there was one person in the world who knew that he was being wronged. "It was actually a beautiful misunderstanding, but our supervisor wouldn't listen to my explanation." "Oh?" Xian Henian raised his eyebrows with interest. Next, Lin Li told the story of what happened. Xian Henian listened with a serious face, and then burst into laughter. Even his female secretary couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "This is so interesting. This guy is really a jinx. Chairman, please don't laugh at me." Lin Li's face turned red. Okay, I'll stop laughing." Xian Henian gradually stopped laughing and then said with a meaningful smile, "Since it was a misunderstanding, I believe there will be a day when it is resolved, right? Young people should be full of vigor and vitality, don't be discouraged, the darkness in front of you is not darkness." After saying this, Xian Henian patted Lin Li's shoulder and then turned and returned to the car. Lin Li stood there, full of emotion. He never imagined that the chairman of the Longting Group and the richest man in Jiangnan would encourage such a small and insignificant person as him. He is really approachable. But, what a pity! Looking at the disappearing figure of the Rolls-Royce, Lin Li couldn't help but sigh. He had previously searched online for information about Qian Henian. The Dragon Group had a market value of 1 trillion yuan, but there was no successor. Qian Henian had no son, only a daughter, but this daughter was also a strange one. 20 years ago, she actually eloped with a poor young man, which angered Qian Henian so much that he directly severed his relationship with her. It is not known which son of a bitch will end up with the trillion-dollar fortune. Just as Lin Li was shaking his head in lament, a cold voice rang in his mind. Ding! The host is disheartened by life. The God-level selection system is starting up. Binding successful. The system's voice instantly calmed Lin Li. He loved reading novels and was not unfamiliar with the system at all. He was even very familiar with it. He had never thought that a system that only existed in novels would also exist in reality. Isn't this too happy? Lin Li was suddenly excited again. Ding! The host has triggered a selection. The options are being loaded. Loaded successfully. Choice 1, rush into the factory to find Director Yuan for an explanation, and receive a reward of 100 yuan in cash. Option 2, go home and rest, and you will receive a mysterious surprise. Chapter 2, Am I a third-generation rich man? Which option? Lin Li thought about it for a moment and of course chose option 2. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain to Yuan Ying, not to mention that the temptation of $100 was too small. Even if he really planned to rush into the factory, he would probably not even get to the workshop before being stopped by the security guards. The security guards at Yunlong Electronics are all young men in their 20s. I heard that they are all ex-soldiers. It would be trouble to make trouble under their noses. I choose option 2. Okay, host, the mystery surprise will be activated when the host arrives home. Sunshine Community. Built in the early 1990s. Lin Li's home is here, a 60-square-meter house, with only him and his mother, Yuan Ying. As for his father, unfortunately, he died in a car accident 5 years ago. At that time, Lin Li was only 14 years old. Finally home. Lin Li got off the taxi in a very extravagant manner, and couldn't wait to find out what the mysterious surprise the system was talking about. He had read many online novels, and in other people's systems, the starting point was always a luxurious villa, a Bugatti, and a few $100 million. He thought that he shouldn't be too bad either. With a happy heart, Lin Li went up to the 5th floor in one go. 502 was his home. Mom, I'm home. Lin Li took out the key and opened the door. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled the aroma of food. Mom, it's only a few o'clock, and you're already cooking? Lin Li walked into the kitchen and saw his mother busy with the cooking. He was instantly dazzled. In the kitchen, there were big chicken legs, big pork knuckles, big pig's feet, big lobsters, big abalones. Mom, did you win the lottery? Qian Yuanying sold men's clothing at a department store and didn't earn much. There was no major event in the family, so there was no way they would be celebrating with such fanfare. Linley was shocked. Could this be the mysterious surprise that the system had mentioned? Silly child, you didn't win the lottery. Qian Yuanying turned her head and said coquettishly, then continued to get busy. You didn't win the lottery? Linley suddenly felt a sense of loss. The mysterious surprise that the system mentioned wouldn't be a big meal, would it? It can't be that bad, can it? If not a few $100 million, at least a Bugatti to play with. Son, why are you home so early today? Qian Yuanying finally realized that Linley should be at work at the factory at this time. Linley was sitting on the sofa in the living room, depressed. When he heard his mother's words, he no longer hid it and said, Mom, I was fired. What? Fired? Qian Yuanying came out of the kitchen with a shovel in her hand, her face full of shock. Why were you fired? What did you do? I didn't do anything. It's just that our supervisor doesn't like me. Linley said in a depressed tone. Alas. Qian Yuanying shook her head and then encouraged him, forget it. Just find another job in a couple of days. Don't be discouraged, son. You're the best. Thank you, Mom. Linley nodded with emotion. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what happened, his mother's encouragement and admonition far exceeded her scolding. This made him very happy, and he had a very happy childhood without any pressure. An hour later. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Linley asked, as he got up to open the door. It's me. An old man's voice came from the door. Linley was taken aback. The voice sounded familiar. After opening the door, Linley was shocked. Chairman Dong, how did you come here? Hey, how did you know where I live? A series of questions sounded in his mind. When Qian Henian saw Linley, his face broke into a smile. Hello, my dear grandson. Good grandson? Linley was shocked and muttered, Chairman, you've mistaken me for someone else, haven't you? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Qian Henian waved cheerfully and said in a strange tone, You just let an old man like me stand at the door? Ah, please come in. Linley hurriedly made way for him. As soon as Qian Henian entered the room, he looked around and a look of guilt quickly appeared on his face. He was heartbroken. Dad, you're here? In the kitchen, Qian Yuanying heard someone talking in the living room and came out. Dad? Linley was shocked to hear his mother call the chairman of the board Dad. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. At almost the same time, the voice of the system also rang in his mind. Ding! The mystery surprise has been opened. Congratulations to the host for becoming the third generation of the rich and inheriting the $1 trillion Longting Group in the future. Holy shit! Is it true? Linley was shocked. He had gone from being a poor kid to becoming a third-generation rich man and the grandson of the richest man in the world? Oh my god, I can't believe it. Qian Yuanying saw her son's shock and said apologetically, Son, I'm sorry. I've been lying to you. I'm not an orphan. I lied to you. When your grandfather didn't agree to my marrying your father, I was so angry that I ran away with your father. Linley took a few steps back. The rumor on the internet that Qian Henian's daughter had eloped with a poor boy was true. The poor boy was actually my father. After a long time, Linley slowly accepted the reality. Good grandson, say grandpa and let me hear it. Qian Henian looked at Linley expectantly. This was the moment he had been waiting for 19 years. Seeing Linley hesitate, Qian Yuanying nudged him, Silly boy, hurry up and call grandpa. In a trance, Linley shouted, Grandpa. Oh, my dear grandson, I have missed you so much over the years. Qian Henian burst into tears and hugged Linley. Grandpa. Linley shouted again, and at the same time hugged Qian Henian. He never expected that in addition to his mother, he would have another relative, and he was still the richest man. After releasing Linley, Qian Henian took out a black card from his bosom. Good grandson, there are 500 million in this card. You can spend it first. This is your grandfather's compensation. If it's not enough, tell your grandfather. 5 billion? Linley almost lost his balance when he heard this. He had never dreamed of having so much money. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! The host has triggered a selection. The options are being loaded. Loaded successfully. Option 1, accept 500 million and be rewarded with basic mind reading. Option 2, refuse to accept, reward advanced medical skills. Gah! Another option has been triggered? Linley was overjoyed. This system is so exciting. Then he thought about it again. Advanced medical skills looked very impressive, but he wasn't interested in becoming a doctor. He was healthy, his mother was healthy, and his grandfather looked okay, so he would put off the medical skills for the time being. The main reason is that he can't refuse 500 million. He's been poor for 19 years of his life, and he's also got a basic mind reading skill. He knows what mind reading is. You can tell what someone is thinking just by looking at their eyes or facial expressions. Isn't that better than medical skills? I choose one. Linley decisively said in his mind, and then naturally took the bank card from Qianhe's hand. Ding! The selection is complete, and the host has acquired the skill of elementary mind reading. In an instant, Linley's mind was filled with a lot of things. Then, a personal panel appeared in his mind. Host, Linley. Age, 19. Physical fitness, 40, average for ordinary people is 60. Strength, 50, average for ordinary people is 70. Spirit, 80, average for ordinary people is 60. Charisma, 30, average for ordinary people is 40. Intelligence, 100, average for ordinary people is 95. Wealth, 500 million soft coins. Skills, basic mind reading. Note, skills are divided into 4 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, and God level. Chapter 3, First, become a general manager. Silly boy, why don't you thank your grandfather? Yuan Ying was extremely happy to see that her son had accepted the reality so quickly. He should have been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but instead he had to suffer with her for 19 years. She felt guilty. Oh, thank you, Grandpa. Linley said respectfully. Qianhe's face lit up with a smile, and as he looked at Linley's slightly immature face, the smile on his face grew even stronger. Seeing his grandfather happy, Linley, on a whim, used his elementary mind-reading skills on him. Soon, he was able to read Qianhe's thoughts. I am very satisfied with this child, Linley. He is the heir's best choice. Boom! Linley was shocked when he read Qianhe's thoughts. The heir? The trillion-dollar Lontong Group? At this moment, Linley completely believed that his grandfather Qianhe was sincere with him. Dad, you and your grandfather can chat first. I'm going to the kitchen. There are a few dishes left, and they'll be ready soon. Yuan smiled and patted Linley's shoulder, telling him to spend some time with his grandfather. Then she went to the kitchen with a smile. Linley nodded, but he had too many questions in his mind. Grandpa, I have a question for you. Qianhe smiled kindly and said, You go ahead. Why didn't you recognize us for the past 20 years? My mother has suffered a lot over the years, especially after my father passed away. Qianhe sighed and said helplessly, Grandpa didn't want to recognize you, it was your mother who was too stubborn. Ever since you were born, Grandpa wanted to recognize you, but your mother, your father couldn't make the decision either. In fact, Grandpa has always been paying attention to you. Since you started kindergarten, Grandpa would stay in Suzhou for a few days in May and October every year, not for anything else, just to secretly look at you at the entrance to your school. When he said this, Qianhe's eyes were red. His grandson was right in front of him, but he couldn't recognize him. It was too hard. In the past 10 years, he has gone from a middle-aged uncle in his prime to a gray-haired old man. Only he knows how much suffering he has endured. Although he had been in the business world for decades and had already developed an iron will, he still couldn't bear it. Seeing Qianhe like this, Linley couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. Grandpa has also suffered a lot of heartache over the past decade. Grandpa, I will take good care of you in the future. Linley said with a sigh. Good, Grandpa, I'm satisfied to hear you say that. Qianhe was deeply moved. The two of them were about to cry. At noon, the three of them had a hearty and happy lunch. Xian Henian had not enjoyed such family happiness for 20 years, and his happy old face instantly became many years younger. Good grandson, I've decided to hand Yunlong Electronics over to you and let you be the general manager. After the meal, Xian Henian took a cigar in his mouth and looked at Linley with a satisfied expression. Hand it over to me? Linley was greatly surprised. He had only graduated from high school and was still a novice. He knew nothing and was certainly not qualified for the job. Grandpa, I'm still a kid. Xian Henian said with a laugh, you are already 19 years old, you are an adult, and Grandpa says you can do it. Yunlong Electronics has more than 3,000 employees. The factory is now on the right track, and the performance is very stable. You don't have to worry about it, just learn slowly, and the income earned by Yunlong Electronics every year is all yours. But Linley still felt insecure. The livelihood of more than 3,000 people depended on him alone, and the pressure was great. Ding! The host has triggered a selection. The options are being loaded. Load successful. Choice 1, accept the position of general manager and be rewarded with 10 billion soft coins. Option 2, refuse the position of general manager and be rewarded with 15 points of physical fitness. Linley didn't expect that when he was about to decline, the system was triggered again. There was nothing to hesitate about, so Linley decisively chose option 1. 15 points of physical fitness and a general manager position plus 10 billion soft coins are really not worth mentioning. Besides, his physical fitness is still okay, so he won't die right away. He can choose physical fitness again in the future. The most important thing is that if he accepts the position of general manager, then Yuan Ying will become his subordinate. Ha ha! For this reason alone, Linley could not refuse. Ding, the selection is complete. And the host has obtained 1 billion soft sister coins. Dong! Immediately, Linley's phone received a text message. When he took it out, it was a text message from the Longya Bank saying that the billion had been deposited. Linley was excited and looked at Xian Henian with confidence, saying loudly, Grandpa, I am willing to accept the position of general manager. I will do my best to run the company well and never disappoint you. Although he still didn't know how to make the company better, he believed that with the help of the system, he, Linley, would definitely be able to make the company soar. Good, good. But don't feel any pressure. You're still young and have a lot of time to learn. Xian Henian smiled. He was indeed a good grandson who took responsibility. It seemed that he had made the right choice. However, he didn't expect Linley to be able to make the company better all at once. Linley nodded heavily. Well, Grandpa has things to do, so I'll be going now. You can go directly to the company tomorrow morning and take up your post. Grandpa will arrange the rest. Xian Henian patted Linley on the shoulder and said with reluctance. Okay. Linley nodded again. Dad, are you leaving already? Xian Ying came out from the kitchen after washing the dishes and said. I'm leaving. Xian Henian looked fondly at his daughter. When she left home, she was still a young girl who knew nothing about the world. Now, she is in her 40s and has a few gray hairs on her head. Dad, I'll see you off. Xian Ying took off her apron and said. No, you go about your business. Xian Henian quickly said, afraid that if he turned around, tears would come. Linley stood on the balcony, watching Xian Henian's car leave the community before turning back to the living room. For a moment, he felt extremely refreshed. Now he is not only a super-rich third generation, but also has a god-level selection system. From now on, life is going to be awesome. It's hard not to be brilliant. After getting into the car, Xian Henian began to give orders to his secretary. He gave detailed instructions on many matters, and the secretary took careful notes. When the car was about to arrive at the hotel, she said, Chairman Xian, you should give Yunlong Electronics to the young master. If he acts recklessly, Yunlong Electronics may collapse. Xian He's secretary is Pei Xiaoman. She has been by Xian He's side since she graduated from university 20 years ago, and has become Xian He's most trusted person. So she speaks her mind. Just think of it as a test. If he really can't handle the job, then Longting Group will have to choose another successor. Xian Henian said with a serious expression. He really didn't want this day to come. The next day. 7:50 a.m. After getting out of the taxi, Linley walked into the factory with a swagger. Strangely, the security guard at the gate didn't stop him. Shit. Is this so realistic? As he walked along, Linley saw a familiar figure in front of him. It was Yuan Ying. Linley was proud, hee. Director Yuan, I didn't think I'd be back, did you? Chapter 4, Taking Up the Post. Yuan Ying hurried to the conference room. She had received a notice yesterday afternoon that a management meeting for managers and above would be held at 8 a.m. that morning to announce something important. Manager Yuan. Wait for me. Wei Shanshan, another female supervisor in the production department, passed by Linley and chased after Yuan Ying, shouting. Yuan Ying turned and smiled at her, but her smile disappeared as soon as she saw Linley. Linley? How did you get in here? How many times do I have to tell you, you've been fired? You'd better get out of here right now. In the past, Linley would have begged Yuan Ying to listen to his explanation and apologize to her. But now, he looked calm and collected. Manager Yuan, I have already explained everything. Whether you believe me or not is your business. Yes, you fired me, but I have other business today. Wei Shanshan looked at Linley with curiosity. You know, Yuan Ying is the absolute goddess at Yuan Electronics. No one dares to offend her. Even managers have to speak to her politely, or else someone will fix them. A year ago, a male manager was beaten up by 7 or 8 male employees and hospitalized after he said a few words about Yuan Ying. This shows the status of Yuan Ying in Yuan Electronics. And now, this somewhat handsome male employee actually dared to argue with Yuan Ying. It seems he is new here. Director Yuan, who is he? He's so arrogant. Doesn't he fear being beaten? Wei Shanshan smiled. His name is Linley. I fired him a few days ago for making a mistake, but I don't know how he got in here today. Yuan Ying knew that Linley might have accidentally seen her changing her skirt, but in any case, he had indeed seen it. Since he saw it, he can't stay in the factory. He can only blame his bad luck. Oh, I see. Then quickly call the security guard to get him out. Wei Shanshan said with a righteous look on her face. Yuan Ying also had this in mind, but looking at the time, it was already 8 o'clock, and it was too late to call the security guard. She could only say, it's too late. The meeting will start at 8 o'clock. If he hasn't left after the meeting, it won't be too late to call the security guard. Wei Shanshan also looked at the time and said, oh, it's really too late. Let's go to the meeting first. With that, the two of them hurriedly ran to the conference room. Linley looked at the two of them and smiled without saying a word. I wonder what their reaction will be when they see me. 8 p.m. There were more than 20 people in a long, luxurious conference room, all of them managers and supervisors from various departments, and they had all arrived. General Manager Wu Nan was sitting in the main seat, flanked by the managers of each department, and behind them were the supervisors. Yuan Ying was sitting in the middle of the back row. Now that everyone is here, I won't keep you waiting any longer. Wu Nan glanced at everyone and said, I've called everyone here today to announce one thing, Yuan Electronics is getting a new general manager. A new general manager? Hu Daxuan, the manager of the Human Resources Department, was the first to be taken aback. The company's top leader is going to be replaced? When did this happen? Why didn't he know anything about it? The others were also surprised. The news came so suddenly, like a tornado. Everyone was whispering to each other, trying to see if the other person knew, but in the end no one knew what was going on. Everyone is curious, right? Wu Nan also didn't beat around the bush, smiling and saying to everyone, I'll tell you. The chairman decided yesterday afternoon that the new general manager is our chairman Qin Henian's grandson, Linley. The chairman's grandson? Linley? Never heard of him. Does the chairman have a grandson? The managers were all chattering, and the supervisors were all confused. Only one person suddenly had a flash of insight. Linley? Yuan Ying subconsciously thought of Linley, whom she had just met in the factory. He said he had other things to do today. Could it be? Yuan Ying's body trembled, but she quickly shook her head. No, she must have been thinking too much. It should just be the same name and surname. Besides, she had seen Linley's resume, and he came from a very ordinary family. How could he be the grandson of the chairman? When Wei Shanshan heard the name Linley, she frowned slightly. Linley,
It seemed like she had heard it somewhere.
Mr. Wu, what are you going to do?
Hu Dushuan, the human resources manager, looked anxiously at Wu Nang and asked.
The company can only have one general manager.
Since the chairman's grandson is here, the one in front of us may have to pack up.
Me? Wu Nang smiled.
At that moment, the door to the meeting room opened and Pei Xiaoman walked in, twisting her graceful body. Although she is in her early 40s, she has never married or had children, so she still has the body of a young woman. Her skin is well maintained, and she looks like she is only in her late 20s. She is the type of old auntie that many people like, and if she were to be graded, she would get at least a 9.3.
Secretary Pei.
Wu Nang saw Pei Xiaoman walk in and immediately got up to greet her. He knew very well the importance of Pei Xiaoman. In the Longting group, seeing Pei Xiaoman was the same as seeing the chairman.
Mr. Wu, you don't have to be so formal.
Pei Xiaoman smiled and gestured for him to sit down, then looked at the managers and supervisors present and said, Mr. Wu has other important responsibilities.
You should be happy for him.
Then she led the applause, and everyone applauded in turn to congratulate their former boss on his promotion.
People say that a person is just as good as his name, but Wu Nang is the exact opposite. He is a very capable person who has been working with Qian Henian for 10 years. In the past 3 years, Yulong Electronics' annual orders have increased from 3 to 5 million to 3 to 5 billion, a 100-fold increase. All of this was accomplished under the leadership of Wu Nang. I have to say, this guy is a talent. Okay, now let me introduce our new general manager.
Pei Xiaoman pressed her palms together and then turned her head to look at the door, saying, Young master, come in.
Squeak.
The door opened. Linley, still with a somewhat childish look on his face, walked in.
Linley got up early and got dressed.
Although his clothes were very ordinary, they were very clean and tidy, and he had a very good mental outlook.
He looked full of vigor and vitality.
Yuan Ying also looked curiously at the door, but when she saw Linley appear, she almost fell to the ground.
He is the grandson of the chairman? How could he be the chairman's grandson? It was like a bolt from the blue.
Yuan Ying couldn't believe that the peeping Tom she had fired had suddenly become her boss.
It's over. Yuan Ying's rosy cheeks instantly lost their color. Wei Shanshan was also almost unable to keep her composure.
No wonder when she heard Lin Li's name just now, it sounded a bit familiar.
So it was this guy. Ying, this guy is the chairman's grandson. How did you manage to fire him? Wei Shanshan sat next to Yuan Ying, looking at her with admiration. Chapter 5. Accepting an apology. Yuan Ying buried her head and complained endlessly.
She was ready to die. She didn't hear a word of what he said next. The world seemed to have gone silent. After Linley delivered his inaugural speech, he deliberately looked at Yuan Ying, who was still in a daze, and smiled playfully at her.
Okay, that's it for today's meeting. Everyone, get to work. Linley waved his hand and said.
The participants all got up and left, except for Yuan Ying and Wei Shanshan, who were still sitting there.
Ying, let's go. Wei Shanshan tried to pull her, but she couldn't budge. Yuan Ying was also anxious to leave, but her legs felt like they were made of lead and she couldn't move at all. You go first, I'll follow. Yuan Ying whispered. Wei Shanshan was also scared to death. After all, before the meeting, she had suggested that Yuan Ying ask the security guard to kick Linley out. If I had known, I wouldn't have said anything. No wonder my eyelids kept twitching this morning.
She didn't want to attract Linley's attention, so since Yuan Ying said so, she had no choice but to leave.
Yuan Ying was now like a frightened little white rabbit hiding in a corner.
Linley glanced at her, but didn't say anything, and then left the meeting room with Pei Xiaoman. After leaving the meeting room, Pei Xiaoman said as she walked, Young master, Yulong Electronics is all yours.
Don't let the chairman down.
Linley laughed loudly and said, Secretary Pei, don't worry. I will definitely make Yulong Electronics bigger and stronger, at least it will be among the top 50 in the world. He said this with no intention of bluffing. With the system in hand, I have the world in my hands. The world's top 50 is nothing. He didn't say the world's number 1, because he was afraid of scaring Pei Xiaoman. The young master is ambitious, and the chairman will be very happy to know that. I'll leave first. Pei Xiaoman ignored Lin Li's arrogance, smiled, shook her head, and then left in high heels. Goodbye, Secretary Pei. Linley waved at her back. After seeing off Secretary Pei, Linley went to the general manager's office. Wu Neng had already had his things packed up and put on the table in a report.
Mr. Lin, this office is yours from now on. Don't think it's shabby. Wu Neng smiled.
Linley looked around. He had been working at Yunlong Electronics for almost 3 months, but he had never been to the general manager's office. Today, it looked quite luxurious, but the overall layout was a bit old-fashioned and needed to be rearranged.
It's fine, it's fine.
Linley waved his hand and looked at the office again. Wu Neng saw this and did not disturb him.
After having his things moved out, he said goodbye and left.
Linley sat down in the soft executive chair, feeling very good. He opened the documents on the desk and quickly skimmed through them. Since he was the general manager, he had to get started on the company's business as soon as possible. Before he knew it, half an hour had passed. Linley put down the documents in his hand and his head was spinning. It was full of professional stuff that he couldn't understand at all. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door.
Come in.
Linley rubbed his temples and took a deep breath.
Yuan Ying took a deep breath at the door and then walked in with a stiff upper lip. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I have something to tell you.
Linley was a little surprised to see Yuan Ying come in.
Okay, have a seat.
Linley politely pointed to the chair across from him.
Yuan Ying was in a mixed mood.
She had just been in the conference room alone for a long time, struggling with her thoughts. He is the grandson of the chairman, a super-rich third generation, and has seen all kinds of women, so he wouldn't peek at her changing her dress. Besides, that day she was really too inconsiderate, and it wasn't Linley's fault. He had been wronged these past few days. So she thought about it and decided to apologize to Linley. It was a bit impulsive to fire him before.
Yuan Ying sat down, but her butt was only slightly touching the edge. Well, Mr. Lin, I want to say sorry to you. Yuan Ying said coyly. Oh? You're saying sorry to me? I was planning to say sorry to you.
Linley said with a smile.
No, no, no. Yuan Ying was shocked and quickly got up.
She didn't dare let Linley apologize to her.
Mr. Lin, I misunderstood you before. I now formally apologize to you. Please accept my apology. With that, Yuan Ying bowed directly at a 90-degree angle. Linley looked at Yuan Ying with interest. This was the goddess of purity in the hearts of 1,000 or 2 male employees in the factory. Now she is so humble. If the male employees saw this, they would surely be heartbroken. Damn, it's good to be rich. If I weren't the grandson of Qian Hinyan, I'd never have seen Yuan Ying bowing her head.
Linley was about to speak when the system's voice rang out again.
Ding!
The host has triggered a selection, and the options are being loaded.
Loaded successfully.
Choice 1, accept Yuan Ying's apology and be rewarded with advanced combat skills.
Option 2, reject Yuan Ying's apology and reward 10 spirit points. Hearing the voice of
the system, Linley became excited again. He preferred the voice of the system to his status as a third-generation rich man. There was no suspense in this choice. His spirit was already superior to that of ordinary people, and he didn't need it for the time being. On the other hand, his own strength was too low, far lower than that of ordinary people. If he had advanced combat skills, he could at least avoid being beaten up in the future.
I choose 1.
Linley said decisively. Ding, selection complete, the host gains advanced combat skills. Immediately afterwards, Linley clicked on his personal panel to check it out.
Host, Linley. Age, 19.
Physical fitness, 40, average for ordinary people is 60.
Strength, 50, average for ordinary people is 70.
Spirit, 80, average for ordinary people is 60.
Charisma, 30, average for ordinary people is 40. Intelligence, 100, average for ordinary people is 95.
Wealth, 1.5 billion soft coins. Skills, basic mind reading, advanced martial arts.
Okay, I accept your apology.
Linley smiled and put away his personal panel, saying, okay.
Phew. Yuan Ying let out a sigh of relief.
She thought that Linley would make things difficult for her because of the incident where she was fired, but she never expected him to keep quiet about it. The rich are indeed magnanimous, but she was a bit unreasonable before. Thinking about this, Yuan Ying felt even more ashamed. Before she knew it, her impression of Lin Li had changed greatly.
Thank you, Mr. Lin, I will work hard to repay you in the future. Yuan Ying secretly made up her mind. Very good, not bad, if you're not busy, go ahead.
Lin Li nodded in satisfaction.
Yuan Ying was overjoyed and quickly slipped out of the office.
After Yuan Ying left, Lin Li hurriedly called Shia to ask her out for lunch. He and Shia had liked each other since the first year of high school, but they were not allowed to date in high school, so they could only meet secretly during the holidays and hold hands. The two had originally agreed that they would openly date after they were admitted to college. But fate played a trick on them.
Shia got into Suzhou University, but Lin Li failed the exam.
Lin Li's grades were good, and he performed well in the college entrance exam. He should have been admitted to Suzhou University, but he didn't get in.
If he didn't get in, then he didn't get in. He didn't care anyway. As long as he can be with Shia, that's fine.
Although Shia was a little disappointed that he didn't get into college.
After the call was connected, it was quickly hung up.
Lin Li thought she was in class, so he sent her another WeChat message, but after an hour, there was still no reply. When Lin Li was about to call again, Shia sent him a WeChat message.
Lin Li, let's break up. Chapter 6, Gold-Digging Girlfriend. Lin Li's heart exploded. Break up?
Lin Li stared at the screen, his fingers tapping frantically on it. Shia, you're not joking with me, April Fool's Day is over. After more than a minute, Shia replied again. Lin Li, face the reality. I thought that we would go to university together, work hard together, and our future would be bright. But you didn't get in, and after going to university, I realized that I was too naive in the past, and that some things cannot be obtained through hard work. Lin Li looked at the screen with a string of cold text, and his whole body was like a boneless chicken claw, limp and powerless on the chair. After a while, Lin Li still found it hard to accept.
In an instant, he picked up his phone and sent Shia another WeChat message. You're not yourself, are you? Who are you really? Why did you take Shia's phone? He thought it was a prank.
After sending the message, the other party initiated a video call directly, and Lin Li picked it up without hesitation.
Xiaoya's beautiful face appeared in the video. However, the video was hung up after just a second. Then, a text message came. Can you see clearly now?
Lin Li's mind went blank, as if he had lost everything.
A moment later, he replied angrily, Xiaoya, you will regret it. Xiaoya, then I'll wait to regret it. Fine, you wait, I'll come to you now.
After sending the voice message, Lin Li walked out of the office.
Damn it. Whoosh.
At that moment, Xiaoya's message came back immediately. Don't come, my boyfriend will be angry if he sees you.
Boyfriend?
They just broke up,
and she already has a boyfriend?
Lin Li stopped in his tracks, and his anger rose sharply. In fact, as early as 2 or 3 months ago, when he had just started working at the factory, he had noticed Xiaoya's change. She rarely chatted on WeChat, and when he went to the school to look for her a few times, she was even more evasive, anxious for him to leave, and even gave him a good excuse, saying that he shouldn't be late for work. Ding, the host has triggered a choice, and the options are being loaded.
Loaded successfully.
Choice 1, accept the fact of the breakup in silence, and be rewarded with 5 points of intelligence. Option 2, go to the school to find Shia and get 40 points of charm.
I choose option 2.
Lin Li said calmly in his heart.
Even if there were no rewards, he would definitely choose option 2. What kind of joke is this?
No man would accept it silently.
Ding, choice completed, the host gains 40 points of charisma.
Then a warm current rushed into his limbs and bones. The next second, Lin Li felt his entire temperament soar by hundreds of steps, and every move he made exuded the brilliance of a super-rich third generation.
Is this what charm is?
Lin Li quickly checked his charm, which had increased from 30 to 70 points, almost twice that of an ordinary person.
But he couldn't be happy at the moment. He had to go to Suzhou University to find Xiaoya.
3 or 4 years of affection, just given up. He had to see what kind of person Xiaoya's so-called boyfriend was.
After leaving the company, he took a taxi and headed straight for Suzhou University.
After 40 minutes, Lin Li found Xiaoya in front of the finance department building.
Xiaoya, come with me.
Lin Li didn't say a word and dragged her directly into the small forest next to them.
Lin Li, What are you doing? Let go of me, you're hurting me.
Shia shook Lin Li's hand off.
Shia, I'm going to ask you again. Are you sure you want to break up?
Lin Li asked himself. He had given Shia almost his entire heart. For 3 years in high school, there were countless nights when Lin Li would take her home first, and then go home himself, rain or shine, and the care behind it was even more meticulous.
Such sincerity was repaid with alienation and a breakup.
Lin Li suddenly felt like he had fed his true feelings to a dog.
Lin Li, I admit that you are a good person, but please understand that we are both 19 years old and are already adults, okay?
Shia looked at Lin Li and saw that he was a little different from before, but that did not change her determination.
She chose the latter, love and bread, resolutely. So breaking up is your gift to me for becoming an adult? But don't you think it's a bit late?
Lin Li said with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Shia also shook her head coldly and said, "You're really childish. Lin Li, I am officially notifying you that we are breaking up.
Please don't bother me anymore. Goodbye." Shia said and was about to leave. Shia, do you think I don't have the money to give you the life you want, so you want to break up with me? Lin Li asked in the end. Yes. Shia nodded firmly. So you've completely become a gold-digging woman? Your new boyfriend is a rich man? Yes, his name is Zhang Bin.
His father owns a company and has a net worth of several hundred million. With Zhang Bin, I can save 20 years of hard work, maybe even more.
Lin Li, I don't mean to look down on you, but you said you work in a factory. How much money can you make a month? When can we buy a house and a car?
Zhang Bin can easily give me all of this, and he also told me that after I graduate from college, he will let his father give me part of the company's funds to operate.
Shia said proudly.
Lin Li heard this and sneered.
A few $100 million in assets, he. Shia, since you have made your choice, you have to pay for it. Shia, why are you here? Hey, who is he?
At that moment, a young man in designer clothes walked over and naturally put his arm around Shia's waist, and Shia leaned into him.
I'm her ex-boyfriend.
Lin Li said calmly.
Ex-boyfriend?
Zhang Bin looked at Lin Li with contempt and said to Shia, "Baby, is he the factory worker you were talking about?"
Shia nodded, feeling very embarrassed. You're a lowly factory worker. Why can't you go after a factory girl? Do you think you can give Shia happiness? Are you worthy of her? You're a lowly person. Take a look at yourself in the mirror.
Zhang Bin said to Lin Li with a cold sneer.
Hearing this, Lin Li snorted, "You're just relying on your family's billions, and you're so cocky." Yes, my family has a few $100 million, do you have any? If you did, Shia wouldn't have broken up with you.
Zhang Bin said proudly.
A lousy loser who doesn't even care about a few $100 million. Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingyu?
Lin Li ignored him and looked at Shia and said, "Shia, now that things have come to this, I might as well tell you that I am now the general manager of Yunlong Electronics.
Also, do you know the richest man in Jiangnan, Qian? He is my grandfather. General manager of Yunlong Electronics? Grandfather? Ha 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 ha."
Zhang Bin was laughing like crazy.
Lin Li, you're confused. Why didn't you say that the richest man in the world is your grandfather? Shia was so angry that she rolled her eyes.
Seeing Lin Li's crazy look, she felt that she had made the right decision to break up with him.
Chapter 7, Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse.
Lin Li shook his head helplessly and emphasized again, "Shia, I'm not lying to you.
Qian is really my grandfather, and I'm really the general manager of Yunlong Electronics. I just took office today." Ha 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 ha. Zhang Bin laughed again. General manager of Yunlong Electronics? You're killing me. The general manager of Yunlong Electronics is Wu Neng. You think I don't know? You didn't expect it, did you? Our family is a partner of Yunlong Electronics. Lin Li, stop bragging, okay?
Shia felt sorry for him. She didn't expect him to be ruined after only 2 or 3 months in the factory. Lin Li was about to say something, but Zhang Bin got ahead of him.
Tomorrow night, my dad's company is having a thank you dinner. The invitation was sent out 3 days ago. I'll take Shia with me tomorrow night. You said you were the general manager of Yunlong Electronics. I hope I can see you then.
If that doesn't work, I'll tell my dad and take you in to see what it's like. Zhang Bin thought, if Linli really dared to go, then he could humiliate him to his heart's content. If he dared to mess around, he would call the security guards to beat him up and let off some steam.
Brother Bin, I don't want to hear him brag anymore. Let's go.
Shia took Zhang Bin's arm and looked at Linli with disgust, saying,
Honey, you go ahead and wait for me. I'll talk to him alone for a bit.
Zhang Bin said this while grabbing Xiaoya's butt. Linli clenched his fists in anger, wishing he could punch Zhang Bin in the head. For more than 3 years, he had never so unreasonably grabbed Xiaoya's butt. Zhang Bin proudly returned to Linli and whispered, I heard that Xiaoya is still a virgin.
What's going on?
Well, I thank you. After the dinner tomorrow night, I will take her to a hotel room, and I will take 2 more pictures for you to enjoy.
Ah. This is the last straw.
Ding, the host has triggered a choice, and the options are being loaded.
Loaded successfully.
Choice 1, beat Zhang Bin up and gain 10 points in strength. Option 2, endure, gain 15 physical strength.
I'll choose 1. I choose 1.
Linli said with gritted teeth. Ding, selection complete, the host gains 10 points of strength. In an instant, Linli felt full of strength. Without thinking too much, he swung his fist and knocked Zhang Bin's back molar flying. Seeing Zhang Bin's flying tooth, Linli's heart trembled. After adding 10 points to his strength, although it was still a little lower than that of an ordinary person, because of the blessing of advanced martial arts, the power of this punch did not disappoint him at all. Zhang Bin screamed in pain. Shia saw Linli beating people up and immediately rushed over to block Zhang Bin, scolding Linli, Linli, how can you hit people?
What are you crazy about? Don't you dare touch him again. He deserves it.
Linli roared, and again swung his fist, but did not hit him. Seeing Shia protecting Zhang Bin behind her like an old hen, Linli's heart was completely broken. He knew that there was no chance for him and Shia anymore.
Xiaoya, you will regret it.
And you, Zhang Bin, I will make your whole family live on the streets. After leaving, Linli immediately called Wu Nang's phone.
Mr. Wu, did someone send you an invitation to a thank you dinner a few days ago? Well, 3 days ago, Feihua Company sent me an invitation. Is the young master going to attend? But it's good. Getting to know the company's partners will be of great help in the future.
The chairman will be very happy to know that the young master is working so hard.
Cut the crap. I'm asking you, is the owner of Feihua Company surnamed Zhen?
Yes, that's right.
Great. Where is the invitation? It's in the bottom drawer on the left of your desk. Okay, I know. Thank you.
Goodbye, young master. After hanging up the phone, Linli felt much better. But he stood at the school gate for a long time without catching a taxi. Ding, the host has been detected as having a demand for a car. The selection has been triggered and the options are being loaded.
Loaded successfully. Option 1, purchase a Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse Limited Edition worth 100 million yuan and receive a free master-level driving technique. Option 2, purchase a Rolls-Royce Phantom Limited Edition worth 10 million yuan and receive a free master-level driving technique. Note, after the host chooses to purchase, the car will be delivered to you within 5 minutes by a designated person. The amount spent will be deducted directly from the host's wealth. Hearing the voice of the system, Linli was shocked. He didn't expect such a simple and easy operation. Doesn't it mean that I can choose whatever I want in the future? This is so convenient.
Linli was a little excited and decisively said, I choose 1. As a super rich third generation, and a local tyrant with a god-level selection system, I don't want the best, I just want the most expensive.
Ding, the selection is complete.
The host purchases a Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse Limited Edition, and is given the gift of a skill, the god-level car driving technique, and 100 million wealth is deducted. In an instant, Linli's mind was filled with a lot of information about car driving. At the same time, a text message came from his phone, saying that he had spent 100 million yuan at the Longya Bank. Before the Bugatti arrives, Linli checks his personal dashboard again.
Host, Linli. Age, 19.
Physical fitness, 40, average for ordinary people is 60.
Strength, 60, average for ordinary people is 70.
Spirit, 80, average for ordinary people is 60.
Charisma, 70, average for ordinary people is 40. Intelligence, 100, average for ordinary people is 95.
Wealth, 1.4 billion. Skills, basic mind reading, advanced martial arts, and god-level car driving skills. After reading it, Linley put away the panel. Soon, a roar that sounded like a wild animal came from not far away.
Linley knew that it was his Bugatti Veyron.
The cool appearance and wild roar quickly attracted a large number of students at the school gate to stop and watch.
Holy cow, is that a Bugatti? Oh my god, I've seen a Bugatti in my lifetime. A Bugatti costs over 30 million yuan, right? Bullshit, this is the Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse, worth 100 million, and it accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in 1.9 seconds.
Those who are quick have already found the relevant data online.
100 million?
Holy shit, who can afford to drive this car? While they were talking, the car stopped next to Linley, and a man in a suit got out.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Linley? Linley nodded. Yes, it's me.
Hello, this is the Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse you ordered.
It has been delivered to you. Please sign for it. Here are your car keys. All the relevant vehicle documents are in the passenger seat.
The man who delivered the car took a signed receipt out of his jacket pocket and handed it to Linley, and then respectfully handed him the car keys. After signing his name, Linley took the car keys and said, "Thank you." After the delivery man left, Linley immediately sat in the car. He didn't feel the slightest bit of strangeness. After starting the car, he quickly left. His superb driving skills allowed him to go from someone who had never even touched a steering wheel to a person who was even better than a Formula One driver. Feeling the benefits brought by the system, Linley was also exceptionally happy, as if he had already forgotten the pain brought to him by Shia. After Linley left, someone quickly posted the video he had just taken to the group chat. In a short time, dozens of groups at Suzhou University were reposting the video. The smart female classmates have already started asking which department the handsome guy in the video is from.
Chapter 8, New Invitation.
After Shia accompanied Zhang Bin to the hospital to get his tooth treated, they were about to go out for dinner when their roommate, Shenyan, sent her a video. The video showed Linley driving off in a Bugatti at the school gate.
Shia, this guy seems to be your ex-boyfriend. Do you know how much this car costs?
A great god has checked it out and it's worth 100 million. It's a limited edition Bugatti, and there are only 10 of them in the world. When Linley came to Suzhou University to find Shia, roommate Shenyan had seen him a few times, and he was exactly the same as the handsome guy in the video, but she subconsciously didn't think of them as the same person. Shia had told her about Linley's situation. He was a poor kid, so how could he drive a luxury car worth hundreds of millions? Shenyan was not sure if the person in the video was Linley, but Shia had been with him for more than 3 years, and even if Linley had turned to dust, she would still recognize him, not to mention the fact that Linley had just looked for her and even wore the same clothes.
It couldn't be him.
Shia looked at the video in a daze, her heart empty, as if she had lost something. Zhang Bin covered his mouth.
Although his teeth had been reimplanted, they still hurt a little.
"Baby, what are you looking at?" Zhang Bin asked, seeing that she was in a daze.
Shia shook her head and said, "Nothing, nothing."
Zhang Bin took her phone and looked at it. When he saw Linley driving a Bugatti, his heart trembled.
Damn, this guy is so rich?
Zhang Bin couldn't believe it and took out his own phone. It just so happened that his best friend, Li Ming, had sent him a video clip. The video was a few seconds longer than the one on Xiaoya's phone. Zhang Bin clicked on it out of curiosity and soon discovered the truth.
Shit, you scared me.
I really thought he was rich, but it turns out he rented the car. Zhang Bin laughed heartily, feeling exceptionally refreshed.
What's rented? Xiaoya leaned over to take a look. Zhang Bin pointed at the video and said, "Look, what is he doing?" "Signing a paper."
"Look at this guy in a suit, he's obviously from a car rental company. If this car was really bought by this kid, why would he need to sign for his own car?"
"Look again, this guy is even handing him the keys." Shia was relieved to see this, and said, "What family doesn't she know?"
Not to mention the limited edition Bugatti, he can't even afford his limited edition 28 barrel. "Brother Ben, he probably rented the car to attend your father's company dinner tomorrow night." Shia thought for a moment and guessed that Linley rented the car for this reason. He wanted to show off in front of Zhang Bin and even more so wanted to make himself regret it.
How naive, with such little cleverness, do you still want to succeed? And make me live a good life?
Zhang Bin heard Xiaoya's words and thought they made a lot of sense.
It was very likely that Linley was renting the car for the dinner party the next night. Hey, if he really dares to go, don't blame me for exposing him in public. And didn't you say he worked at Yunlong Electronics?
My dad is good friends with Yunlong Electronics general manager Wu Nang.
I'll tell my dad to fire Linley. He's daring to fight me, I'll make him homeless.
Linley returned to his office and sure enough, found an invitation in the bottom drawer on the left side of his desk. When he opened it, he was disappointed.
It was written in Wu Nang's name.
As the new general manager of Yunlong Electronics, he has to work in the coat of the previous one.
It's too embarrassing.
It would be a bit rude to go directly, and it would be a fucking shame.
What should I do?
Just when Linley was a little worried, the receptionist knocked on the door and said, "Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhang from Feihua Company sent you an invitation."
In the meantime, the receptionist handed the invitation to Linley and left.
Linley opened the invitation and was overjoyed. I didn't expect Feihua to move so quickly.
I just took office today, and they sent me a new invitation right away.
On the other side,
the office of the general manager of Feihua Company.
The secretary came back and said, "Mr. Zhang, the new invitation has been delivered to Yunlong Company."
Good. Zhang Feihua, the boss of Feihua Company, nodded.
He was really a little confused by Yunlong Electronics' sudden change of command.
But it doesn't matter, as long as Feihua Company can maintain cooperation with Yunlong Electronics and continue to receive orders.
Oh, the general manager of Yunlong Electronics is Qian Henian's grandson.
Don't neglect him tomorrow night. You must get along with him.
We added a new production line this year. If Yunlong Electronics gives us more orders, we can make at least 3 to 5 million more in a year.
I understand. I'll go down and get ready. The secretary nodded and left.
After the secretary left, Zhang Feihua was beaming with joy, happily imagining the company's bright future.
Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang.
Zhang Feihua picked it up and saw that it was his son Zhang Bin calling.
What? Out of money again?
Zhang Feihua said in a bad mood, "The son, every time he calls, it's always about money."
Dad, you've got it all wrong. I'm not asking you for money.
I want to attend the company's appreciation dinner tomorrow night.
Zhang Bin laughed. Attend the dinner?
Zhang Feihua was stunned. He didn't understand his son's character. He never wanted to attend in the past, but today he took the initiative to attend.
It was really new.
Say it, what kind of crazy idea do you have? Zhang Bin smiled and said, "Dad, I'm just thinking that if I get to know the company's partners early, when I graduate from college, I can help you out, right?" Hearing this, Zhang Feihua felt much more comfortable. He felt that his son had suddenly grown up, and smiled with relief.
Okay, no problem. Also, Dad, can I bring a classmate? A girl.
Zhang Bin said deliberately. Zhang Feihua is not a fool, and he knows that it is his son's girlfriend.
Good, it's just right for me to check it out.
Dad, there is another classmate, but I'm not sure if he's going.
Okay, no problem.
Zhang Feihua readily agreed. For this dinner, Zhang Feihua invited only the company's top executives, and each of them brought a female companion at most. Overall, it was a private dinner, so it was inappropriate to have other people there, but Zhang Bin was a rare sensible person, so he agreed.
Thank you, Dad.
Zhang Bin quickly hung up the phone and then said to Shia with a face full of excitement, "My dad agreed. Baby, you'll be able to meet my dad tomorrow. When that time comes, I'll say a few nice things and you'll be my Zhang family's prospective daughter-in-law."
Shia blushed. Who is your prospective daughter-in-law? You're shameless. Hey, let me kiss you.
Zhang Bin hugged Shia and moved to the wall, and then he went straight to kissing her. In the Yunlong Electronic Cafeteria,
Guo Shanshan saw Yuan Ying eating her meal and then making another one. She was curious and asked, "Manager Yuan, who are you taking this meal to?" Seeing Yuan Ying's flushed cheeks, Guo Shanshan seemed to have discovered a new continent. You don't like someone, do you? Shit, you're going to break the hearts of all the boys in the company. Tell me, who is he? Yuan Ying blushed with embarrassment. It's not true, don't talk nonsense. Chapter 9, You're fired.
You never blush, but you're blushing now. Hua Shanshan immediately saw the signs and looked at Yuan Ying with a critical eye. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Ying's pretty face turned even redder, and she immediately stopped talking and left with her lunchbox.
At the door of the general manager's office, Yuan Ying took a deep breath before knocking. Come in.
Lin was about to go to the cafeteria to eat when he looked up and saw Yuan Ying walking in with 2 lunchboxes.
Mr. Lin, you haven't eaten lunch yet, so I've brought you some food.
Hua Shanshan saw all this quietly at the door, and she snickered.
Little girl, you're pretty quick. Oh. Thank you, Director Yuan, I'm a little uncomfortable with your politeness. Lin smiled and went to
take the lunchbox from Yuan Ying's hand, but accidentally touched Yuan Ying's jade hand.
Lin was fine, but Yuan Ying blushed. Manager Yuan, why are you so red? Are you sick? Lin put down the lunchbox and asked with concern. No, I just ate and it's a little warm.
Yuan Ying hurriedly explained, and her face turned even redder.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for lunch.
Lin sat down to eat. Yuan Ying stood next to him, wanting to leave but not wanting to leave, with a look of wanting to say something but not being able to.
Do you have something else to do, Manager Yuan? Lin asked, looking up. Yuan Ying stammered, Mr. Lin, are you free tomorrow night? I want to invite you to dinner.
Afraid that Lin would refuse, she said, I feel that I have been sorry to you for what happened last time. I beg Mr. Lin to give me a chance to atone for my sins. Lin waved his hand, I have already let go of that matter, don't worry.
As for tomorrow night, Feihua Company has invited me to a dinner party tomorrow night, why don't we go together? Okay. Yuan Ying nodded and agreed. After leaving the office, she was caught by Hua Shanshan after just a few steps. Little girl, tell me, do you secretly like Mr. Lin? I said there are so many handsome guys in the company, why don't you like any of them? It turns out you're fishing for a big fish. Shanshan, what are you talking about?
No, I just want to apologize for what happened last time. You see, I fired him and embarrassed him, and now he is my boss, so he will definitely give me a hard time.
Can you blame me for trying to curry favor with him? Yuan Ying explained with a blush on her face. Really?
Hua Shanshan saw that Yuan Ying was telling the truth, and she really couldn't tell what she was thinking.
Of course it's true. Yuan Ying stamped her feet and said, You're so nervous. You're not.
Hua Shanshan immediately interrupted her, No, don't think crazy things.
Who is he? Can I even date him? He is a human being, and so are you. If you have any thoughts, I will go tell him. Yuan Ying said as she was about to go to the office.
No, I still want to continue working at the company. Hua Shanshan hurriedly stopped Yuan Ying, thinking that she was not qualified to become Lin's woman. Maybe in the next life, she could marry into a good family.
In the office,
Lin opened the lunchbox, his stomach had been grumbling for a long time, and he finished eating in no time, then lay down on the sofa and took a nap. After more than an hour, Lin was awakened by a few knocks on the door.
Come in.
Lin rubbed his face and got up from the sofa.
Mr. Lin, there is a contract here that needs to be signed. Xu Yong, the marketing manager, walked in. Lin took the document and opened it.
It was a contract for a 6 million order with Feihua Company.
Feihua Company. Ha ha. Ding, the host has triggered a selection, the options are being loaded. Loaded successfully. Option 1, sign directly, reward for basic medical skills.
Option 2, refuse to sign, reward intermediate mind reading. Lin saw the options given by the system and did not hesitate for a moment. Signing was out of the question, and he was thinking about upgrading his junior mind reading skills. He never expected this to happen, and it really came true.
I choose option 2. Lin said to himself, then threw the contract aside and said to Xu Yong, leave it here for now, and sign it when you have time.
Ding, the selection is complete, and the host has acquired the skill of intermediate mind reading.
Xu Yong was slightly taken aback.
Usually, Wu Nang would sign these small orders with his eyes closed.
Mr. Lin, this contract is urgent. Why don't you sign it now? Lin frowned and looked up and said, are you telling me how to do my job? Mr. Lin, I didn't mean that. Xu Yong said in a trembling voice. I thought to myself, this kid is the grandson of the chairman after all, so I can't offend him. Then go do what you should be doing.
Linley waved his hand coldly. Xu Yong hesitated, looked at Linley, and then turned to leave.
Wait. Linley suddenly stopped him. Mr. Lin, is there anything else?
Xu Yong said, turning around. Go to the finance office and collect your salary for this month and next month.
Then you don't need to come to work in the afternoon. What? Mr. Lin, what does this mean? Xu Yong was confused.
Linley slammed his hand on the table and stared at Xu Yong and said, don't you know what I'm saying? Just now, Linley used intermediate mind reading and found out that Xu Yong was anxious to get him to sign the contract so that he could get the 300,000 yuan rebate early.
I really don't know,
Xu Yong said with a sad face.
Linley laughed and walked up to him and said, after signing this contract, you will get 300,000 yuan, right? Xu Yong's face was even uglier than eating shit.
I didn't, Mr. Lin, you mustn't frame me.
Tell me, is it someone who is gossiping behind my back?
Since he became the marketing manager, he has been taking kickbacks from Feihua Electronics. Wu Neng has been there for 3 years and has never found out.
This kid only found out on his first day on the job. How is that possible? Xu Yong couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. Ha ha. Do I need someone to tell me? Linley looked at him coldly and patted him on the chest, saying, Manager Su, do you believe I can read minds? Xu Yong's face turned pale. Mr. Lin, you can't be serious. Manager Su, I've looked at your file. You're an old hand in our company, having worked your way from a salesperson in the marketing department to a supervisor and then to a manager over the course of 6 or 7 years. I don't deny the contributions you've made to the company, but since you became a manager, you've been taking kickbacks from Feihua. You know how much you've been taking, and I won't pursue the matter any further. I'll just say this, go to the finance department and collect your salary for this month and next month, and then go home. Linley patted him again, then went back to his desk and looked at his documents. Linley had said everything, and Xu Yong no longer argued. I won't pursue your legal responsibility because of your previous merits. I believe you will be sentenced to a few years in prison, and you know it. Hearing this, Xu Yong was sweating profusely. If he really had to be held accountable, he might face up to 10 years in prison. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Xu Yong felt like he had survived a disaster, and after bowing deeply to Linley, he left. After Xu Yong left, Linley took a piece of paper from a folder, tore it up, and threw it in the trash. It recorded the details of how Xu Yong had been taking kickbacks for the past 2 years, when he took them, and how much he took each time. It was all clearly recorded. In 2 years, he had taken more than 3 million yuan. Such a parasite must be removed from the company as soon as possible. Chapter 10, Raise the salary by 1,000 yuan per person. After dealing with Xu Yong, Linley went to the production department to return the lunchbox to Yuan Ying. As soon as he reached the door of Yuan Ying's office, someone called out to him from behind. Linley? Linley turned around, and the person screamed, Ah! Linley, is it really you? I haven't seen you in a few days, and you seem to have changed, but I can't put my finger on it. Ah, didn't you get fired by Manager Yuan? The one who spoke was a young girl from the countryside who had just turned 18. She had entered the factory at the same time as Linley and was called Song Yuan. The young girl was very cute, had a cheerful personality, worked conscientiously and responsibly, and was very quick-witted. Hearing this, Linley couldn't help but smile wryly, not knowing how to explain it to her. At this moment, Yuan Ying came out of the office and was shocked to see Linley and Mr. Lin. Why are you here? I'm here to return the lunchbox. Linley handed over the lunchbox. Mr. Lin, you can just give me a call, I'll come and get it myself. Yuan Ying took the lunchbox and said, a little flattered. Song Yuan was dumbfounded by what she heard. Director Yuan actually called Linley Mr. Lin. What is this? Director Yuan, when did Linley become Linzong? Song Yuan asked in shock. Yuan Ying calmly explained, don't worry about the past. Linley is now the general manager of our company. Ah? Song Yuan was shocked again, looking at Linley in disbelief. A few days ago, she was still fighting with him on the front line, and now he has become the general manager? Can you become the general manager after being fired? Okay, stop it, go back to work. Yuan Ying waved her hand.
Song Yuan left with questions, and she couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she thought. As soon as she returned to the workshop, she heard several colleagues discussing it.
Hey, did you hear?
Our factory has a new general manager.
It's said to be the chairman's grandson, only 19 years old. Really? Only 19 years old? So young? He must be a kid. It must be true. When you left work at noon, didn't you see a supercar parked in front of the administration office?
I heard the boys say that the car was called a Bugatti and seemed to cost 20 to 30 million.
Holy shit, 20 to 30 million? What a rich guy. Alas, we've worked all our lives, but we probably can't even afford to buy a tire.
Sister Lien, be confident and take the word maybe out.
Hey, you guys, the new general manager is only 19 years old. Can he manage the company well?
Some of the department managers below are 40 or 50 years old.
Can they listen to a little kid giving orders? Who knows? It's none of our business anyway. Maybe he's just experiencing life.
Okay, I'm going to stop talking and get back to work, or the deputy head will start yelling again.
Song Yuan listened clearly to what was going on.
If she hadn't bumped into Lin Li and Supervisor Yuan, she would have been skeptical, but now she was convinced. She never imagined that Lin Li was the grandson of the chairman of the board. Oh my god, I didn't even realize that a third-generation rich man was living with me for 2 or 3 months.
He hid it so well, didn't he?
Before the afternoon shift ended, the administrative department posted a notice at the entrances of each department.
All 3,000 employees of the company, one by one, would receive a
1,000 renminbi raise in their base salary starting the following month. After the news spread, everyone in the company was in an uproar. 1,000 yuan is not a small amount for these office workers, especially for frontline workers who usually work overtime and earn only 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. Now with the 1,000 yuan raise, they will earn 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month, and they will be able to walk with their heads held high in front of workers at other factories.
In the general manager's office,
Finance manager Wang Yifan and administration manager Lu Mingshan sat in front of Lin Li and refused to leave until Lin Li withdrew the notice.
Mr. Lin, you are too impulsive. Wang Yifan's head was spinning.
This Lin had already lost half of the company's finances on his first day at work.
If this continued for a few more days, wouldn't he have to go to the bank for a loan to get by? Is this the job of a family head? Mr. Lin, there are more than 3,000 people in the factory.
If each person gets 1,000 yuan raise, that's more than 3 million yuan a month, nearly 40 million yuan a year. Our company's net profit for the year is only 80 million yuan, and half of that is gone.
That's not right.
Wang Yifan said with a heavy heart.
Lin Li said slowly, isn't there still half of it? Remember, money is all stinky shit. The more you take it lightly, the more you will have. Wang Yifan. Lin Li continued to say seriously, you said that I just took office, so shouldn't I give the employees some practical benefits? Wang Yifan completely stopped talking.
Lu Mingshan, the manager of the administrative department, couldn't help but say, Mr. Lin, I know you are kind to your employees, but this is not in line with the company's system.
The system is dead, but people are alive. Lin Li waved his hand impatiently.
Ding, the host has triggered a selection, the options are loading.
Loaded successfully.
Choice 1, calmly accept the suggestions of the two managers, withdraw the notice of salary increase, and reward 20 points of intelligence. Option 2, reject the two managers' suggestions and firmly give the employees a pay rise, rewarding them with 2 billion soft girl coins.
Lin Li was delighted. He looked at the two managers with contempt and knew that they were just nagging. The money was coming anyway. I choose option 2.
Lin Li said to himself.
Ding, selection complete, the host receives 2 billion soft girl coins.
Dong, the phone rang, and Lin Li glanced at it.
2 billion yuan had been deposited into the Longya bank account.
Manager Wang, I know you are thinking of the company, but it's only 40 million.
In that case, I will inject 1 billion into the company, okay? Mr. Lin, stop joking. Wang Yifan couldn't stand it anymore. 10 billion, that's easy to say. Where did you get 10 billion? He just didn't say it out loud.
Mr. Lin, running a company is not like playing house. You can't just make things up as you go along. Lu Mingshan also tried to persuade him, even though he knew that Lin Li wouldn't listen to him. Lin Li didn't know how to explain to them, so he could only say, "Manager Wang, give me the company account, and I'll transfer it right now."
Mr. Lin. Wang Yifan just thought Lin Li was talking nonsense. 10 billion, not $10. A 19-year-old kid doesn't have that kind of money.
Lin Li also saw what he was thinking. "Manager Wang, don't worry about where I got all this money.
Just give me the account number."
Wang Yifan sighed and then picked up the pen and paper on the desk and wrote down the company account number.
That's it.
Lin Li looked at the account number on the table, picked up his cell phone, and made a simple operation. As a user of the Longya Bank Supreme Black Card, Lin Li's account has no restrictions.
Okay, it's transferred. You can all go back now. Don't bother me with money and company matters in the future. Lin Li waved his hand and directly gave the order to dismiss the guests. Wang Yifan and Lu Mingshan looked at each other helplessly.
Both of them seemed to see the bleak future of the company in each other's eyes. If things continue like this, the company will be finished in less than 2 months.
At this moment, Wang Yifan's phone rang.
It was the finance director calling.
He must have something important to report. Chapter 11, Who doesn't have a few rich friends? Hello, Manager Zhu, what is it? What? What did you say? Say it again. The company account has an extra 1 billion?
Wang Yifan froze, and Lu Mingshan, who was standing next to him, was also taken aback when he heard the words 10 billion.
After hanging up the phone, the two of them were shocked. Mr. Lin, you really have 1 billion? Wang Yifan's mouth gaped wide. This is a huge sum of money. It's gone in the blink of an eye. It's truly shocking. This is equivalent to Yunlong Electronics' 10 years of net profit. Nonsense, do you think I have nothing better to do than to play with you two? Lin Li waved his hand impatiently and said, "That's enough, let's go home." Yes, Mr. Lin. Wang Yifan and Lu Mingshan replied in unison. Work hard, and I'll give you more bonuses at the end of the year. Yes, Mr. Lin. The two men were suddenly excited. With the young master's handwriting, the year-end bonus would probably be no less than 6 figures. Following him, there will definitely be a future. Lu Mingshan walked a few steps, his eyes lit up, and he turned back and said, "Mr. Lin, you just took office, and our company's thousands of employees don't know you yet. You've just given them a pay raise. I think that tomorrow, we should hold an employee meeting, and you should go up on stage and say a few words to boost morale. This way, the employees will also have the motivation to work hard, and they will have a bright future following you. What do you think? The morale of the employees is the same as the morale of the army. If the employees are highly motivated, then the company's future will be bright." Lin Li nodded, thinking that this was a good suggestion. He said approvingly, "Okay, I'll do it your way. Let's set the staff meeting for tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Okay, I'll pass the word down." Lu Mingshan agreed immediately, and then left happily. Jianye. The sun is setting. Xian's manor is located on a hill overlooking the river, covering an area of more than 5,000 square meters. It has excellent feng shui and luxurious interior decoration. According to external estimates, the value of this manor is as high as 5 billion yuan. Walking around the manor is like walking in a scenic area, with beautiful scenery as far as the eye can see. There are as many as 50 or 60 maids and servants in the manor, not to mention the people responsible for security inside and outside the manor. The level of luxury is unimaginable to outsiders. The real owner of the manor is only Qian Henian. At the moment, he is watering the flowers in a garden in the manor with a kettle in his hand and humming a little tune. Yes. Ling. Pei Xiaoman, dressed in a business suit, walked up to Qian Henian, and before she could even open her mouth, Qian Henian asked, "How is it? How did my good grandson behave today?" Pei Xiaoman said, "Chairman, the young master bought a Bugatti worth 100 million and gave each employee an extra 1,000 yuan in salary." Oh. This kid is quite bold. He knew how to win people over as soon as he took office. Qian Henian stopped what he was doing and said with a smile, "Chairman, there is something very strange." When Pei Xiaoman heard the news, she couldn't believe it. Oh? What is it? Qian Henian smiled curiously. Pei Xiaoman said, "The young master has invested 10 billion yuan in the company,
and the money has been directly deposited into the company's account.
What? 10 billion? Xian Hinian's body trembled, and the watering can in his hand almost fell to the ground.
He had only given Lin Li 500 million. Where did this kid get 10
billion? Chairman, should we check it out?
Pei Xiaoman said softly.
Xian Henian shook his head, a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. No, just wait and see. This kid seems to have some substance. Sunshine Community.
Lin Ligang drove the car back to the community, immediately causing a sensation. Most of the people living in this community are ordinary people, and at most they drive a small Mercedes-Benz or BMW. It is rare to see a car worth more than 1 million yuan, but now there is such a cool and stylish sports car, which is obviously very expensive. Everyone is shocked and keeps out of the way, especially those parents with children, who quickly pull their children to them, afraid that the toys in their hands will touch someone else's car.
Which relative is so rich? I don't know. Do any of the residents in our community have such wealthy relatives? I don't know. Most people shook their heads. Lin Li parked the car and was recognized as soon as he got out. Isn't that the son of the 502 Xiaomian family?
Oh, it's true, he's driving a luxury car, he seems to have changed a bit.
Hey, isn't he working at the factory? Could it be that he's dating the boss's daughter? Maybe it's true.
Lin Li has lived here for 19 years, and these old neighbors all know him.
Quick, stop him and ask what's going on.
He hasn't been seen for 2 days, and now he's driving such a nice car.
Hey, Lin Li, Lin Li. Lin Li heard his neighbors calling him, and turned around and smiled. Auntie Sue, you're calling me? You come over.
Auntie Sue kept waving her hand. Lin Li smiled and walked over, probably knowing what they wanted to ask him.
Sure enough, as soon as he reached the aunts, he was asked, "Did you just buy that car?" Lin Li nodded and said with some embarrassment, yes. Don't lie to me, Auntie. Although I don't know much about cars, I at least know a little. A sports car like this costs at least 4 or 5 million.
Auntie Sue hadn't finished speaking, but the meaning was clear. We are neighbors, and everyone knows who is rich and who is not.
Auntie Sue, I won't hide it from you. I'm actually a third-generation rich person, so this amount of money is nothing.
Lin Li smiled and said, but it looked like he was joking.
This kid, he's just full of it. Auntie Sue laughed and scolded. Ha 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 ha. Lin Li also smiled and said, Auntie Sue, you guys chat, I have things to do at home, bye.
Lin Li left, leaving a few middle-aged aunts looking at each other. Of course they didn't believe that Lin Li's family was so rich, and that the car must have been borrowed. Nowadays, young people are not that poor, and it is normal for them to have 3 or 5 classmates or friends who are the children or grandchildren of the rich.
So they didn't think much of it. Mom.
Lin Li returned home, and Yuan Ying was also at home.
Your son is back, and I have something to tell you.
Yuan Ying sat down next to Lin Li and looked at him carefully. He had not seen him for a day, and he seemed much more handsome.
Is it true that money makes you look better? Mom, you tell me.
Lin Li sat down and said. Yuan Ying took out a key from her pocket and said, "This is the key to your grandfather's villa in Platinum Mansion.
He said that you and I should move in there. I want to ask your opinion." Lin Li thought about it for a moment.
It would be great to live in a villa, but he had money now, so there was no need to live in his grandfather's villa. Besides, he had lived here for almost 20 years, and he was a little reluctant to move.
Mom, I think it's good to live here. Yuan Ying smiled gently, looked at her son approvingly, and said, Mom thinks so too. Mom, if you want to live in a villa, we can buy one ourselves. Or, tomorrow I'll go to Jiangnan International Mansion and buy a villa. If we're going to live in a villa, we might as well live in the best one.
Lin Li said enthusiastically.
Yuan Ying smiled and scolded with satisfaction, Silly boy, the villas in Jiangnan International Mansion are the best in Suzhou. The villas there cost at least 300 million to 500 million yuan. Are you planning to spend all the money your grandfather gave you at once?
Lin Li moved his mouth, wanting to tell his mother about his wealth of 2.4 billion, but he was afraid that she couldn't bear it.
He thought about it and said that he would talk about it later.
So he changed the subject, Mom, we can wait to buy the villa.
But what about your job?
Now that we've met Grandpa, it would be embarrassing for him if people saw the daughter of Jiangnan's richest man, Shen Henian, selling men's clothing in someone else's store. In fact, he was mainly worried that his mother would be too hardworking. Xian Yueying patted Lin Li's hand and smiled affectionately. Don't worry, I've already quit my job.
What are your plans for the future? Lin Li asked.
Chapter 12, Staff Meeting. Xian Yueying seemed to have already made up her mind, saying, Mom plans to go abroad for further studies.
Further study?
Lin Li was shocked. Seeing her son's shock, Xian Yueying explained with a smile, I originally studied fashion design. After graduating from college, I followed your father, and soon after I gave birth to you.
From then on, I became a housewife.
Later, until your father passed away. Lin Li looked up at Xian Yueying. It seemed that he was getting to know his mother for the first time. It turned out that his mother also had her own ideals, and the light of her ideals had never gone out. No wonder when he was a child, he always sought his mother drawing beautiful clothes at home. Lin Li thought, if his mother hadn't married his father, she might have become an internationally renowned designer. She sacrificed her whole life for love. Suddenly, Lin Li was choked up. Now that his father was gone, his mother had met his grandfather, and he himself had become the general manager of Yuan Electronics. It was time for his mother to pursue her own dreams.
How long will the training take? Lin Li asked again.
1 year. Lin Li was silent for a moment, and looked at Xian Yueying with a determined gaze.
Mom, you can go and fulfill your dream. Don't worry about me.
Lin Li seemed to have suddenly grown up a lot, becoming a big man. Well, you have always been able to take care of people since you were a child, and now you are a big boy, so you can definitely take care of yourself.
I believe in you. If you have any problems, you can always ask Grandpa.
Xian Yueying touched Lin Li's face and gave him a pep talk.
Lin Li nodded and said, Don't worry, Mom.
Oh, by the way, when are you planning to leave?
The flight is tomorrow afternoon.
Lin Li was shocked to hear this.
Tomorrow afternoon? So soon?
Yes, there is a famous designer professor there, and his class starts in 3 days.
Xian Yueying explained. Okay, I'll see you off tomorrow afternoon. Lin Li said.
No, you just go to work.
If you come to see me off, I'll be sad. Just call me more often when you have time.
Xian Yueying said, and tears were already falling. Lin Li was also very reluctant to let go, and took the initiative to hug Xian Yueying. She had never left her mother before.
It's okay, Mom, don't cry. Lin Li comforted. Okay, Mom, I'll go cook.
Xian Yueying broke free from Lin Li's embrace, wiped away her tears, and then walked to the kitchen.
The next day. 7:50 a.m. It was time to go to work. The roads in the factory were full of people. Lin Li's arrival in the factory in his Bugatti immediately attracted everyone's attention.
Even people who weren't interested in cars stopped to take a look, not to mention the employees who loved cars.
A Bugatti? It's a Bugatti. This is the most luxurious car I've ever seen in my life. Is this the new general manager?
He's really rich. If I had that kind of money, I would sleep with 8 girls a night. Many female employees were also drooling at the sight of the Bugatti, but they weren't thinking about owning the car, they were thinking about being the passenger.
Gee. This is what a rich family looks like.
Sisters, our chance has come. You always complained that you can't get close to the rich and powerful, but now you have a chance.
Sisters, are you tempted? What's the point of getting excited? Do you think they'd ever look at us working girls?
Rich guys like this have hundreds, if not thousands, of women coming to them every day.
Let's just go to work. What's wrong with fantasizing?
It's just 8 o'clock, and all 3,000 employees are gathered in the company square, a sea of black. On the stage, the managers of each department had already taken their seats, except for the general manager's seat in the middle, which was still empty.
First, the manager of the administrative department, Lu Mingshan, spoke. Hello, colleagues.
I'm sure you all know that Yuan Electronics has a new general manager.
I believe many of you have already met him.
Now, I would like to formally introduce our new general manager, Lin Li, who is the grandson of the chairman of our Longting Group. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience was in an uproar.
Holy shit, is he really the chairman's grandson? Awesome.
I heard he's only 19 years old.
I really want to meet him in person. Many young female employees are waiting with bated breath.
A 19-year-old general manager must be very handsome.
Even if I can't get it, it's still a treat to look at. Everyone, quiet down.
Now, please welcome our general manager, Mr. Linley. Lu Mingshan looked towards the entrance and said loudly. Then a very handsome figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes.
Wow, Mr. Lin is so handsome. As soon as Linley appeared, a female employee who was a flower-obsessed woman screamed.
There was an instant burst of laughter.
Yuan Ying, sitting in the front row, saw Linley come out.
Her snow-white face turned red in an instant, and her beautiful eyes could not move away from Linley. Linley smiled and walked to the middle of the podium, sat down, looked at the more than 3,000 employees present, and said into the microphone, "Colleagues, please be quiet and listen to me." The room immediately fell silent, and everyone was quietly waiting for his speech.
I am very happy that everyone recognizes me as the young general manager.
Before he could finish his sentence, someone shouted from the audience, "Of course we recognize you. I have worked in several factories before and have never seen a general manager as generous as you. You gave us a pay rise on the first day of your appointment."
Thank you, Mr. Lin. As soon as the words were out, other employees also spoke up. Yes, Mr. Lin, you are so nice, we are all willing to work with you. Yes, we all are. Mr. Lin is awesome. Mr. Lin is so domineering.
Almost all the employees in the audience were so excited that they shouted, their voices deafening, and the scene was extremely shocking. The row of managers on the stage were also shocked by this scene and deeply felt the strong cohesion of this Lin zone.
They were also full of energy, and with such a leader, what more could they ask for? In a word, just follow him and you'll be fine. Linley saw the employees' passion and nodded with satisfaction.
Grandpa Qian Henny handed the company over to him, so he had to do a good job and not let others say that he was a third-generation rich man who had accomplished nothing. This is also his consistent character, either not doing it, or doing it to the best.
Linley looked around the audience again, pressed his palms together, and when the audience had quieted down, he continued, "The small raise I gave you yesterday was like dessert before dinner. Today, I have another announcement to make."
Linley paused for a moment.
The audience could hear a pin drop.
Everyone was waiting with anticipation.
It must be super exciting news.
The managers on stage also looked sideways at Linley, their faces full of anticipation. When the atmosphere in the audience reached a fever pitch, Linley spoke again, saying that starting next year, the base salary would be increased by 1,000 yuan each year. For example, if the base salary this year is 4,000 yuan, then next year it will be 5,000 yuan, and the year after next it will be 6,000 yuan, with no
upper limit. The audience was instantly thrilled. Mr. Lin is so awesome. Mr. Lin is domineering.
Before the financial manager Yuan Yifan had a chance to be happy, he felt a chill in his heart.
Is the boss high? Is he going to squander money again? Chapter 13, Preparations for the Dinner.
After the staff meeting, Linley became the hottest topic in the company.
Song Yuan sat at her workstation, still unable to come to terms with the situation. Linley today was like a completely different person.
Looking at Linley's former workstation not far away, it seemed like a different world. In fact, she was not the only one who felt this way.
Several of her colleagues felt the same way.
Who would have thought that the young man who worked so hard next to them was actually the grandson of the chairman of the board? At the same time, they regretted not having cultivated a good relationship with him.
In the factory, everyone generally works independently, and there is basically no overlap during working hours. After work, everyone goes home or back to their dormitory.
Some people in the same department have worked together for half a year without even speaking to each other.
2 p.m.
Linley's eyes were red after the video call with his mother in the office.
There was still an hour before the plane took off.
Linley clenched his phone in his hand.
Ding, the host has triggered a selection, the options are loading. Loaded successfully. Choice 1, go to the airport to see off your mother, and get 20 points for your constitution. Option 2, no reward for not going to the airport. Ha!
Linley was stunned. The rewards for the two choices were the same. Although his mother had told him not to go to the airport to see her off the night before, Linley still felt extremely reluctant.
Without the slightest hesitation, he said directly, I choose 1.
Ding, selection complete, the host gains 20 points of physical fitness.
The next second, Linley felt the changes in his body.
His face was much more rosy, his energy was more abundant, and his skin felt better. He looked even more handsome, though he hadn't noticed it himself. He saw that his constitution had increased from 40 to 60 points, reaching the average constitution of ordinary people. But he couldn't care less about that now. He rushed out of the office and drove his Datsun to the airport.
30 minutes later. The airport terminal.
Linley saw his mother alone with a small suitcase. Her thin back looked a bit lonely.
Mom!
Linley rushed over. Yuan Ying also turned around abruptly.
Son! The mother and son embraced, and Yuan Ying said reproachfully, "Didn't I say not to come? I feel bad if I don't come." Linley was about to cry.
It is hard for outsiders to imagine that a 19-year-old child who has never left his mother's side would suddenly be unable to accept his mother's sudden departure.
Linley held back his tears, but Yuan Ying couldn't.
Tears rolled down her face. "Mom, take good care of yourself abroad." Linley comforted his mother.
"Yes, my good son, you have to take care of yourself when you are alone at home."
Yuan Ying let go of her son and said. The boarding announcement was made in the waiting room.
"Okay, son, I'm leaving."
Yuan Ying patted Linley on the shoulder and dragged her suitcase away.
"Bye, Mom."
Linley waved until he couldn't see his mother's back, and then turned and left the airport.
Suzhou University. A girls' dormitory. "Swallow, do you think this outfit looks good on me?" Shia changed into another outfit and asked her roommate Shenyan, "Do you think this looks good on me?"
Zhang Bin is taking her to a dinner party tonight, where she will meet her future father-in-law. Usually, she is very good at dressing up, but now she is at a loss.
Her roommate Shenyan was dizzy. In the afternoon, Shia tried more than a dozen outfits.
Some of them were obviously acceptable, but Shia still felt that they lacked a certain temperament.
Okay, my Miss Xiao, you are beautiful and kind, you look good in anything," Shenyan said with a headache. "You're just trying to get out of it."
Shia said coquettishly, "Hurry up, help me look again." Shenyan helplessly picked up a skirt that Shia had just changed into and said, "This one is very good."
"You are going to a dinner party, so you definitely can't wear jeans."
"You can't wear a short skirt either, because it looks too frivolous. This long skirt is very suitable. It not only sets off your fair skin and beautiful appearance, but also shows your purity."
"How good is that?"
Shia took the skirt and thought about it for a moment, then decided, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Soon, Shia put on the dress.
Sure enough, her whole personality improved. A fairy. Shenyan was also amazed and couldn't help but praise her.
As one of the most popular girls in the school, Shia's looks and figure are beyond words. On the other side, in a boys' dormitory, Zhang Bin was looking at himself in the mirror and was in a good mood. He was wearing a high-end designer suit, shiny leather shoes, and his hair was slicked back. Now he has one wish, and that is that Linley will not go back on her word, otherwise tonight's dinner will be completely uninteresting.
However, he is confident that Linley will definitely go.
Otherwise she would not have rented the Bugatti. That thing costs at least 5,000 yuan a day to rent. 2 days would cost him more than half a year's savings. At this point, Zhang Bin wanted to laugh. A poor worker wants to take back his girlfriend in front of him, what a joke.
Tonight, he must humiliate him in front of Xiaoya. Chatter. Zhang Bin couldn't stop laughing. Feihua Manufacturing General Manager's office.
Zhang Feihua has been waiting for Su Yang's contract, but after a day has passed, there is still no news from him, and his phone is turned off. In the past, it took no more than 2 hours to get the contract, and Xu Yang would give him a reply.
Could something have happened?
Zhang Feihua felt something was wrong. But if something had happened, he would have heard about it by now. Xiao Wang, go and find out where Xu Yang is and ask if the contract with Yunlong Electronics has been signed. Zhang Feihua picked up the phone on the desk and said to the secretary. After 10 minutes, the secretary came in and said, "Mr. Zhang, I called the marketing department of Yunlong Electronics and they said that Xu Yang is on a business trip and his phone is probably out of battery.
In addition, our contract is temporarily being held in the office of their general manager, Lin."
Hearing this, Zhang Feihua's worries disappeared.
The new official is going to set 3 fires. Linley must be using tonight's dinner to test him. If he can take care of him, the contract will definitely be fine. Okay, I know.
Zhang Feihua waved his hand and his mood improved.
Yunlong Electronics. After work, Yuan Ying went back to the dormitory to change into a dress.
She was already a beauty, but after she changed into the dress, she was even more beautiful than a princess. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yuan Ying almost didn't recognize herself.
Is this really me? So beautiful.
After recovering from her narcissism, Yuan Ying immediately called Lin Li.
Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm ready. When are we going? Let's go at 7 o'clock. Where are you?
I'll pick you up later.
I'm in the dormitory. Okay, wait for me at the dormitory at 7 o'clock. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll be waiting for you. Blue Sea International Hotel, 2nd floor banquet hall. Before 7 o'clock, Zhang Feihua was already waiting at the door.
The guests tonight are all VIPs, especially the general manager of Yunlong Electronics, who is the VIP of VIPs.
More than half of Feihua's orders come from Yunlong Electronics.
It can be said that Feihua depends on Yunlong Electronics to survive.
So he can't afford to be rude to them. Chapter 14, Master Zhang gets into trouble. As soon as 7 o'clock came, guests began to arrive.
Zhang Feihua greeted them with a smile and a quick pace. Hello, Mr. Ma, Mr. Li. Mr. Zhang has been glowing lately.
It seems like he's made a fortune behind our backs.
The two executives who came were also smiling. No, the little bit of wealth I've made isn't enough for you two to have dinner.
Ha. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Zhang is really a good joker.
The two of them moved to the 2nd floor for a short break. Zhang Feihua made a gesture of invitation. The two executives went upstairs with smiles on their faces.
Over the next 10 minutes, 5 or 6 more managers came, most of them accompanied by their personal assistants. After a few words of greeting, they were all escorted upstairs by Zhang Feihua. It was already 7:20, and the new boss of Yunlong Electronics had not yet arrived. Zhang Feihua was a little worried. After a few more minutes, Zhang Feihua was even more anxious. Except for Yunlong Electronics, all the guests who were supposed to come had arrived. Could it be that they weren't coming? At that moment, a white BMW X1 slowly drove into the hotel. Zhang Feihua was taken aback, and when he looked, it was his son. Dad. After Zhang Bin and Shia got out of the car, they waved to Zhang Feihua from afar. Brother Bin, I'm a little scared. Shia kept hiding behind Zhang Bin. Don't be afraid, my dad is easy to talk to. Don't look at me, I'm only in my 2nd year of college, but my dad has longed for me to get married. If he sees that his future daughter-in-law is as beautiful as a flower, he will definitely be overjoyed. Zhang Bin said. Really? Shia was still a little nervous, but when the moment came, she had to pluck up her courage and walk over. Zhang Bin proudly took Xiaoya's hand and walked up to Zhang Feihua, introducing her. Dad, this is your future daughter-in-law, Xiaoya. Look, what do you think? Isn't she amazing? Zhang Feihua had noticed Shia long ago, and now he took a closer look. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Dad likes it. Hello, uncle. Shia blushed and her lips were about to be bitten. Very good. Zhang Feihua nodded happily, then took out a thick red envelope from his bosom and said, Shia, this is a gift from your uncle. Take it, don't think it's too little. Shia didn't dare to take it, and could only look to Zhang Bin for help. Don't be dazed, take it. Zhang Bin hurriedly urged. The red envelope was very thick, at least 20,000 yuan. Ah. Shia quickly reached out to take the red envelope and thanked her uncle repeatedly. Very good. Zhang Feihua looked at Shia, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Then he said to Zhang Bin, Son, take Shia upstairs and let her eat and drink as much as she wants. Zhang Bin shook his head and said, We'll go up later. There's still a classmate who hasn't arrived yet, so I'll wait a little longer. Oh, that's right, I remember. Why didn't he come with you? There was room in the car. Zhang Feihua said. He had a sudden matter to attend to, but he should be here soon. I'll just wait a little longer. Zhang Bin explained. He was eagerly hoping that Lin Li would show up soon. If Lin Li didn't show up, how could he establish an image of being rich and handsome in front of Xiaoya? Dad, the guests are almost all here, so you should go up quickly. Don't worry about me.
Zhang Bin urged Zhang Feihua to go upstairs, afraid that his father would be there and he wouldn't be able to show off when he saw Linley. Zhang Feihua waved his hand. I still have an important guest who hasn't arrived yet.
I'll wait 2 more minutes.
As soon as he finished speaking, the secretary came down from upstairs and said to him, Mr. Zhang, the guests are all waiting for you upstairs.
Why don't you go up and greet them first? I'll be fine here.
Zhang Feihua thought for a moment, then said, okay, I'll go up first.
I'll come down in a while.
I want to personally greet him so that it looks like we're sincere.
Dad, you go up quickly. Secretary Wang is fine here. Besides, I'm here too.
Zhang Bin patted his chest and urged him.
Okay, I'll go up first.
Zhang Feihua said, and walked upstairs.
Brother Bin, he definitely won't come.
Shia shook her head and said. To be honest, she still hoped that Linley would show up. For no other reason than to let him know that if you don't have money these days, then you're nothing. When Zhang Bin heard this, a flash of disappointment crossed his eyes, but he still firmly said, no, he will definitely come. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar came from the hotel entrance. It was the sound of a supercar. Zhang Bin was delighted and felt at ease.
Here it comes. Sure enough, a Bugatti came in through the door. Linley parked the car and got out with Yuan Ying.
As soon as they looked up, they saw Zhang Bin and Shia standing at the door. The flame that had just risen in their hearts quickly died down.
They were not worth getting angry with. Oh, you really came?
Zhang Bin couldn't wait to shout to Linley, I thought you wouldn't dare to come.
Then, his eyes fell on Yuan Ying, who was wearing a deep V-neckline high-cut dress.
Her figure was so beautiful that it was almost bursting out of the dress, and coupled with her angelic face, Zhang Bin almost lost his soul after just one glance. In fact, it wasn't just him. When Linley saw her at the dormitory entrance, he almost couldn't hold the steering wheel.
This peerless face, if you want a score, it must be 9.999999. You were hoping I would come, weren't you? Linley snorted.
He knew that Zhang Bin had provoked him to come here to publicly humiliate himself, but the guy had miscalculated.
Linley, what are you doing here? Don't you know what you're worth? Is this where you should be?
Shia said in disgust. He is really getting more and more shameless. He rented a car, but he also rented a beautiful woman.
Is he trying to change his fate by putting on a brave face? Wow, this girl is pretty. How much did you pay to rent her? It must have been expensive, right? Zhang Bin laughed. Rent? Linley also smiled. Let me introduce you. This is our Yunlong electronics supervisor. As for her name, I won't tell you because you don't deserve it.
Then he turned to Yuan Ying and said, these two are hot chicks, so I won't introduce them to you.
Yuan Ying. Linley, what did you say? How dare you call me a spicy chicken? What are you?
A poor worker.
Do you really think that just because you rented a Bugatti, you think you're a rich man?
You don't even take a piss and look at yourself.
What a thing! Zhang Bin yelled. Linley, you really let me down.
I thought that after we broke up, you would be motivated to improve yourself, but I never thought that you would degenerate so much.
It seems that I was right to leave you. Shia said angrily and disappointedly.
Wang, the secretary, was dumbfounded when she saw them arguing.
Wait a minute. Wang suddenly interrupted them, looked at Linley and asked, what did you just say? She is the director of Yunlong Electronics, and you are Linley? That's right. Linley nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang's head swam. Linley, the general manager of Yunlong Electronics. This is a very important guest of Mr. Zhang.
Linley was afraid that he wouldn't believe him, so he took out the invitation from his pocket and handed it to him.
Look, this is the invitation sent to me by your boss, right? Wang Shu took a deep breath, took the invitation, and his face turned white. That's right. The invitation also has Zhang Feihua's autograph on it, so it can't be fake. Mr. Lin, upstairs, please. Our young master is a bit of a fool, so please don't mind. Without saying a word, Wang quickly escorted Lin upstairs.
Zhang Bin and Shia were at a loss.
Wait, Secretary Wang, who did you say he was?
Secretary Wang was in a terrible state of confusion.
He said, didn't I? Just say that Mr. Lin is the general manager of Yunlong Electronics and the grandson of Qian Henian, the richest man in Jiangnan? Zhang Bin was stunned again, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, no way.
Secretary Wang, I'm telling you, he is my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, just a working-class guy, and his family is very poor.
Don't be fooled by him.
Shia also nodded next to him. Yes, Secretary Wang, I have known him for 3 or 4 years, and I know everything about him.
How could he be the grandson of the richest man?
Secretary Wang's face turned black when he heard this, and he gritted his teeth and said, Young master, you've caused trouble.
Yuan Ying was even more stunned.
Lin Li only said that he would take her to a dinner party at Fei Hua Company, but she never expected to eat a big melon as soon as she got off the bus.
Chapter 15, Termination of Cooperation.
Zhang Bin and Shia looked at each other, and they never believed that Lin Li was the general manager of Yunlong Electronics, let alone the grandson of the richest man.
Baby, I can't let him lie to my dad. I'm going to go up and expose him. Let's go.
The two of them held hands and followed him upstairs. The second-floor banquet hall. After Zhang Feihua had settled the guests, he was about to go down to greet Lin Li when he saw that Wang had already brought him up.
Mr. Lin, I've been waiting for you.
Zhang Feihua ran all the way to Lin Li and reached out to shake his hand. However, Lin Li looked at him and showed no intention of shaking his hand. But Zhang Feihua didn't care. He still smiled. After all, the company was counting on Lin Li to stay alive.
Everyone, quiet down. I'd like to introduce you to an important person.
Zhang Feihua came to the center of the banquet hall, clapped his hands, and said. The hall fell silent, and everyone turned their attention to Zhang Feihua.
Allow me to introduce to you the young talent next to me.
His name is Lin Li, and he is the new general manager of Yunlong Electronics.
So young?
Before Zhang Feihua could finish his sentence, someone in the audience let out an exclamation.
He looks like he's only 20 years old. He's really young and talented.
Zhang Feihua smiled contentedly and continued, Mr. Li, let me finish my sentence first.
Do you think that Mr. Lin is just a general manager? What else do you want?
Yunlong Electronics is a big company, and to be able to sit in the position of the top leader, that is definitely a leader among men. Mr. Li was shocked.
Ah, I knew you would be surprised.
I also want to tell everyone that Mr. Lin is not only the general manager of Yunlong Electronics, but also the grandson of Mr. Qian Henian, the richest man in Jiangnan.
What? The audience was in an uproar. Qian Henian's grandson?
All the guests present were shocked.
No wonder I thought General Manager Lin was extraordinary the moment I saw him. General Manager Lin, can we be friends? Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Madrin from Yuan Hai Manufacturing. I'd like to be friends with you too. Mr. Lin, we would like to as well.
Mr. Lin, we hope you will take care of us in the future. They all knew that Qian Hetan had no son, and this grandson would be the future head of the group.
Everyone there was a businessman, and who wouldn't want to curry favor with him? Everyone was trying to be nice.
They all said nice things. Lin Li nodded with a smile.
He's a liar. He's a liar. Don't be fooled by him.
Zhang Bin came in angrily and, seeing how respectful everyone was to Lin Li, could no longer hold back and pointed at Lin Li and yelled.
What?
Everyone was stunned and looked at Zhang Feihua with a confused expression. Zhang Feihua was shocked and quickly explained to everyone, This is my son, he doesn't know how to speak, so please don't mind him.
Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, he didn't mean you.
Zhang Feihua turned around again and kicked Zhang Bin in the butt, yelling at him to get out of there.
Dad, you've all been fooled.
Zhang Bin naturally refused to admit defeat, saying firmly that this person was my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend. It's true that he works at Yunlong Electronics, but he's not the general manager, and he's definitely not the grandson of the richest man.
He's just a wage earner. My girlfriend can prove this.
He pulled Shia to the front and asked her to tell everyone what the real situation was. Shia was a little nervous in front of so many business leaders for the first time, but in order to expose Lin Li's false face, she mustered up the courage to say, Zhang Bin is right.
I have known this person since the first year of high school. His family is very poor and he is not the grandson of the richest man at all. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Everyone was whispering and began to question Lin Li's identity. Even Zhang Feihua was a little unsure, after all, he had never met Lin Li.
No, you're all wrong. At this extremely awkward moment, Yuan Ying plucked up the courage to walk up to everyone and said loudly, "The gentleman standing next to me, Mr. Linley, is indeed the general manager of Yunlong Electronics."
Who are you? Someone asked. I am the supervisor of the first production area of Yunlong Electronics, Yuan Ying. Yuan Ying? Never heard of her.
The man shook his head.
Yuan Ying was only a small supervisor in the company, so of course they didn't know her.
Yuan Ying really wanted to take out her work badge and smash it in these people's faces, but she didn't have it with her.
Who would bring their work badge to a banquet? Zhang Bin looked at Yuan Ying proudly and said, "Oomph, you're a supervisor?
I think you're also a liar who was hired by this person."
You. Yuan Ying was so angry that her face turned white.
It was so uncomfortable to be wronged.
Mr. Lin, say something.
Yuan Ying pulled Lin Li's sleeve.
It's this time, don't you want to explain?
Lin Li smiled calmly, looked around at everyone, and then fixed his gaze on Zhang Feihua, saying, "Mr. Zhang, is Xu Yong on a business trip?"
Zhang Feihua was suddenly stunned, and his heart was vaguely uneasy.
Before he could recover, Lin Li said, "I have something to tell you.
I didn't sign your order contract, I threw it away."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Feihua's face turned pale, and it was as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit.
Mr. Lin, it was a misunderstanding.
Zhang Feihua hurriedly explained. Lin Li smiled coldly, "There is no misunderstanding. Ding, the host has triggered a selection, and the options are being loaded."
Successfully loaded.
Option 1, continue to cooperate with Feihua Company, and be rewarded with 10 points of charisma.
Option 2, cancel all contracts with Feihua Company and receive 3 billion in cash.
Lin Li smiled to himself.
One of the main reasons he came today was to tell Zhang Feihua in person that Yunlong Electronics would no longer have any business dealings with Feihua Company from now on. I choose option 2.
Ding, selection complete, the host gains 3 billion in cash, current total wealth 5.4 billion. Zhang Feihua was completely flustered and begged for mercy. Mr. Lin, you are a magnanimous person who does not hold grudges against a petty person.
My son is a bastard. Please, don't cancel the contract."
Zhang Feihua knew very well that if Yunlong Electronics disappeared, he would be left with nothing but bankruptcy. "You little bastard, come here and beg Mr. Lin to spare you." Zhang Feihua shouted angrily at Zhang Bin.
"Dad, he's your mother's son. He's the real general manager of Yunlong Electronics.
Kneel down before Mr. Lin.
Hurry." Zhang Feihua was spitting and exploding with rage.
Zhang Bin looked at Lin Chong in horror, and was immediately grabbed by Zhang Feihua and kicked to the ground. "Apologize to Mr. Lin, beg Mr. Lin to spare you, hurry up, you son of a bitch."
"Yes. I'm sorry,"
Zhang Bin said in a submissive tone. Seeing the scene, the other bosses present were dumbfounded.
At the same time, they also hated Zhang Feihua and his son, because these two dogs almost made them lose their high-level positions.
"Mr. Lin, this son of a bitch is blind, don't let him off lightly." One of the bosses couldn't help but vent his anger.
"Right, we must not let him off lightly. He even questioned your identity. Damn it! How dare he try to seduce Lin's girlfriend?
He deserves to die."
Zhang Feihua, I'd say you deserve it too.
For a while, the voices of condemnation for Zhang Bin were unceasing, and some even threatened to chop Zhang Bin up and feed him to the dogs.
Shia looked at the chaotic scene in front of her and almost couldn't breathe. Her face was even uglier than eating shit. Lin Li, how could he be the grandson of the richest man? Could it be that he has been hiding his identity? Countless question marks appeared in her mind, but more were endless regrets. Chapter 16, Dislikes Breaking Promises.
Zhang Bin was beaten by his father and screamed in pain. In no time, he was already covered in bruises. This stupid son, he really is a son of a bitch. Zhang Feihua was so angry that he was almost out of patience. Perhaps he was tired of beating him, so he turned his head and begged Lin Li, "Mr. Lin, look, I've already cleaned up this son of a bitch." Lin Li shook his head slightly and said with a blank expression, "I never take back what I said.
I came here today to inform you, and that's already giving you face."
Zhang Feihua's face turned pale, as if he had lost everything in an instant.
Zhang Bin was dissatisfied.
He never imagined that this poor worker was actually the grandson of the richest man.
Shia.
Zhang Bin suddenly looked up at Shia. She was the culprit. If it weren't for her, he would never have gotten involved with Linley, and his family's business wouldn't have collapsed because of him. It was her, this bitch, who said bad things about you behind your back. I was wrong to believe her. Shia was shaking with anger. She never thought that Zhang Bin would be so crazy as to drag her out as a shield. Zhang Bin. You're blaming me for all this. Go to hell. Shia turned around and was about to leave. Her heart was already cold from that moment on. You bitch, you want to run? Zhang Bin rushed over, grabbed Shia by the hair and dragged her back, slapping her around wildly. You caused a big mess, ruined my family, and now you want to get away with it? Ah! Shia was beaten and screamed continuously. She looked at Linley, thinking that he would save her out of old feelings. But Linley was unmoved, not even looking at him. A wave of despair washed over her. 2 streams of hot tears gushed out like a flood. Yuan Ying couldn't bear to watch any longer. Whoever it was, let go of her. Even if it was her fault, you shouldn't have hit her. Since Mr. Lin had spoken, it was useless to beat her to death. Zhang Bin was stopped. Zhang Feihua saw that there was no room for negotiation, so he tore off his mask and said coldly to Linley, Mr. Lin, you unilaterally broke the contract. According to the contract, you have to pay a penalty of 60 million yuan. With 60 million in transition, even without Yunlong Electronics, he can keep the company going. Without Yunlong Electronics, there are other companies. At worst, he can expand his business again. Ha! Linley laughed for a moment, thinking that it was a lot. Ding, the host has triggered a selection, and the options are being loaded. Loaded successfully. Option 1, pay a penalty of 60 million and receive 1 billion soft coins as a reward. Option 2, refuse to pay the penalty, and be rewarded with 100 million soft girl coins. Without thinking, Linley decisively said, I choose 1. I have billions of my own, so how can I default on a mere 60 million? That would be embarrassing. Ding, the choice is complete. The host has obtained 1 billion soft girl coins and now has 6.4 billion in wealth. Linley was delighted. Earning 10 billion with just 60 million was simply a windfall. If this good thing happens a few more times, I'll be able to sleep on money in the future. Ahem. Linley cleared his throat and said, is that all? I thought it was 600 million. I was going to have you pick it up at my company tomorrow. 60 million. In that case, I'll transfer it to you now, so you don't have to waste gas money by making another trip tomorrow. The bosses present were stunned. 60 million, not 6,000, so casual? Yuan Ying also looked at Linley with fascination. He was really a talented person. Did the big boss spend money so easily? The finance manager, Wang Yifan, was not there. If he had been, he would have definitely sent him to the emergency room. Zhang Feihua saw Linley's decisiveness and decisively asked the finance department for the account number. Linley didn't bother to write anything down, and directly transferred 60 million yuan using his mobile phone. Soon, the news came from Feihua Company's finance department that the 60 million yuan had arrived. After hearing the news, Zhang Feihua was silent. After Linley had transferred the money, he was ready to leave, but then suddenly thought of something and turned back to the managers present and said, you all are partners of Feihua Company, right? If you want to be friends with me, you can now terminate your contract with Feihua Company. I will pay the penalty, and in addition, I will give each of you an extra 10 million yuan as compensation. What do you think? Of course, I won't force you. If you want to continue to cooperate with Feihua Company, I won't force you either. The scene suddenly fell silent, but in less than 3 seconds, the boss immediately said, I'm willing to be friends with Mr. Lin. Zhang Feihua, I'm officially notifying you that our contract is over. Zhang Feihua, Mr. Li. No. Zhang Feihua, I also want to inform you that our contract is also over. Zhang Feihua. At that moment, all the bosses present expressed their intention to terminate their contracts with Zhang Feihua. Zhang Feihua was completely paralyzed, and the only trace of joy he had felt earlier was gone. At this moment, one person stood up. Mr. Zhang, you owe our bank a loan of 100 million yuan, and it's time to pay it back. Zhang Feihua was almost crazy, and his look at Linley's face also became extremely ferocious. Linley, don't be too much of a bully. Linley said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, I promised your son yesterday that I would make your whole family homeless.
You don't know me, I don't like to break my promises.
Zhang Feihua's eyes widened.
You. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and he fainted. Director Yuan, let's go.
Lin Li shook his head and left with Yuan Ying.
As soon as Lin Li left, the remaining executives also left.
In a short time, the entire banquet hall was left with the Zhang family and their secretary.
Shia also disappeared in the crowd. Mr. Lin, you were so handsome just now. As soon as she walked out of the hotel, Yuan Ying had a look of obsession on her face.
Since she was in college, all the men who had been interested in her had been around her, and even now that she was working, the men who liked her were all the same. None of them had ever been like Lin Li, who had instantly conquered her with such courage. At this moment, she realized what kind of man she needed.
Really? I think I'm handsome too. Lin Li laughed.
Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. After just a few steps, Yuan Ying's stomach started to rumble. She hadn't eaten anything since she got off work, and she thought she would be able to eat something good at the dinner party, but she hadn't even had a sip of water.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I'm so rude. Yuan Ying's face flushed. I should be the one to apologize. I haven't eaten either, so why don't we eat together? I'll take you home later. Lin Li said. Okay. Yuan Ying nodded like a little bird. After getting into the car, the two quickly left. In the corner of the distance, Shia watched the two figures and was in tears. The passenger seat that should have been hers was now occupied by someone else. I must get back everything that belongs to me. Chapter 17, Blue Sea International Hotel. The Bugatti Veyron is a very eye-catching car on the road. It is impossible to keep a low profile. Countless passers-by turn to look, and street photographers snap away. Handsome men and beautiful women are even more envied. Yuan Ying sat in the car enjoying the envious looks of passers-by and was in a great mood. It turns out that being rich is so great, no wonder people would kill to be rich. Seeing the thick thighs of the driver next to her, Yuan Ying had a firm goal. What do you want to eat? Lin Li turned his head and looked at Yuan Ying. I don't know either. I'll eat whatever you eat. Yuan Ying said in a little bit of a panic. This was the first time she had gone out to dinner with a local tyrant. Well, then. Ding, the host has triggered a choice, the options are loading. Loaded successfully. Choice 1, go to a regular food stall, 5 points awarded for physical fitness. Option 2, go to a high-end hotel and get 1 billion soft girl coins. Lin Li's current physical fitness has reached the level of an ordinary person, so 5 points of physical fitness is not attractive to him at all. On the contrary, the charm of 1 billion soft girl coins is much greater. I choose option 2. Lin Li thought to himself. Ding, selection complete, the host has obtained 10 billion soft sister coins and has 7.34 billion in wealth. Lin Lian smiled. It really is a god-level selection system, always giving benefits anytime, anywhere. He then increased the gas pedal under his feet. Build a house. Qian Family Manor. Qian Henian was practicing golf at his own golf course when he learned that Lin Li had terminated his contract with Feihua and asked other companies to terminate their contracts with Feihua and help others pay the penalty. Blue Ocean International Hotel. It is one of the most prestigious 5-star hotels in Suzhou. Because of its luxurious appearance, the entire building is golden, almost like a mountain of gold. Needless to say, when people walk in, they will faint directly because of the luxuriousness, which is unbelievable. Accommodation, dining, leisure, entertainment, sports, everything is available, and it is impossible to play around for 3 or 5 days without a rest. The average per capita spending on food and drink is 2,000 yuan, and the average room rate is 5,000 to 21,000 yuan per night. The most expensive room is the presidential suite, which costs 181,000 yuan per night. Despite this, there are still plenty of people who come here to spend money. Because those who can afford to come here are all top domestic and foreign tycoons. Lin Li brought Yuan Ying here. As soon as they turned the corner, Yuan Ying was shocked. Mr. Lin, are we here? She had never dared to dream of coming here in her life, and seeing Lin Li's indifferent expression, Yuan Ying also felt a flutter in her heart. It really is a top-level tycoon, who can come to a place like this for a casual meal.
The reason why Linley came here was because this hotel was relatively close to where he went to high school, and he often passed by here. At that time, he secretly set a small goal for himself. After graduating from college and making money, he would definitely bring Shia here to have a meal and experience the life of the rich. Unfortunately, things have changed. Shia is now with someone else, and he himself has not graduated from college. Fortunately, he is now a rich man, and he has Shia by his side, but he has come to another beauty.
Yes, this is it.
Linley nodded and drove the car directly to the hotel porch.
He didn't even need to turn off the car, he just got out and a concierge immediately asked, "Are you here for dinner or accommodation?" "We're here for dinner," Linley said. "Chinese food?"
The receptionist asked softly.
"Yes." Linley nodded. "Okay, please follow me." The receptionist led them to the elevator. Yuan Ying didn't dare to speak once she entered the hotel, and kept looking around.
She was dazzled when she first entered the hotel, and if it weren't for the hand holding Linley's sleeve, she would have been unable to tell which way was north, south, east or west. Linley was actually very nervous. After all, it was his first time in such a luxurious place, but he had to stay calm and not let others see that he was a nouveau riche.
The receptionist led them to a private room on the second floor.
Even though there were only 2 people, the room was still very large enough to seat 20 people.
There was no way around it. This was the Blue Ocean International Hotel style. The smallest room was like this. Even if one person was eating, it was still such a large room. Linley and Yuan Ying sat at the head of the table, and soon a waiter brought 2 menus, one for each of them. "Manager Yuan, feel free to order whatever you like,"
Linley said with a hearty laugh.
"Well, let me take a look first."
Yuan Ying had just opened the gold-plated menu when she was immediately shocked by the prices inside. After flipping through a few pages, she didn't dare to open her mouth.
"You order, I can eat whatever you order." Yuan Ying closed the menu and then obediently remained motionless. "Okay." Linley casually opened the menu. He didn't know what to order either. He had never eaten any of the food in the menu, and he didn't know what was good just by looking at the pictures.
"Sir, all the ingredients in our hotel are the best from home and abroad, and they are all the most essential parts."
Linley nodded.
Of course he knew that, otherwise he wouldn't be able to afford a dish that costs thousands of dollars.
"How about this, this, and this, and this, and this?" "That's about it." Linley pointed at the menu and ordered whatever was expensive. "Okay, do you need any more drinks?" the waiter asked after writing down the order. "A bottle of 45-year-old candy."
Linley thought for a moment and said. But he wasn't sure if the hotel would have it, because 45-year-old candy is very rare. He knew about it because his mother had told him about high-end foreign red wine when he was a child. He had wondered how his mother knew so much about it, but now he thought that his mother had been a rich second-generation child and naturally knew about such things. "Sir, a bottle of 45-year-old candy is 3 million.
The waiter was shocked and immediately reminded him.
There are only 9 bottles of 45-year-old candy in their hotel, and the owner uses them as a reserve. Since the hotel opened, only 2 bottles have been sold, and none in the last 3 years. Now that someone has ordered candy, she is really surprised.
"Mr. Lin, isn't it too expensive?" Yuan Ying's body trembled. 3 million for a bottle, if you drink it, you might become immortal. Is the daily life of the local tyrants really that awesome? Linley waved his hand, "It's not expensive." "Okay, sir, I'll go down and get ready." The waitress left in a panic, looking at Linley's clothes. She didn't look like a top-level rich person, but she could definitely walk into the hotel, and she must be someone important, so she had to report to the manager. After the waiter left, Yuan Ying finally let out a sigh of relief. Ever since she walked into the hotel, she had felt like a bumpkin. "Mr. Lin, this meal is going to cost a lot of money, isn't it a waste?" Yuan Ying said carefully, "A bottle of wine alone is 3 million, plus the dishes that Linley ordered." She glanced at them and they were all dishes that cost tens of thousands of dollars, at least 500,000 to 600,000 for 7 or 8 dishes. "Oh my god, a meal costs 3 to 4 million. Yuan Ying looked down at herself and thought that she wouldn't have that much money even if she sold herself. "Director Yuan, money is like stinky shit. The more you look at it, the less you have," Linley said with a smile. Yuan Ying. Chapter 18, You're a Demon.
Soon after, a waitress came in with a female manager in a business suit. "Hello, sir, your 45-year-old Candy is here." The female manager placed the candy in her hands and walked briskly to Linley to put the wine in front of him. Yuan Ying stared at the wine, and if she wasn't with Linley, she probably would never have the opportunity to see such expensive wine in her life. At this moment, she really wanted to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments, but she was too embarrassed to do so, so she could only watch helplessly. Linley glanced at it and nodded, "Open it." The female manager looked embarrassed. "What's wrong?" Linley noticed the manager's expression and asked. "Sir, this is the case. This wine is quite expensive, so the hotel rules state that guests must pay no less than 1/3 of the price in advance before we can open the wine." The female manager said apologetically. "What kind of shitty hotel is this that has such unreasonable rules? To put it bluntly, it's just afraid that I don't have the money to pay the bill," Linley said unhappily. Yuan Ying was also slightly dissatisfied. She even suspected that this was not a hotel rule, but something the manager had come up with on the spot. This was obviously looking down on people. "Do you know who he is?" The female manager apologized and said, "I'm really sorry, but this is the hotel's rule." Although Linley was dissatisfied, he didn't want to make things difficult for the female manager, who didn't seem to be lying, so he asked, "How many 45-year-old Candid do you have in your hotel?" "Ah." The female manager didn't react at first. "I asked how many 45-year-old Candid bottles you have in the hotel." Linley asked again with patience. "Oh, excluding this one, there are 6 more." The female manager finally came to her senses. 21,021,000, okay, I'll take it all. I'll pay with my credit card now." Linley didn't want to waste any more time, so he took out his Longye credit card and handed it to the manager. "All of it?" The female manager was still a little skeptical as she took the card. 21 million, that's a lot of money." "Nonsense, I want them all." "Take them all to the car park. The Bugatti with the license plate 5999 is mine." "Okay, you can all go now." Linley waved his hand and ordered. "Yes, sir. I'll go and get it right away." The female manager left in a daze. She had worked here for several years, from waitress to manager, and had seen all kinds of rich people, but this was the first time she had seen anyone like him. The female manager took the bank card to the cashier and swiped it. 21 million, the transaction was successful. "Gee, that's really inhuman." The female manager muttered to herself, and then personally took the wine to Linley's car. In the private room, Linley's order had already been served. The 45-year-old Kanda was also opened. "Come, Manager Yuan, have a drink with me." Linley didn't let the waiter serve him, but poured the wine for Yuan Ying himself. Yuan Ying was a little flattered. She shouldn't have let Linley pour her a drink, but her hands and feet were shaking so much that she was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold the bottle. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." "Director Yuan, don't be nervous. There are no strangers here. Just think of it as if you were eating in the company cafeteria." Linley noticed that Yuan Ying was nervous and comforted her. Cough. Hearing this, Yuan Ying almost sputtered. It was impossible to stay calm while eating hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of food and drinking millions of dollars worth of wine. "Mr. Lin, do rich people always eat like this?" Linley shook his head embarrassedly. "It's not often that he does this. Let's not talk about it. Let's drink." Suzhou University. Girls' dormitory. Xiaoya burst into tears as soon as she returned to the dormitory. Her roommate, Xinyan, was shocked and asked her, "Xiaoya, didn't you go to the dinner with Zhang Bin? Why are you crying? Did Zhang Bin bully you?" Sobbing. Xiaoya cried even more when she heard this. Xinyan panicked. It seemed that the matter was very serious. How could a nice dinner turn out like this? "Xiaoya, tell me how Zhang Bin bullied you, and I'll help you find him," Xinyan said with a heroic air. Xiaoya cried, and her voice finally became smaller. Maybe she was tired of crying. It wasn't him, either. In fact, compared to the few times Zhang Bin hit her, what she was more upset about was missing Linley. She shouldn't have broken up with Linley. "Xiaoya, what are you trying to say? What is he and what is he not? Who bullied you?" Xinyan was turning around in circles in a panic.
Swallow, I regret it.
I shouldn't have broken up with Lin Li. Shia could only reveal her innermost thoughts to Shen Yan. But Shen Yan was confused.
What is there to regret?
Lin Li is just a poor worker, and Zhang Bin is Prince Charming.
No, it's not. Xiaoya kept shaking her head. He's Qian Henian's grandson, his grandson. Qian Henian? Shen Yan was puzzled. The name sounded familiar.
He is the chairman of Longtem Group, and Lin Li is his grandson.
Xiaoya felt 1,000 regrets in her heart. He is Qian He's grandson?
Shen Yan was also shocked, but it didn't look like it.
Where did he get the slightest bit of the temperament of a rich man?
Shen Yan had met Lin Li a few times, and he looked like an ordinary guy.
Xiaoya was depressed to death. I think so too, but he is just like that. Now Yunlong Electronics has terminated its cooperation with the Zheng family.
Not only that, Lin Li has also asked all other partners to terminate their cooperation with the Zheng family.
Ah? Shen Yan was shocked. It's over.
Zhang Bin is a jinx.
Xiaoya, what are you going to do next?
Maybe you can go to Lin Li and apologize, and maybe you can still salvage the situation. After all, you two have been dating since high school, and Lin Li can't help but remember the old days.
Xiaoya thought the same way.
She knew that Lin Li was a sentimental person, and as long as she was willing to apologize, he would definitely forgive her.
On the other side,
Lin Li and Yuan Ying had unknowingly finished a bottle of 3 million yuan worth of wine.
Mr. Lin, do you think I look pretty? Yuan Ying's face was flushed and she was obviously drunk. You are beautiful.
Lin Li said the truth. Yuan Ying looked at Lin Li with sparkling eyes, as if admiring a work of art, and slowly said, Mr. Lin, I know you are drowning your sorrows in alcohol today because your girlfriend has been cheated on and you are feeling bad, but you have to think about it. You have lost a tree, but gained a forest.
Look, you are in front of a big forest. Yuan Ying waved her hands in front of Lin Li. Really? Lin Li was feeling mixed.
It was hard not to be upset when seeing his beloved woman being hugged by someone else, but Yuan Ying was right.
People should look forward. Mr. Lin, it's getting dark. I'm a little sleepy. Yuan Ying breathed in his ear like a fragrant orchid.
Lin Li was excited and his whole body was burning hot.
He realized that Yuan Ying was so charming.
He had only been thinking about Shia before, but now that he looked back, he realized that he had missed out on many beautiful women.
Mr. Lin, why don't you sleep here tonight? It's Saturday tomorrow anyway.
Yuan Ying looked at Lin Li with a pout on her lips and a dreamy look in her eyes. It would be a shame not to stay in such a good hotel for one night.
Lin Li's heart trembled, and he thought to himself, you little demon, are you trying to sleep with me?
Ding, the host has triggered a choice, and the options are being loaded.
Chapter 19, A Night Full of Temptation.
Ding, the host has triggered a choice, and the options are being loaded.
Loaded successfully. Choice 1, agree to check into a hotel room and receive a beginner's perspective.
Option 2, refuse to stay in a hotel room and receive a reward for basic medical skills. After the system voice fell, Lin Li was obviously much more awake and immediately made a decision.
X-ray, what's there to hesitate about? I choose 1.
Lin Li said decisively. Ding, selection complete, the host gains the skill of elementary perspective. Afterwards, a trace of coolness flashed in Lin Li's eyes, and his eyes were clearer than before. The next second, Lin Li looked at Yuan Ying beside him, and his heart moved. A flash of light seemed to have flashed in his eyes, and then he saw something he shouldn't have seen.
Black, with lace trim.
Lin Li didn't expect that Yuan Ying, who looked pure and sweet on the outside, was actually so wild on the inside.
Mr. Lin, why are you looking at me like that? Yuan Ying noticed Lin Li's gaze and became even more shy. Cough.
Lin Li cleared his throat and said with a righteous air, Director Yuan's proposal is very good. It's a pity that such a good hotel can't just be eaten.
Yuan Ying nodded like a chicken pecking rice.
Lin Li called the waiter and said lightly, help me open a presidential suite. Sir, our presidential suite is 181,000 yuan per night. The waiter explained as a matter of routine.
Open.
Lin Li said without thinking. It's only 180,000, a drop in the bucket, not worth mentioning.
Yuan Ying was surprised.
She had originally thought that it would be good enough to stay in a regular room. After all, it was still several thousand yuan a night, which would be enough for her to brag about later. Now Linley has asked for a presidential suite for 180,000 yuan a night, which is going to drive her crazy. It will cost her a year's salary to stay there for one night.
Mr. Lin, isn't it a bit too expensive? Actually, a regular room will do. Yuan Ying suggested in a low voice. Expensive? I don't think so.
Linley said without a care in the world, and then waved to the waiter, go.
The waiter responded and quickly went to check in.
Soon, the waiter had the room ready and led them to the presidential suite on the 8th floor. Stepping onto the luxurious corridor, Linley felt his feet go soft. Yuan Ying also fell on him, and when she looked down, she saw that even the carpet was made of wool.
As soon as they entered the room, they saw a huge living room with luxurious facilities.
It felt like they would be doing it a disservice if they didn't talk about a few $100 billion worth of business.
After the room attendant left, Yuan Ying almost fell to the ground. Is this the legendary presidential suite? It's so luxurious.
Wow, the floor-to-ceiling windows are so big, at least 100 square meters.
Wow, this bathtub is even bigger than my bed.
Wow, there's also a bar, a gym, a study, and my goodness, there's even a walk-in closet.
This is a sweat room? Am I dreaming? Mr. Lin, pinch me. I feel a little dizzy.
Yuan Ying lay on the bed in the master bedroom, feeling as if she were floating in the clouds.
It all seemed so unreal.
Linley also took a look around the rooms.
He was just as excited as Yuan Ying, but he didn't show it as much. Mr. Lin.
Yuan Ying got up from the bed, came to the living room, and wiggled her finger, tempting him. Mr. Lin, I'm going to take a bath.
Do you want to?
Linley shook his head and said to himself, demon.
Humph, you coward. Yuan Ying let out a little sigh, and then went to take a bath by herself.
Linley let out a sigh of relief, turned his head to look at the night view outside, and was momentarily overcome by melancholy.
If Shia hadn't broken up with him, the one soaking in the bathtub right now would be her, wouldn't it? Mr. Lin, it's so comfortable here, do you want to join me?
Yuan Ying's voice came from the bathroom.
Okay, I'll be right there. Don't yell at me later.
Linley got up and said with a joke. Suddenly, there was no sound in the bathroom. Linley walked to the door and said, Director Yuan, I heard that you haven't had a boyfriend yet.
Is that true?
There was still no sound in the bathroom.
Director Yuan, don't worry, I won't go in. Linley thought that Yuan Ying was afraid.
However, soon he felt something was wrong.
Manager Yuan? Yuan Ying? Are you okay? Yuan.
Linley knocked on the door, but there was still no sound from inside.
Is something wrong? Yuan Ying had drunk a lot that night, and red wine has a strong aftertaste. The bathtub inside is even bigger than the bed. What if?
Linley was shocked and hesitated whether to break in. Ding, the host has triggered a choice, the options are being loaded.
Loaded successfully.
Choice 1, enter the bathroom, reward 10 points for physical fitness. Option 2, continue calling, reward 5 points of intelligence. The situation was urgent, so Linley didn't think much about it and said directly, I choose 1.
Ding, the selection is complete.
The host gains 10 physical fitness points. Currently, he has 70 physical fitness points, which is beyond the average person.
The next second, Linley felt that there were obvious changes in all aspects of his body. Director Yuan, I'm in.
After saying that, Linley opened the door and then froze for a moment.
Yuan Ying was wrapped in a white bathrobe, her breasts half exposed, and her long, snow-white legs were even straighter than a pencil. Damn!
Linley quickly came out of the bathroom and said in a depressed tone, Why didn't you say yes when I asked you just now?
I didn't hear you. Yuan Ying smiled and blushed. She actually laughed at Linley. Mr. Lin, you seem to be shy. Linley was so angry that he didn't say anything.
This woman was deliberately trying to seduce him.
I'm shy?
You think I'm young, but I've seen all kinds of women. Linley said with a hard tone, and then he snorted. I heard that Supervisor Yuan hasn't had a boyfriend yet, but I don't think that's true. Yuan Ying was so angry when she heard this that she walked up to Linley and said in a sweet voice, Who says it doesn't look like it?
I've always been.
She wanted to say with a straight face that she had never had a boyfriend and was still a virgin, but she always felt that something was wrong. She was about to be 25 and had never had a boyfriend.
Wouldn't that make people laugh? Oomph, you can't say it, can you?
Linley walked over to the sofa and sat down proudly.
I've never had a boyfriend. Yuan Ying admitted with a smile, since there was no one else here but Linley. I don't know if you're telling the truth.
Linley shrugged.
Then you tell me, how do I prove it?
Yuan Ying blushed. It didn't matter if she was misunderstood by others, but it was bad if she was misunderstood by Linley. After all, she wanted to cling to this thick thigh.
Unless. Linley's eyes began to wander over Yuan Ying's body. Feeling Linley's gaze, Yuan Ying subconsciously covered herself, blushing and saying, "Do you really have to do this? So soon? I'm not ready yet."
Linley raised his eyebrows.
Do you need to prepare? Yuan Ying looked at Linley blankly. Is it tonight? Isn't it too soon?
I'll wait for you in the bedroom.
Yuan Ying bit her lip and ran to the bedroom. Chapter 20, Lanxin.
Linley took a bath and walked to the door of Yuan Ying's room. The door was not closed, but Yuan Ying was already asleep. Linley smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth, walked in, tucked her into the quilt, and then went to the next room. There was no word exchanged that night.
The next morning,
after Linley got up, he found that Yuan Ying was still sleeping soundly, so he didn't disturb her.
He left a note in the living room and went downstairs.
At the front desk, Linley had just become a VIP member after paying 10 million yuan and was about to leave when he suddenly saw a familiar face in the lounge talking on the phone.
Director Chen, I'm already here. Yes, I'm in the hotel lobby. Are you here yet? I'll treat you to dinner. Ah. Chen, this is not a good idea. Director Chen. Director Chen.
The phone hung up, and Linley walked over.
Are you Lanxin? And you are? The woman on the phone asked curiously. My name is Linley, I'm a fan of yours.
Linley said excitedly.
2 years ago, he met Lanxin in a palace drama.
At the time, she played a small role as a concubine who was not favored by the emperor. Although it was a small role, it was played very well by Lanxin. When Linley first saw her, he was attracted to her and fell in love with her. When the TV series was popular, Lan Xian was a little popular for a while, but it soon died down, and there was no news of her. I didn't expect to run into her here today. I heard her talking on the phone just now, and it sounded like she was meeting with the director, but from the look on her face, it didn't seem like things were going well.
Fan?
Lanxin was surprised to hear the word fan. She never thought she had fans, and that they had recognized her. She was so moved that she almost burst into tears.
Hello.
Lanxin was excited, but also a little embarrassed. In the past 2 years, she had not been able to get a role except for bit parts, and she felt that her current situation was a bit disappointing to her fans. She had contacted a powerful director a few days ago and he had promised her a role, but this director was famous in the industry for his hidden rules. He just asked her to go to his room. Lan Xian, of course, knew the director's intentions, but she didn't want to trade her body for a role.
Can I invite you to dinner? Right now.
Linley said, looking at Lan Xian with anticipation.
Lan Xian smiled and gently declined. I'm sorry, I may not have much time. Linley thought for a moment and said sincerely, I know you are in trouble, I can help you. You? Lan Xian looked him up and down. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and didn't look like a person of status, but he could appear in a 5-star hotel, so he must not be an ordinary person. For a moment, Lan Xian was a little unsure about Linley, but she was sure of one thing, Linley was definitely not a bad person, because his eyes were clear and free of the filth of the world. Right. Linley nodded and then revealed his identity. After hearing this, Lan Xian almost fainted. As a native of Suzhou, how could she not know what kind of person Qian Hinian was? He is a top billionaire with a market value of trillions of dollars, and his name is on the international wealth rankings. His grandson is also a very powerful presence. Lan Xian never imagined that she would have such a wealthy fan. Linley successfully convinced Lan Xian with his superhuman charm. Why don't we go to the restaurant and sit down and chat? Linley suggested. Yes. Lanxin nodded happily. The grandson of the richest man in the world must be given face. The two then went to a tea restaurant. It was breakfast time, and there were many people in the restaurant. The two of them found a vacant seat and sat down. After ordering a few dishes, Linley asked about the director of the film. Lan Xin did not hide anything and told Linley everything about this matter. She wanted to talk to someone anyway. So that's it. This director Chen is really despicable. Linley was so angry that he almost smashed the table. He had to admit that Lan Xin was naturally beautiful and indeed looked good. She was at least a 9.5 point girl, so it was no wonder that director Chen would use the role to implicitly rule her. Lan Xin hasn't received any roles in the past 2 years, probably because she refuses to accept the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. Linley clearly remembers that 2 years ago, there was a small role in the play that was similar to Lan Xin, and later it was rumored that she had an affair with the director, and now she is doing very well. Ding, the host has triggered a choice, and the options are being loaded. Loading successful. Choice 1, plan it yourself and make Lan Xin a star. Reward, 10 billion in cash and 10 points in intelligence. Option 2, go to the director and get Lan Xin a role. Reward, 10 billion in cash and 10 points in physical fitness. Linley frowned. The rewards for the two options were almost the same, but asking a director who was following the rules of the game to help him was something he couldn't do. In contrast, personally promoting Lan Xin is what he wants most. Even if there is no reward, he will choose option 1 without hesitation. I choose option 1. Ding, selection completed, the host gains 10 billion in cash and 10 points in intelligence. Current wealth is 17.34 billion, intelligence is 110. In an instant, Linley felt a burst of pain in his head, which then disappeared. He then found that his mind was much clearer, and he could now understand many things that he had previously been unable to understand. Linley was overjoyed. Raising IQ was so refreshing. Friendly reminder, the host's wealth has exceeded 10 billion, and the upgrade function has been successfully activated. You can use your current wealth to upgrade your current skills. It only takes 1 billion to upgrade a basic skill to an intermediate skill, 10 billion to upgrade an intermediate skill to an advanced skill, and 100 billion to upgrade an advanced skill to a god-level skill. In addition, every 10 billion can be exchanged for 5 attributes. Linley was shocked. It can be done like this. He quickly checked his personal panel. Host, Linley. Age, 19. Physical fitness, 70, average for ordinary people is 60. Strength, 60, average for ordinary people is 70. Spirit, 80, average for ordinary people is 60. Charisma, 70, average for ordinary people is 40. Intelligence, 110, average for ordinary people is 95. Wealth, 17.34 billion. Skills, intermediate mind reading, advanced martial arts, masterful car driving, beginner level X-ray vision. After seeing his own panel, Linley felt that his cash was not enough, so he did not plan to upgrade his skills at the moment. Accumulating cash was the most important thing. Lan Xin, do you have a brokerage company now? Linley asked. No. Lan Xin shook her head. She had just graduated this year and was looking for a company to sign her. 2 years ago, a company wanted to sign her, but the requirements were too strange, so she refused. Linley looked at Lan Xin and said with a serious face, Lan Xin, I have a bold idea. What idea? Lan Xin asked curiously. I want to make you a star. Linley clenched his fists, looking determined. Lan Xin was full of surprise. To say that with Linley's family background, it is nothing to make someone famous, but it all came so suddenly that she felt unreal. It's like you're walking down the street when someone suddenly tells you that you've won 5 million yuan and you should come with them to claim the prize. It's too fantastic. Linley saw that Lan Xin was hesitant, so he said, Don't you trust me? Lan Xin shook her head repeatedly and explained, No, I just feel like this is all too good to be true. It's too good to be true, it's like a dream. Chapter 21 Lan Xin is on fire. So how are you going to make me famous? After calming down, Lan Xin asked curiously. Do you have time today? We'll start right now. Within 3 days, I guarantee you'll be all over the internet. Linley said with conviction. After his IQ had risen, Linley found that it was much easier to think about things.
He already had a plan in mind for how to make Lan Xin famous.
3 days? Isn't that too fast? Lan Xin was shocked. If that was the case, it would definitely cost a lot of money.
She also knew that many people in the entertainment industry became overnight sensations because their rich fathers were behind them, throwing money around.
Linley must be doing the same thing. Is it fast?
I think it's too slow, but it's my first time doing it, so it might not go so smoothly.
Linley said. Oh. Lan Xin nodded. After breakfast, Linley took Lan Xin to the parking lot.
Seeing that the surroundings were good, he asked Lan Xin to dance for 15 seconds.
Linley was very satisfied with the sweet performance of Lan Xin in the video.
After adding the appropriate music, Linley clicked publish.
Is this okay?
Lan Xin was a little skeptical. She had posted short videos before, and each time she got 300 to 500 likes. She had posted hundreds of videos, but none of them had gone viral.
This definitely won't work. Linley smiled lightly and then added 2 million to the account.
Linley usually watches short videos and has a certain understanding of the platform rules. In the past, if the video was good, it would go viral, but now it doesn't.
Everyone is buying likes and views, so the platform will naturally show users the videos with more likes and views first.
Those who haven't bought any will have to rely on luck if they want to go viral. Linley doesn't lack money now, so he directly added 2 million. Daojia can only invest up to 200,000 yuan at a time, and it is expected to reach 10 million users within 24 hours. Linley prepared for 10 days of popularity, and he didn't believe that a video that was seen by 10 million users every day wouldn't become popular. After all this, Linley put away his phone and waited for Lan Xin's video to ferment online.
On second thought, one video is definitely not enough. Lan Xin, where do you live now? I'll go back with you. Bring some clothes and we'll shoot some more videos. Linley said.
I live in Jingtai community, not far from here.
Lan Xin nodded. The two hit it off immediately, and Linley drove Lan Xin in his Bugatti to Jingtai community.
Lan Xin did not live with her parents, and this was a house she had rented temporarily.
The house is a bit small, so you can sit anywhere you like. Lan Xin led Linley into the house.
The 50-plus square meter house was spacious enough for her to live alone, but in front of a rich man like Linley, it was too small, probably not even as big as someone else's toilet. Linley was also very polite, sitting down on the sofa, while Lan Xin went to the bedroom to pack her clothes. After a while, Lan Xin came out with a suitcase.
Okay, let's go.
Lan Xin said sweetly. Next, Linley took her to several streets in Suzhou and filmed videos, and they were busy until almost noon. In the presidential suite of the Blue Sea Hotel, Yuan Ying woke up and found that Linley was not in the room. Looking at herself, she was unharmed, and she was anxious and angry.
Really, is it because I don't have enough charm? Yuan Ying glanced at the towel and realized that it was not small.
Soon, she found another note on the table in the living room.
Director Yuan, have a good weekend. I've left the room open until noon tomorrow.
You have a good rest.
Linley. He.
Yuan Ying had thought that it was almost noon and that she had to check out, but she didn't expect to be able to stay until noon the next day.
In the afternoon.
The first video posted by Linley has already had some initial success. In just a few hours, it has been viewed over 3 million times, received 300,000 likes, 140,000 comments, and 150,000 followers.
Immediately after, Linley released his second video.
Within a minute, there were already hundreds of likes, and various comments about wanting to marry her as a wife followed. He took advantage of the opportunity and invested another 200,000 yuan in Douyin. An hour later, the number of likes on the second video exceeded 500,000, and it immediately became a hot topic on Douyin. Nowadays, young girls don't have any morals, they just lie and sneak up on grandpa's welfare.
Dog head. I'll give you a chance. Come after me. Giggling. Daughter-in-law, come home to feed the baby. The baby misses you. Grins. How did she become so popular?
She's everywhere, but she's quite pretty.
I love her. Flowers. Is that a Bugatti Veyron Grande Vitesse? Looks like a rich girl. Let's get to the point. I've already cleaned up. When will you show your hand, little sister? Refills, refills, refills. Isn't that the one from that TV series? She's so sweet, she's killing me. I'm in love. I'm in love. Crazy, crazy. The next day, Linley posted 2 more videos. Once again, it exploded across the entire network. In 2 days, it gained 5 million followers. Many people began to use Lanxin's video as their screensaver, and many self-media people also began to talk about various topics around Lanxin. After all, it would be a shame not to take advantage of such a big wave of popularity. Lan Xin was so happy to see her popularity that she was almost crazy. In the past 2 days, many of her classmates have called her to invite her to dinner, and many directors have also called her, including Director Chen. But she only wants to have dinner with Linley. At this moment, in front of Yunlong Electronics Company. Security guard, I beg you, let me in, okay? Shia didn't go to class today and has been hanging around the door since 8 a.m. If Linley hadn't called ahead, the security guard would have already kicked her out. Miss, Mr. Lin won't see you. If I let you in, I'll have to pack up and leave. So please don't make things difficult for me. The security guard had been patiently persuading her all morning, and his throat was hoarse. Shia was not discouraged. Fine, if he won't see me, then I'll just wait here forever. I don't believe he'll be a coward for the rest of his life. In the past 2 days, Shia has been apologizing to Linley on WeChat, sending hundreds of messages, but Linley has not replied. She believes that Linley has not deleted her as a friend, and has not blocked her, which shows that he still has feelings for her. As long as she repents sincerely, Linley will definitely forgive her. The security guard gave up and went back to the security booth to report the situation to Linley. In the general manager's office, after Linley hung up the phone, he was also very distressed. Shia told him in WeChat that she had not had sex with Zhang Bin, that she was still a virgin, and that she had not kissed Zhang Bin. Linley believed what Shia said. However, the change in Shia made him feel strange. Shia used to be the ideal type, but now she is the realistic type. Linley knew that there was nothing wrong with being realistic, but he was still unhappy. Why didn't you love me when I was poor, but now that I'm rich, you're crying and wailing and coming back? Ding, the host has triggered a choice. The options are being loaded. Load successful. Choice 1, refuse to see Shia, reward for basic medical skills. Option 2, agree to see Shia, reward advanced mind reading. Advanced mind reading? Lin Li was delighted. This is something he can do. I was just hesitating whether to meet Shia and put an end to the matter once and for all, but now that I have the reward of advanced mind reading, I no longer hesitate. I choose option 2. Ding, selection complete, the host gains the skill advanced mind reading, and now has other skills, advanced fighting arts, god-level car driving skills, and basic x-ray vision. Linley felt a sense of disappointment. Since Shia likes money, then I'll just give it to her. So he dialed the security booth. Let her in. Chapter 22. Save it for your new love. Miss, Mr. Lin wants you to come in. The security guard said to Shia after receiving Linley's call. Thank you. Shia was overjoyed that Linley had finally agreed to see her. She ran all the way to the office building and, following the instructions of the receptionist, arrived at the door of Linley's office. Why are you still standing at the door when you're already here? Linley didn't see Shia, but he knew she was at the door. Hearing Linley's voice, Shia lowered her head and walked into Linley's office. Sit down. Linley said calmly. Shia had been quite aggressive at the door, but when she actually faced Linley, she lost all her momentum. She didn't even know how to start, and could only lower her head. Linley was going through the documents and was waiting for her to speak. After a while, Shia kept rubbing the corner of her clothes, but she didn't say a word. Linley was really impatient and said, Shia, if there's nothing else, you can leave first. No, I have something to say. Shia finally summoned up the courage to say with a firm gaze, Linley, I'm sorry. I know I've caused you pain. Can you forgive me? I'll do anything you want. Linley laughed without emotion. Shia, we are over. The pain you brought me has already been healed by someone else. As for forgiving you, well, I actually forgave you a long time ago. You don't need to blame yourself, and I don't need you to do anything for me. No, Linley, you're lying. You still love me, don't you? I know you're sentimental. You once said that you would only love me for the rest of your life. Shia said anxiously.
She didn't believe that Linley would let go of this relationship so easily. Linley shook his head in silence. It was useless to talk about this now. Shia, your worldview has changed.
You don't want pure love anymore. You now.
Oh, no, you've always wanted to live the life of a rich person.
As for love, that's all additional. Shia also admitted frankly, yes, I like money because I'm afraid of being poor. Is that wrong? If I think you can't give me the life I want, is it wrong for me to leave you? So, why are you looking for me again? Linley asked in return. Who told you that you suddenly have money again? Shia retorted in a low voice. Linley laughed and took out a bank card from the drawer.
Shia, I don't want to be angry with you because of our past.
From now on, let's not see each other again. I don't want to. Shia shouted.
Ha! Linley smiled and waved his hand coldly. There is no medicine for regret in the world.
You'd better go find Zhang Bin.
Linley, you are too cruel.
Shia was heartbroken.
Linley's behavior was unexpected. In the past, no matter how much she overdid it, he would tolerate it, but now he treated her like this.
Just think of me as being heartless. Okay, go back to class quickly.
And next time, don't bother me at work. Linley said impatiently. Shia looked at him with tears in her eyes.
Okay, I'm leaving.
After Shia left in a huff, Linley also looked a little downcast.
If Shia hadn't become money obsessed, how happy they would be now.
Unfortunately, time cannot be turned back. Linley shook his head with a wry smile, and after regaining his composure, he continued working.
In the afternoon,
Linley saw that Lan Xin was already very popular online, and it was time to move on to the next step.
So he called over the financial manager, Wang Yifan. Mr. Lin, what can I do for you?
Wang Yifan had just finished dealing with the compensation issue and had not even had time to drink a glass of water before he came running over.
Manager Wang, I'm going to register a media company now.
I've already thought of a name, and it's called Sunshine Media.
The registered capital will be 1 billion yuan. You should arrange for someone to handle it as soon as possible. The new company will sign its first artist soon.
Linley said with great enthusiasm.
Wang Yifan. Mr. Lin. Cut the crap and get going. I want to see the new company tomorrow.
Linley waved his hand, leaving no room for doubt.
Where is the new company address? Wang Yifan asked.
Well, how about this, you rent an office building for the time being. It doesn't have to be too big, just 1,000 square meters will do.
I'll buy a building when I have time.
Linley thought for a moment and said.
Okay, I'll go do it now. Wang Yifan didn't say anything else, and left after answering.
After all, the chairman had ordered that no matter what the young master did, as long as it wasn't murder or arson, he should try to go along with him. After sending Wang Yifan off, Linley received a call from Lan Xin.
Hello, it's me.
Linley, Shindao has called me several times, asking me to play his female lead.
Should I say yes? Of course not.
Linley said without thinking, he can't change his habits. Listen to me, don't act in his plays in the future.
I will find a way for you.
I said I would make you a star, and I will never let you down. Linley seemed to have a new goal in life.
Okay, I'll listen to you. Lan Xin hung up the phone and went to bed happily. She was afraid to go out now.
When she went out to eat at noon, she was immediately recognized and surrounded by a crowd of people, and she couldn't get away. I have to say, Wang Yifan is quite efficient.
The next day, all the company paperwork came through.
After Linley had collected all the paperwork, he went straight to the new company with Lan Xin.
In the car. Linley, did you open this company for me? Lan Xin looked at the business license of the new company and was filled with emotion. That's right.
Linley nodded and smiled.
Who am I to be your little fan? What if I don't make any money? Lan Xin didn't have any confidence at all.
There were so many senior figures in the entertainment industry, and it was not easy for her to make a name for herself.
It doesn't matter if I make money or not, I just like to support you.
Linley said this casually, but soon realized that he had been a bit rude. He quickly corrected himself. I didn't mean that.
I meant. Oh, what was I going to say? It's not what you think.
Lan Xin saw Lin Li's flustered look and smiled lightly, her face also turning red.
Chapter 23, Full Acquisition of Light and Shadow Media.
The new company is located on the 28th to 30th floors of Tianyu Building, with complete facilities and ready to start work.
Lan Xin, there are only 2 of us in the company now. You won't mind, will you?
Lin Li looked at the empty company and said half-jokingly.
No, I'm happy to be a senior figure in the company. Lan Xin smiled. Good, since you don't mind, I'll take you to another place.
Lin Li mysteriously took Lan Xin's hand and said. In the blink of an eye, Lin Li drove a Bugatti to another building in front of Lan Xin.
Light and Shadow Media? Lan Xin was slightly taken aback when she saw the gold-stamped characters on the building. What are we doing here? Lin Li parked the car and said, Do you know about the recent turmoil at Light and Shadow Media? Lan Xin nodded. She was very concerned about things in the entertainment industry.
In recent years, all the films that Light and Shadow Media invested in have lost money, resulting in the company losing more than 500 million yuan a year. It is now unable to make ends meet, and many of its artists are waiting to terminate their contracts.
The
most important thing is that a few days ago, the major shareholder suddenly withdrew his investment, and Light and Shadow Media is now on the verge of dissolution.
Lin Li, why are you asking this? Lan Xin asked curiously.
Lin Li told her that although the company was going bankrupt, a dying camel was still bigger than a horse.
He wants to take this opportunity to acquire the company in its entirety. The reason for this plan is entirely because he triggered the option last night.
Sunshine Media had opened, but it was still a shell company. It would take some time for it to really get going, but he couldn't wait any longer.
It would be more cost-effective to directly acquire a company.
Last night, he chose to acquire Light and Shadow Media and received a 30 billion reward. Lin Li's personal cash wealth has now reached 47.337 billion.
It must have cost a lot of money.
Lan Xin was very surprised when she heard Lin Li's plan.
You'll see when you get in. Lin Li smiled and then led Lan Xin into the building.
The Light and Shadow Media building was about to collapse, and the employees were much more lazy about going to work.
When the security guards saw them, they didn't even fart.
At the front desk, Lin Li directly stated his identity and purpose, and asked to see their chairman Su Guanyin.
Okay, I'll call and ask. The receptionist was stunned, but still dialed the chairman's office.
Su Guanyin was recently troubled by the company's affairs.
He wanted to raise capital, but many investors were not optimistic about Guanyin Media and were unwilling to do so.
Now that he heard that someone wanted to buy the company, he was very happy. If someone really bought the company, he would be able to say goodbye to this mess once and for all, and he would be more than willing to do so.
Fine, let them come up. After hanging up the phone, Su Guanyin took out a bottle of good wine. Sir, the chairman is on the 21st floor. Do you need me to take you up?
The receptionist said respectfully. If the person in front of him really bought the company, then he would be the new boss, so he dared not be rude.
No, I can go up by myself. Lin Li waved his hand and then walked into the elevator next to Lan Xin. Lan Xin was in a daze from the moment she entered the door, as if she were dreaming.
Acquiring Light and Shadow Media was as simple as buying a string of candied fruit on the street, and it really refreshed her worldview. The world of the rich is really unpredictable. The elevator quickly reached the 21st floor. As Lin Li and Lan Xin stepped out of the elevator, a beautiful secretary at the door respectfully asked, "Are you Mr. Lin?" "It's me." Lin Li nodded. "Okay, please follow me." The secretary took the lead and soon they arrived at Su Guanyin's office. The secretary knocked on the door and led Lin Li and Lan Xin inside. "Chairman, Mr. Lin is here." Su Guanyin also saw Lin Li at first glance and was immediately taken aback. This Mr. Lin is too young, isn't he? But he didn't dare underestimate Lin Li. The grandson of Qian Henian, he can't afford to underestimate him. "Mr. Lin, please sit," Su Guanyin quickly said. Lin Li was also very polite, and he sat down next to Lan Xin. After Su Guanyin dismissed his secretary, he poured a glass of wine for Lin Li and Lan Xin himself, and then sat down across from them. "Mr. Lin, since you have already stated your purpose, I won't beat around the bush.
To be honest, I originally only wanted to raise capital.
The company is in trouble, but it is only temporary.
I believe.
Lindley was impatient to hear more and interrupted, Chairman Su, just tell me how much you plan to sell the company for.
Su Guangyin's eyes widened, and he said, fine, since Mr. Lin is a straightforward person, I won't beat around the bush. I really want to sell the company. After the major shareholders withdrew their investment, the remaining minority shareholders also wanted to withdraw.
They have already reached a consensus. If someone is willing to buy the company, they are willing to transfer all of their shares, including mine.
That's great.
Lindley slapped his thigh.
So how much are you planning to sell it for?
Well, Su Guangyin was a bit reluctant to say, after all, the price they were asking for was not low.
Chairman Su is reluctant?
Lindley took a sip of wine and asked.
No.
Su Guangyin shook his head repeatedly, hesitated for a moment, and then said, 2 billion.
Do you think that's okay?
At the peak of its success, the company was valued at 50 billion yuan. Now, it is worth at most 20 billion yuan. What's more, the major shareholder has withdrawn its investment, basically emptying the company, and it is also in debt.
If they can sell it for 2 billion yuan, they will only break even. 20 billion? Cough. Lindley almost choked.
Su Guangyin followed with a shiver, thinking that Lindley thought his offer was too high, so he changed his mind and said, Mr. Lin, if you were sincere about buying, the minimum price cannot be lower than 1.5 billion. Su Guangyin's face was in pain. 15 billion means that all of the shareholders will have to leave the market at a loss. Lindley almost choked, not because Su Guangyin's
price was too high. 20 billion?
He had prepared a full 20 billion to acquire Light and Shadow Media. He had not expected Su Guangyin to offer only 1/10 of that price, and before he could say anything, Su Guangyin had lowered the price himself.
20 billion is too little.
Lindley put down his wine glass and waved his hand, saying, Chairman Su, I'll give you 5 billion, just for being so honest.
I have to let you look decent in front of the other shareholders, don't I?
Su Guangyin was almost in tears after hearing this, and he said that he had done good deeds in his previous life.
Young Master Lin, I don't know how to thank you. From now on, you are my brother. In the future, as long as you say the word, I, Su Guangyin, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Lindley smiled and said, however, I have a condition. What is the condition?
Su Guangyin said eagerly.
The entertainment industry is very complicated. I'm new here. If I need you guys in the future, you know. I understand. Su Guangyin nodded repeatedly. How could he not understand? Okay.
Lindley stood up and patted him on the shoulder.
I'll give you the deposit first, and the rest of the payment will be paid after the formalities are completed?
Yes. Su Guangyin nodded like a hammer, and there was no need to think about it at all.
50 billion, that's a high price.
I never dreamed that it would sell for that price.
If the other shareholders knew about it, they would probably be overjoyed. Next, Lindley transferred a down payment of 1 billion yuan.
Although the price was high, Lindley didn't feel like he had lost anything. Money was just a series of numbers to him.
Su Guangyin and the other shareholders, their connections, cannot be bought with money.
On this side, Su Guangyin immediately called the finance department to come over to take over, and Lindley also called the finance manager Wang Yifan and the legal manager Yang Yi to bring someone over.
Chapter 24, Xin Yuqi, the company's first sister.
After the acquisition was settled, Lindley and Lan Xin were about to leave when a tall woman with long legs and a domineering air walked in.
Director Su, what happened to my play? Why did the director say he was quitting?
Lindley recognized the woman who had just walked in. She was the leading actress of the film and television company, Xin Yuqi.
Hello, Yuqi. When Lan Xin saw Xin Yuqi, she was overjoyed. However, Xin Yuqi only glanced at her briefly, sat down on the sofa, crossed her legs and asked Su Guangyin, who is this? A new artist? When did an 18th tier artist become qualified to come to your office? Although Su Guangyin didn't know who Lan Xin was, she was definitely someone special to be with Lindley. At this moment, he saw that Lindley's expression was slightly unpleasant, so he hurriedly said to Xin Yuqi, Yuqi, she's not a company artist, she's a friend of Mr. Lin.
Mr. Lin?
Him?
Xin Yuqi pouted at Lindley. Yes, his name is Lin Li, Su Guanyin replied. Although Su Guanyin is the chairman of the company, in front of Shinyuchi's money printing machine, he still doesn't dare to speak loudly. If it weren't for Shinyuchi, I'm afraid that Light and Shadow Media would have been unable to continue for many years.
What does he do? Is he a new artist signed by the company?
This kid looks good, and with a little packaging, he might be able to become a third-tier actor. Shinyuchi gave Lin Li a disdainful glance. In the entertainment industry, male actors who want to make a name for themselves either have to be extremely handsome, have a strong background, or be extremely shameless. Even so, it is still not easy to make a name for yourself. She looked at Lin Li and thought that he was lacking in all of these qualities, so it was almost impossible for him to become famous. Su Guanyin listened with a sweaty brow and hurriedly explained, Yuchi, he is not a company artist either.
He is the company boss.
Shinyuchi suddenly got up from the sofa, confused.
What company boss?
Of course, he is the boss of the company.
Lin Li smiled and said. Ha!
Shinyuchi snorted in derision when she heard this. When she turned her gaze to Su Guanyin, the smile on her face instantly froze.
Mr. Su, what's going on? Shinyuchi asked.
Su Guanyin did not hide anything and said bluntly, just now, Mr. Lin has fully acquired Light and Shadow Media, and from now on, he is your boss.
What? Shinyuchi almost jumped up. Director Su, you're crazy. You sold the company. What about the employees?
Of course, they will be sold together. Lin Li smiled calmly and said, don't worry, I won't mistreat you.
Yes, Yuchi, Lin Li is a very nice person. Can I take a photo with you first?
Lan Xian's eyes have been several times brighter than usual since Shinyuchi came in.
Good, good.
Shinyuchi said with a smile.
Lan Xian leaned over happily and took a bunch of pictures with her phone. Lin Li shook his head in private. Lan Xian is simply Shinyuchi's little fangirl. An hour later.
The financial and legal personnel from both sides were present, and the handover procedures were quickly completed.
Lin Li also transferred the remaining 4 billion yuan without hesitation. Because the
major shareholder withdrew his investment, the company was now in the red by more than 5 billion yuan. Lin Li didn't think much about it and directly transferred 10 billion yuan to the company's financial department. Light and Shadow Media is fully revived. Inform everyone that all department managers will be meeting here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Lin Li said to the secretary beside him. He didn't have anyone suitable at hand, and the company needed to keep its old employees to keep it running. The secretary in front of him was good, and Lin Li liked the way she looked.
Yes, Mr. Lin.
The secretary immediately replied.
That's it, everyone can go now. Lin Li waved his hand and everyone dispersed.
Su Guanyin came over to Lin Li with a smile on his face.
Brother Lin, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. You've helped me a lot this time. I don't know how to thank you. Good, I would like to make Su my friend too.
Lin Li also said with a smile.
Su Guanyin has been in the entertainment industry for more than 20 years and has a wide range of contacts. He has just taken over the company and will need to rely on others for many things in the future. This is also the reason why he wants to acquire the company at a high price. Good, then we'll be brothers from now on, Lin.
Su Guanyin laughed heartily.
Su, big brother, cried out immediately, and the two men's hands were clasped tightly together. Well, I have things to do, so I'll leave first. Su Guanyin waved his hand and turned to leave.
Seeing that the old boss had left and the new boss seemed a bit unhappy, Shinyuchi said, I'm leaving too.
Sister Yuchi, wait a minute.
Lin Li called out to stop her. Shinyuchi is very popular right now, and Lan Xian likes her very much, so he politely called her Sister Yuchi.
Mr. Lin, I'm a little flattered by your calling me that.
Shinyuchi said proudly.
Lin Li didn't mind, and smiled.
Yuchi, look at what you're saying.
I said I would treat you well, why don't you believe me? Say it, what's the matter?
Shinyuchi sat down, crossed her arms, and said in a condescending manner. Lin Li now has advanced mind-reading skills, and he can see through Shinyuchi's true thoughts at a glance. Don't look at her arrogant appearance, in fact, her heart has long been softened, but she is just pretending to show it to Lin Li.
What did you mean when you said in Chairman Su's office that the director of your play had quit?
Lin Li said bluntly. Now that he is the boss of the company, he naturally has to be concerned. It's better not to say anything, but as soon as she said it, Shinyuchi was full of anger. The director was very capable, but even more so was his temper. He said that the female lead was too spoiled and that she wouldn't do this or that, so he couldn't shoot it. Hearing this, Linley probably understood that it seemed that the director could not be blamed, and everything was caused by the female number 2.
Who is the female number 2? Linley asked. Who else could it be but Fan Xiaodong? Shinyuchi couldn't help rolling her eyes. Fan Xiaodong? Linley frowned, it was her. Lan Xian was also taken aback when she heard the name Fan Xiaodong. This Fan Xiaodong was the one who starred in the palace drama with Lan Xian 2 years ago, and later became famous for sleeping with the producer.
Ding, the host has triggered a choice, and the options are being loaded.
Loaded successfully.
Option 1, continue using Fan Xiaodong, reward 5 points of constitution.
Option 2, replace Fan Xiaodong with a reward of basic medical skills. I choose option 2. Linley didn't think about it at all. An actor who doesn't have professionalism is not a good actor at all. He must be replaced.
Ding, the selection is complete, and the host has obtained the basic medical skills. The next second, Linley's mind suddenly had a lot more knowledge about medicine. The level of basic medical skills was equivalent to that of a newly qualified intern, but Linley didn't care. He had a lot of skills, so if he needed to save someone in the future, he could just upgrade then. Sister Yuchi, you go tell the director to replace the female lead and let him continue filming.
Linley said immediately. Change the actress?
Shinyuchi was about to say that it was impossible, but then she suddenly thought that Linley was now the boss of the company and was qualified to change the actress.
She asked happily, who will replace her? Chapter 25, Substitute for the female lead. Her. Linley pushed Lan Xian in front of Shinyuchi and said. Lan Xian was flustered.
If there was really going to be a change, she would have to act opposite her idol.
She was so nervous.
Shinyuchi had not paid much attention to Lan Xian, but now that she looked at her, she thought she looked familiar. Linley smiled and was about to speak when Shinyuchi slapped her thigh.
Oh, I remember now. You are the girl who was very popular on Douyin.
Shinyuchi also uses Douyin during filming breaks, and sometimes she even makes videos to share tidbits about her on the set. The past 2 days, she has been seeing a super sweet girl in all kinds of ways, and she was curious at the time. A little girl suddenly became so popular, and she
was so lucky.
It turns out that she also has a background.
Sister Yuchi, my name is Lanqin.
Lanqin smiled and introduced herself to Shinyuchi again.
Hello, Lanqin's sister.
Shinyuchi held Lanqin's jade hand, smiling with a smile, and no longer treated her as an 18th-line small artist.
Film set.
Director Wang Dashui is lying in his car, sulking alone, when he suddenly receives a call from Shinyuchi.
Director Wang, are you still angry?
Shinyuchi said with a smile.
It's you, Yuchi. What's wrong?
Wang Dashui is still angry with Fan Xiaodong.
I have something to tell you. Su Guangyin sold the company. The new boss is Linley. I told him about you.
He said he would replace Fan Xiaodong and that he had someone else to arrange for you to continue shooting the film.
Damn. Su Guangyin, that old thief, really sold the company? Wang Dasha's body trembled.
He heard a small shareholder mention it 2 days ago, saying that he was going to sell the company. At the time, he thought the small shareholder was just complaining, but he never imagined that it was serious.
Who is the new boss? Is he in the industry? Wang Dashui asked curiously.
He has been in the entertainment industry for decades, and he knows almost everyone in the industry who has the ability to acquire light and shadow media.
Shinyuchi shook his head, not in the industry. Tomorrow he is going to have a high-level meeting, why don't you come back and take a look?
Wang Dashui said with no interest at all, I'm not a senior executive, why should I go? I have to tell Fan Xiaodong not to come.
Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Wang Dashui called Su Guangyin before calling Fan Xiaodong. Mr. Su, you're kidding me. You really sold the company in just a few days. Holy shit. Okay, I'll stop talking.
Wang Dasha hung up the phone in a bad mood, then directly dialed Fan Xiaodong's phone.
Hey, you, don't come to the set tomorrow, not tomorrow, or in the future. the female lead has been replaced. Regarding compensation, someone will contact your agency.
Before Fan Xiaotong could react, Wang Dasha hung up the phone and immediately informed the crew that they were taking the day off. He knew that once Fan Xiaotong realized what had happened, she would definitely cause a scene on the set. Since the female lead hadn't arrived yet, he decided to give her the day off. Sure enough, after Fan Xiaotong realized what had happened, she jumped up and cursed. When she tried to call Wang Dasha again, the phone was turned off. She was so angry that she smashed her own phone.
Hey, Xiaotong, what are you so angry about? The agent Wang Shelley walked over and said.
Fan Xiaotong was so angry that she crossed her arms and said, Wang Dasha just called me.
You know what he said? He actually wants to replace me as the female lead. He didn't even say why. I'm so angry.
No, I have to go to the set and ask him what's going on. After saying that, Fan Xiaotong picked up her bag and put on a pair of large sunglasses before leaving.
Wang Xiaoli smiled and stopped her. Xiaotong, it's okay, don't go. Fan Xiaotong was slightly stunned and said angrily, Xiaoli, do you know what I was just talking about?
I know, the phone from Light and Shadow Media has already called me.
Wang Xiaoli said that they are willing to compensate us at 10 times the price. 10 times?
Fan Xiaotong was also stunned. 10 times the compensation, almost 30 million. Despite the huge amount, she was still very unhappy.
What's wrong with 10 times? Being rich is great. Wang Xiaoli smiled and said, it's really amazing to be rich.
I heard that the owner of Light and Shadow Media has changed, and the new owner is very rich.
You'd better not mess with them. It's just a female supporting role. With your relationship with Mr. Yang, you can ask him to give you a female lead role later. Wang Xiaoli comforted her again.
Fan Xiaotong's anger subsided a little.
Xiaoli, Wang Dashui said the female second has been replaced. Do you know who it is?
Wang Xiaoli shook her head and said, not very sure, I don't know, I heard it was a newcomer.
Damn.
Bitch. Fan Xiaotong couldn't help but swear, needless to say, this newcomer must be the crony of the new boss of Light and Shadow Media.
Jianye. Qian Family Manor.
Qian Henian was lying in a rocking chair, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, and Pei Xiaoman was reporting to him again about the latest developments in Linli.
After the previous few times, Qian Henian is now numb.
Linli, his grandson, is even more energetic and more decisive than he was when he was younger.
Good, this kid is good. The more Qian Henian thought about it, the happier he felt. Although he couldn't figure out many things after thinking about them for a long time, what did it matter?
As long as his grandson was awesome, that was all that mattered.
Pei Xiaoman was a little worried. The direct point is, where did Linli get so much money?
She had been by Qian Henian's side for 20 years, and she had been there almost every time he had secretly gone to the school to see Linli. She could say that she had watched Linli grow up, and she knew very well that Linli had some skills.
He can't be that rich.
In just 1 week, he spent more than 10 billion yuan. Even if he had a money printing machine at home, he couldn't have made so much money so quickly. She really wanted to check Lin Li's account, but since Qian Henian hadn't mentioned it, she didn't want to go and check it herself.
8 p.m. Blue Sea International Hotel.
Lin Li was already familiar with the route. As soon as he got out of the car, Su Guanyin came up to him with 3 middle-aged men of similar age.
Brother Lin, you've come to visit us. Brother Su, why are you still greeting me in person? Just tell me the name of the private room and I'll go up there myself. Lin Li smiled politely. Su Guanyin was unwilling to hear this. Why, you've helped me so much, and I can't even come down to meet you?
After a joke, Su Guanyin introduced him to the people around him. Everyone, this is our company's buyer, Lin Li, Mr. Lin.
Speaking of Mr. Lin, he has a big background. He is the grandson of Mr. Qian, the richest man in Jiangnan.
The 3 people behind him suddenly realized that although Su Guanyin had already told them about Lin Li's existence, they were still in awe when he introduced him again. After all, they had finally met the real person.
Hello, Mr. Lin.
It's a shame that you paid such a high price for our broken company.
Mr. Lin, tonight, no matter what, we must drink to you.
The 3 of them took turns flattering him.
Lin Li also enjoyed their flattery very naturally.
These people are all minority shareholders of the film and television entertainment company, each with their own main business, but they are all veterans of the entertainment industry, and it is inevitable that they will have to work with them in the future. After introducing Linley, Su Guanyin introduced the three of them to Linley. Brother Lin, this is Lu Jianjun from Jiaxing Jingjia Real Estate, this is Yu Guangwei from Huzhou Tongtian Foreign Trade, and this is Xia Yushan from Xiqing Huwei Feed.
Linley, hello, hello. Chapter 26, Raw Stone Auction? In a luxurious private room, Su Guanyin specially prepared a table of nearly 200,000 yuan worth of fine dishes and a case of 600,000 yuan worth of red wine to thank Linley for his tremendous contribution. Of course, in Linley's eyes, this is nothing. However, Linley didn't mind. If he wasn't the grandson of Qian He's year and didn't have the god-level selection system, he would never have seen these dishes in his life. Brother Lin, it's rare that you're willing to grace us with your presence. We four brothers are also indebted to you. We're all here to toast you. Su Guanyin took the lead and raised his glass. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jianjun and the others also raised their glasses. Linley had a high-level mind-reading skill, and now he could easily read the true thoughts of a person. He had to say that this skill brought him great convenience in recognizing people. For example, he can easily read the attitude of the four people in front of him, whether it is from the heart or superficial. Seeing that they were sincere with him, Linley was not pretentious either. He also raised his glass and said, "Brothers, you mustn't say that. A few billion is nothing. I still have to rely on you brothers to help me make it in the entertainment industry." Yu Guangwei was deeply moved. Brother Lin is too polite. For this remark alone, I will toast you with 3 more cups. After saying this, he raised his neck and poured himself another glass, then another. Good, Brother Yu is also a straightforward person. Linley applauded. Next, Lu Jianjun and Xia Yushan also kept toasting Linley. Although Su Guanyin and Lu Jianjun are also bosses with billions of dollars in assets, they are still far inferior to the billionaires with tens of billions of dollars in assets. Many times, in front of those billionaires, they are like small shrimps, often looked down upon, especially the children of those billionaires, those super second-generation rich, all look down on people with their noses upturned, and it was the first time they had met someone as humble as Linley. Therefore, they had a very good impression of Linley and naturally wanted to get along with him. After 3 rounds of wine, probably because they were happy, several people were already drunk. After a lot of nonsense, they got up with a lingering desire. As soon as the door to the private room opened, Xia Yushan saw an acquaintance. "Young Master Yan Yu, what a coincidence, you're here too." "Oh, it's Brother Yushan. What a coincidence. There's a small rough stone auction on the 15th floor. Brother, do you want to go up and have some fun with me?" Yan Yu was also taken aback when he saw Xia Yushan, and immediately extended an invitation to him. Xia Yushan has always been interested in rough stones and is also a generous patron in the rough stone circle. Yan Yu, on the other hand, is the grandson of the Yan family, one of the 4 major families in Suzhou. His family is in the jade and jewelry business, and they are all in the same circle, so they have known each other for a long time. He was accompanied by 2 young people and a middle-aged man. "Brother Yushan, I heard that there is a special rough stone in this auction." A man named Zhu Yunjun, who was standing next to Yan Yu, also spoke up. "A special rough stone?" Xia Yushan was immediately interested. "How special? How come I don't know about it?" As a member of the industry, if there is really a special rough stone, he should know something about it. Yan Yu patted Xia Yushan on the shoulder and said mysteriously, "Brother Yushan, to be honest, this rough was only purchased by our family yesterday. After being appraised by our top jade appraisal expert, it may be a piece of top-quality ice-type purple jade." Xia Yushan's eyes widened at the news, and he said excitedly, "If there is such a gem, then I must go. Even if I can't afford it, it's still good to see it." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yushan thought of his friends and said to Linley, "Lin, are you interested in jade? Why don't you come with me to take a look? Who is this young man?" Yan Yu saw that Xia Yushan was very polite to Linley, so he asked casually. When it came to Linley's identity, Xia Yushan's back suddenly straightened up, and he formally introduced him to Yan Yu. "This is Linley, the new boss of Light and Shadow Media, and the most important thing is that he is the grandson of Qian Henian, the chairman of Longting Group." "Oh?" Yan Yu was stunned. Looking at Linley's unremarkable appearance, he was actually a super-rich 3rd generation, and he didn't dare to underestimate him at the moment. As one of the 4 major families in Suzhou, Yan Yu has received the best education since childhood,
and naturally he will not act like some nouveau riche with no sense of propriety. It turns out that he is the grandson of Mr. Qian.
Nice to meet you.
Yan Yu politely extended his hand.
Xia Yushan quickly introduced Lin Li. This is the eldest grandson of the Yin family, Master Yan Yu.
Lin Li shook hands with Yan Yu. As a native of Suzhou, he of course knew the Yin family. They were very successful in the jade business and had mines in several Southeast Asian countries. Yan Yu was still polite to Lin Li, but Zhu Yunjun and He Yin, who were standing next to him, did not respect Lin Li as much.
Mr. Lin, it is fate that we meet. Why don't you come with us?
Yan Yu formally invited Lin Li. Tonight is just a small auction, but the people who come are all top leaders in the jade industry.
If Qian He's grandson can also be present, it will definitely add a touch of brilliance.
Ding, the host has triggered a choice, and the options are being loaded.
Loaded successfully.
Option 1, accept the invitation and participate in the auction, and be rewarded with intermediate level clairvoyance.
Option 2, refuse the invitation and go back to sleep. Reward, intermediate medical skills.
Lin Li had just thought that he had a basic level of clairvoyance, so he might as well go and take a look, maybe he could see something. But then he got a medium level of clairvoyance, so there was no need to hesitate.
I choose 1.
Lin Li decisively said. Ding, selection complete, the host gains the skill of intermediate perspective. Soon, Lin Li felt a change in his eyes. He looked casually to the side and saw a short, fat man in the next room, eating a young woman. If Yan Xiao invites you, you have to give him face. Lin Li smiled and then looked at Su Guanyin and Lu Jianjun.
Are you guys going up too?
Su Guanyin, Lu Jianjun, and Yu Guangwei had no interest in jade, so they immediately declined and wished Lin Li a good time. Lin Li did not insist, and then followed Xia Yushan and Yan Yu to the 15th floor. The auction had not yet begun, but there were already many people in the venue.
Lin Li glanced around casually and had to say that the Yin family's influence in the Jade Circle was still very great.
Many of the people present were tycoons with a net worth of tens of billions of dollars that he had seen on the news. A staff member whispered a few words in Yan Yu's ear, and Yan Yu turned to Lin Li and said, Lin, I still have some things to do.
Let Brother Yushan take you around first. Brother Yushan, thank you.
Yan Yu said politely to Xia Yushan. Xia Yushan was about to take Lin Li for a tour on his own, but when he heard Yan Yu's words, he immediately nodded to show that it was okay.
Okay, Mr. Yan, you go ahead and do your thing.
I'll take care of Lin. Yan Yu left quickly, and the two friends beside him quickly followed. Young Master Yan, that kid is actually Qian Henian's grandson, but I think he's just stupid and rich.
Why don't we have some fun with him tonight? Zhu Yunjun couldn't hold back his thoughts any longer. Yes, Mr. Yan. There aren't many smart people hanging around Xia Yushan.
Yan Yu's other friend, He Yin, also spoke up.
Chapter 27, The Original Intention of the Yin Family Auction.
Yan Yu listened to the two men's words, looked back at Lin Li, and said lightly, Don't go too far. On hearing this, Zhu Yunjun and He Yin laughed, Don't worry, Yan Xiao, just get 1 to 2 million. After Yan Yu looked back at Lin Li also looked back at him. This young Master Yan gave him the impression that he was a steady person who was sincere in his dealings, even if he had his own little agenda.
But the two people next to him were not good birds.
When they were in the elevator, Lin Li used advanced mind reading to observe the two men and had long since understood their little tricks. However, what surprised Lin Li was that he couldn't see what the middle-aged man next to Yan Yu was thinking. Did he not have any thoughts in his heart, or was he hiding them so well that even advanced mind reading could not observe his inner thoughts? In any case, that middle-aged man must be a master.
Xia, do you know the middle-aged man by Yan's side?
Lin Li planned to ask Xia Yushan. After all, he and Yan Yu have known each other for a long time and must have seen this middle-aged man often.
Xia Yushan frowned when he heard this. You say he is? Actually, I don't know much about him either.
That person has never said much, but I heard that he is the bodyguard that the old master of the Yin family arranged for Yan Xiao.
Bodyguard?
Lin Li shook his head in private, fearing that it was not as simple as it seemed. If a bodyguard can be so calm or can hide his thoughts so deeply, then he is definitely not just a bodyguard. On one side of the venue, there were 2 rows of display cabinets, containing more than 30 pieces of rough stone of varying sizes, with prices ranging from 50,000 to 2 million. Xia Yushan couldn't move his feet when he saw these, and kept telling Lin Li next to him how good this piece of rough was, what it would produce, and how good that piece was.
He was practically more of an expert than an expert. However, after Linley took a look at it with his X-ray vision, the results were very different from what Xia Yushan said.
The good goods in Xia Yushan's mouth actually only had a little green on the surface, and the inside was all stone. On the contrary, the rough stones that he didn't think were anything special were actually very green, especially the one that cost 130,000 yuan. It was only about 1 centimeter thick on the outside, but the inside was completely green, and it was obvious that it was a gem. Linley observed for a moment, and it seemed that most of the people present did not think highly of that piece.
Lin, I want to buy this one.
Look, the green light coming out of this crack is almost like it's going to burst out.
It must be good stuff.
Xia Yushan excitedly pointed to a rough stone that cost 580,000 yuan and said to Linley with a face full of excitement.
Brother, are you buying?
Linley shook his head in private, and with Xia Yushan's eyes, he didn't know how much he had lost.
Of course.
Xia Yushan did not notice Linley's expression and said confidently that he would definitely be able to sell a good product this time. Linley felt that he and Xia Yushan had known each other for a while, and he didn't want to let his money go to waste, so he kindly reminded him, "Brother, I'm afraid this one won't work."
Everyone is not a fool.
If it were really that good, others would have bought it long ago. Xia Yushan shook his head repeatedly, looking profound, and said, "To play with raw stones, you have to use counterclockwise thinking.
If no one is interested in it, it means it is a good thing.
As for this piece, it looks very good, but others will definitely think, why is a good thing not wanted? In the end, everyone is so good, and in the end, they just miss the good things." Linley was helpless when he heard this, and immediately pointed to the 130,000 yuan gem, saying, "Why don't you buy that one?
No one wants it, so why don't you buy it? Maybe you can get a good material out of it."
No.
Xia Yushan looked at it and kept waving his hand. "It's a stone at a glance, not even a hair."
Linley sighed to himself, this old brother may be good at making feed.
At this moment, Zhu Yunjun and He Yen walked over and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, Mr. Xia, which one do you like? Why don't you buy one and let us have a look?"
He. Xia Yushan looked up and smiled, pointing to the rough stone in front of him and said, "I was just about to buy this one."
"Oh, this? It looks good. Mr. Xia has good taste."
He Yen was flattering him directly. Zhu Yunwan leaned down, looked left and right, and kept saying wow in his mouth. "Boss Xia, if something can be found inside this piece, it will sell for at least 2 or 3 million.
Boss Xia is going to get rich."
You two young fellows also have good taste," Xia Yushan said with a smile, and he was thinking the same thing. He just didn't know if anyone would try to outbid him for the stone when it went on sale.
The auction is actually divided into 2 parts.
One part is the rough stones in the 2 rows of display cases, with a fixed price.
If 2 people like the same piece, they will bid against each other. If not, the person who likes it will get it.
The other part is the auction tonight, with a total of 5 exhibits. The first 4 are already opened rough stones in excellent condition, with starting prices all above 3 million.
The final exhibit is the one that Yen Yu mentioned, which is very likely to produce a top-quality ice-like purple jadeite.
It is 60 centimeters long, 50 centimeters wide, and 50 centimeters high, with a starting price of 10
million. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
The host's voice soon sounded from the stage. The bigwigs in the audience immediately quieted down. First of all, I would like to welcome all the jade and stone industry leaders who have come to attend this jade and stone auction hosted by the Yen family.
Now the first part of the auction is about to begin.
You must have seen the 2 rows of display cabinets on the right side of the venue. All the rough stones there come from the Yen family mine, with guaranteed quality.
The chance of getting a good stone is very high.
This is also a small token of appreciation from the Yen family for your presence.
Now you can go over and buy them. After you buy them, you can choose to have them cut.
After the host finished speaking, he made a gesture to the right. The bigwigs in the venue had already picked out their favorite rough stones and swarmed over to them.
Backstage at the venue,
Yen Yu looked at the monitor and was very satisfied with the atmosphere of the auction. "Dad, if this piece of jadeite really turns out to be ice jadeite tonight, then our other piece will really be a hit." Yen Yu thought of another piece of rough at home and was extremely excited. In fact, the block of rough that will be the highlight of tonight's auction is only a small piece.
There is a much larger piece, 3 times as big, that the Yen family dares not cut easily. That's why they're holding the auction. If someone is willing to take the risk for them, that would be perfect.
The starting price for this piece tonight is 10 million, but they have already released the news that if this piece of rough is really ice jadeite, it will be worth at least 1 billion. So, if nothing goes wrong, the final price for this piece of rough tonight will not be less than 1 billion. Yen Shichong stroked the few black hairs on his upper lip, and his face also showed excitement.
The front of the venue.
As soon as the host finished speaking, Xia Yushan rushed to the front of the rough stone he liked.
I'll take this one.
Hurry, swipe your card.
Chapter 28, Stone Cutting.
Lin Li wanted to stop Xia Yushan from wasting his money, but seeing his enthusiasm, he knew he couldn't stop him. Fortunately, it was only a few 100,000 yuan, so he could afford to lose it and just eat less for a meal. After a few minutes, almost all of the 30-odd pieces of rough stone had been snapped up, leaving only the 130,000 yuan piece unsold.
Lin Li was also depressed. These bosses could have picked up a bargain even if they bought it for fun. What a pity.
Xia Yushan was overjoyed with his 580,000 yuan rough stone.
He turned around and saw that Lin Li was empty-handed. He said with regret, "Lin, you really don't plan to buy a piece? Alas, it's a pity that only that piece is left unsold."
Xia Yushan shook his head. Lin Li looked over there again and saw that no one was picking up the bargain. He had to walk over to the staff and say, "I'll take this one." Now, many people around him were curious and even pretended to be experts. "Young man, you look very unfamiliar.
Is this your first time playing with stones?"
The man who spoke was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looked like an intellectual. Lin Li nodded in agreement.
"I'm telling you, this is a worthless piece of rock.
No one will pick it up if you drop it on the ground," said the man with the glasses, shaking his head.
"Little brother, you don't really think this thing can produce anything good?
It's a shame to waste 130,000 yuan like this."
There were many people watching the joke. Zhu Yunjun and He Yan were also laughing to themselves.
This rich young master is really stupid and has a lot of money. Xia Yushan saw Lin Li being mocked by a group of people and was embarrassed to approach him.
"Ha ha. Don't worry, everyone. What if I make something good?"
Lin Li didn't mind the sarcasm around him at all, but instead laughed proudly.
Backstage at the venue.
The Yen family father and son silently watched the surveillance screen, and they were just as critical of Lin Li's performance as the group of people outside. They had already identified the rough stone in Lin Li's hand, and there was nothing to open up in it. The reason it was displayed was because it was dug out of the same pit and was conveniently placed in the showcase.
"Yuer, it seems that the grandson of this Mr. Qian is not very good."
Yen Shichong laughed, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. Yen Yu just nodded, without saying anything, but staring at Lin Li's every move. Although Lin Li would not buy the stone, the calmness with which he faced the mockery of the crowd made him think that this person might not be simple.
Yen Yue is not like his father. Yen Shichong was a typical rich second generation who had no education. He was old and also brainless.
Yen Yu, on the other hand, was personally trained by Grandpa Yen, and his personality was more like his grandfather's. He was calm in the face of adversity and would think before acting. After the rough stones at the venue were sold out, it was time for the next highlight.
That is cutting. The host then stood on the stage again, looked around, and said loudly, "I'm sure everyone has bought their favorite rough stone. Is there any boss who wants to cut the stone now?"
While he was talking, a staff member already pushed the stone-cutting tools onto the stage.
"I'll do it."
A fat boss raised his hand.
"Good. Please welcome this boss,"
the host said loudly. Lin Li glanced at the boss and remembered that he had bought a stone worth more than 700,000 yuan. The quality of the stone was not bad. Lin Li did not know anything about jade, so he had no idea what the quality was or how much it could be sold for, but he guessed that it would not be lower than the cost price. After the fat boss went up, he placed the rough stone on the stone clearing machine and gave a command, and the on-site staff began to work. The first cut removed a small piece of the edge, revealing only a hint of green. Everyone at the scene was holding their breath, and Xie Yushan was also staring nervously, not blinking an eye.
"Cut it from the middle."
The fat boss seemed impatient and directly told the staff next to him.
"Yes, sir."
As soon as he finished speaking, the staff slowly unwrapped the rough stone from the middle. As the flywheel turned, everyone held their breath again.
The next second, everyone cheered. "Wow, we've made a profit.
This waterhead can be sold for at least 1 million.
A good start to the year.
We're sure we'll get a good price for ours.
Xia Yushan also clenched his teeth and held the stone in his arms even tighter.
He was convinced that his stone would also sell for over 1 million.
Congratulations to this boss. Does anyone else want to continue? The host asked again. I'll go. Someone else volunteered to go up.
He didn't hesitate at all, and opened it right in the middle. But the result was disappointing, with only a few scattered green spots inside.
Oh, this is a waste. What a waste.
Hearing the words of regret around him, Lin Li's heart did not waver. He thought of the 600,000 yuan as a lesson learned. Xia Yushan looked unhappy because the stone of this brother was placed next to him, and the brother on the stage opened the waste material, which he felt was a bit unlucky. Next, more than a dozen bosses opened their stones one after another. Some were happy, while others were sad. In particular, the boss who bought the most expensive stone only got back 300,000 yuan out of the 2 million he paid, and he was so upset that his face turned white.
Brother Xia, aren't you going to open it? Lin Li saw Xia Yushan's nervous look and smiled. Can you see if I can get a good stone?
Xia Yushan asked nervously, but soon felt that he had asked in vain.
Lin Li was playing with stones for the first time, so what could he know? Zhu Yunjun saw Xia Yushan hesitating and said to him, Boss Xia, why don't you open it? Go ahead and open it. Let us see it too. Yes, Mr. Xia, if you get a top-quality jade, you'll be rich. He Yan also said this. Xia Yushan looked at the two men and was a little tempted. He gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll go open it. I'll die sooner or later anyway, so if I die early, I'll be reincarnated sooner, and I won't have to live in fear all day long. After saying that, he walked up to the stage. Good, another boss is willing to cut the stone. The host saw Xia Yushan walk onto the stage and said again in a loud voice. On the stage, Xia Yushan took a deep breath and let the stone be cut directly in the middle. This is the only way to know whether he will live or die. After more than 10 rounds of excitement, the bosses in the audience are now much calmer. After the knife went down, it was just another piece of scrap, and the audience only let out a few sighs and nothing else. Zhu Yunjun and He Yan saw this scene and secretly laughed. If Xia Yushan could tell the good stuff, then heaven had no eyes. Xia Yushan stood on the stage for a long time, 580,000 yuan, that's it? Alas! He slaps his thigh and comes down from the stage in a dejected state. Lin, that stone clearly looked like it had some substance, how could it be, Sai? Xia Yushan couldn't understand. Brother Xia, losing and winning is a common occurrence in the military. Lin Li sighed inwardly and didn't know what to say to comfort him, so he can only give him a perfunctory answer. There are more than 20 solved stones out of the 30 or so rough stones, and the rest may not be solved. The host looked around and asked in his usual manner, Is there any more owner willing to solve the stone? If not, we will take a 10-minute break and start the auction tonight. Lin Li looked down at the stone in his hand, and the voice of the system suddenly sounded. Ding, the host has triggered a selection, the options are being loaded. Loaded successfully. Option 1, solve the stone on the spot and receive 10 billion soft girl coins as a reward. Option 2, let's talk about it later. 10 points of spirit will be rewarded. Chapter 29, 130,000 turns into 6 million. Lin Liben had wanted to solve the stone right away, so he didn't have to think about it. I choose 1. Ding, selection complete, the host receives 10 billion soft girl coins, and the current cash wealth is 42.3 billion. Lin Li smiled knowingly. 3 seconds later, the host did not hear a response and was about to turn and leave. At this point, Lin Li raised his hand and said, I want to solve it. Xia Yushan saw Lin Li raise his hand and quickly pulled him down. Brother, this is just an ordinary stone, not even scrap, so you'd better not go up there and make a fool of yourself. At this point, the others also noticed Lin Li. Hey, isn't that the kid who bought number 13? He's going to solve the stone too? Ha 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 ha. The number of the rough stone is arranged according to the price. Lin Li's rough stone is 130,000, so it is number 13. Little brother, you should take your stone home and use it to press salted vegetables. Ha 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 ha. The audience burst into laughter, and even the host was almost amused. Xia Yushan's face turned red,
and he really wanted to pretend that he didn't know Linley. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Linley was not angry at all, and even wanted to laugh a few times. At this point, Yuan Ying walked onto the stage, took the microphone from the host, and said, "Everyone, quiet down." When everyone saw it was Master Yuan, they all shut their mouths.
Everyone, please don't make fun of Mr. Lin. Yuan Ying pointed at Linley with his index finger. Although Mr. Lin didn't know much about jade, he was a person of status. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Someone asked loudly. He is the grandson of the richest man in Jiangnan, Mr. Chen Hinian, Linley Yuan Ying said loudly. Ha! The audience was shocked. No wonder, how could an unknown person get into the high-end auction of the Yin family?
It turns out that you are Master Lin, my apologies. Young Master Lin, please don't take those words to heart. Everyone changed their tone, but their attitude was only average. Many of them were not from Jiangnan province, and they were not impressed by Chen Hinian. Moreover, some of them had never even heard of Chen Hinian's name. They were just being polite out of courtesy, and it was only to give the Yin family face. After all, they had made such a serious introduction.
I was just fooling around, but since you guys didn't buy it, I reluctantly bought it.
It's only 130,000 yuan, which is not even enough to pay for my hotel room.
Ha ha ha.
Linley laughed loudly, then walked up to the stage, handed the stone to the staff, and gestured at the stone, saying, "Cut from here, but be careful not to cut my treasure jade."
The audience burst into laughter again.
Linley pulled a meaningful smile from the corner of his mouth and watched the staff cut the stone. The staff were also surprised that he was reluctant to cut the broken stone, but they only grumbled in their hearts and strictly followed Linley's instructions to cut it.
After a small piece was cut open,
there was a dead silence on the stage and in the audience. Even Yuan Ying was stunned.
Impossible, right? Everyone swallowed their saliva. Could this broken stone be cut into such a high-quality jadeite?
The jadeite cut surface was completely free of impurities, and the purity was extremely high. Before anyone could react, Linley had the staff change the side and cut again, still from the edge of the thin slice.
This time, everyone didn't blink, staring at the flywheel. After a few seconds, the scene was quiet again. Everyone's faces were full of disbelief. This is a huge oversight. This is worth at least 2 million. Damn, Lin, you're awesome. Xia Yushan shouted in excitement.
The other bosses immediately let out a series of exclamations. I never thought that the biggest gem would be picked up by this kid.
Damn, why didn't I buy that stone?
From 130,000 to over 2 million, young Master Lin has made a fortune tonight. It's unbelievable that such a worthless stone can produce such a fine jade. Zhu Yunjun and He Yan both had vacant stares in their eyes, and they still didn't believe it. Linley did not end there, but continued to have the staff cut open the remaining 4 sides. The staff were shocked. They had solved countless stones, but this was the first time they had seen such a solution.
Young Master Lin, don't cut it.
This piece of material is worth 2 million. Yes, Master Lin, if you cut it and there is nothing behind it, it won't be worth much.
Someone remained calm.
If it were them, they would not have cut it any further after it had already taken on its current appearance.
Lin, I think it's almost done. Why don't you stop cutting? Xia Yushan also kindly reminded him.
Linley smiled slowly on the stage.
Xia, I think I can cut it again.
After all, it's worth 100,000, so I'll just have some fun. Zhu Yunjun saw Linley smiling complacently and felt 1,000 grievances in his heart. Let you have fun, but in a moment there will be nothing but rocks in the back, and you won't even be able to get back your original investment. After receiving Linley's signal again, the staff began to work. The third side was cut smoothly, and it was a piece of emerald green. Yuan Ying was watching on stage, his eyes twitching.
He was so sad. At least this could be sold for 2.5 million. This is crazy. Oh my god. I regret it.
The audience groaned in grief.
Then the 4th side. The 5th side.
The bosses who claimed to have played
countless games looked even worse than eating shit.
Xia Yushan, however, was extremely excited and completely forgot about the 580,000 he had lost.
The most handsome guy tonight is Linley.
And as Linley's companion, he must also be shining with starlight. He had been collecting stones for more than 10 years, but had never been so excited.
Soon, the 6th side was cut out.
Now, in front of everyone, there was a complete rectangular jade with no impurities.
Ha 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 ha. Lin, you've hit the jackpot tonight.
Xia Yushan could no longer contain his excitement and rushed onto the stage, tightly embracing Linli in his arms. The faces of those in the audience were even more unpleasant, especially the boss who had asked Linli to take the stone back to make salted vegetables.
This piece of jade is worth at least 6 million yuan now, someone said with envy.
Now it is already the best finished product.
Putting it on a base at home is definitely a face saver. It would be a waste to make any jewelry out of it. That's right.
Everyone was excited to see the flawless jade on the stage. Yuan Ying looked at the jade and was heartbroken, but he calmed down and walked over to Linli and said, "Mr. Lin, congratulations. To be honest, even I didn't expect that there would be such a good piece of jade inside this broken stone.
It has successfully deceived everyone.
At the same time, I have to say that this jade and Mr. Lin's fate are something that no one can take away."
Mr. Yin, you are too kind. I just bought it because no one wanted it and thought it would be fun to have it.
I never thought I would get such a great deal.
Linli smiled. Congratulations, Mr. Lin.
Congratulations. Linli picked up the jade and said to Yuan Xiao, "We've wasted a lot of time, so let's let everyone take a break and move on to the next auction." Yuan nodded, looked around the venue again, and then said, "Okay, everyone can take a 10-minute break.
The auction will begin in 10 minutes. Chapter 30, The Yans Bought It.
As soon as Linli stepped off the stage, the bosses immediately surrounded him and said, "Lin, I want to buy your jade."
Bullshit, you want to buy something and ask someone else to give you a price? Lin, I'll give you 6 million, will you sell it to me? Someone said. Who are you? You want to buy such a good thing for 6 million? You have more money than others. I'll give you 7 million. Another person said. Stop talking nonsense. I'll give you 7.5 million. Damn it, you're all stingy. I'll give you 9 million. You bunch of tightwads, I'll give you 10 million. Shut up, all of you. I'll give you 12 million. Lin, if you say yes, I'll transfer the money to you right now. Linli looked around at the people clamoring, and he didn't expect so many people to like this piece of jade. Ding, selection has been triggered, options are loading. Loaded successfully.
Option 1, agree to sell the jade in your possession and be rewarded with a divine mind reading skill. Option 2, refuse to sell the jade in your possession and receive a reward for intermediate medical skills.
Ha! A god-level mind reading technique?
Linli raised his eyebrows. He didn't plan to sell it, but the god-level mind reading was too tempting. With the god-level mind reading skill, perhaps I can see the inner thoughts of the middle-aged man by Yuan Yu's side.
I choose 1.
Ding, selection complete, the host gains the skill divine mind reading. The next second, Linli's gaze swept over everyone, and he heard all their anxious thoughts clearly. Linli was overjoyed. This was exactly what he wanted. Okay, I'm willing to sell this jade, but the highest bidder gets it, and the payment must be made in full and in hand. As soon as he finished speaking, many people were worried.
Over 10 million, not something you can just take out of your pocket.
Many people immediately gave up the idea, but there were still some who had the means. Lin, as I said earlier, 12 million, transfer it now.
Xia Yushan was beside himself with excitement.
Selling a 130,000 yuan stone for 12 million yuan was like becoming rich overnight.
Lin, I think we should go for 12 million. Xia Yushan said. To be honest, the price is a bit high.
If the buyer regrets it, we may not even be able to sell it for 10 million. Yuan Yu took advantage of the break to go to the backstage and call his grandfather to tell him what had just happened. After receiving his grandfather's latest instructions, Yuan Yu came back to the front again. Lin Xiao, I'll give you 15 million. Yuan Yu's voice arrived before he did.
Wow, the Yans want it too. Gee, the Yans must be regretting it now. Who wouldn't be?
Who wouldn't be sad to spend 15 million to buy back something that was sold for 13 million?
But the Yans think it's worth it.
Such a large piece of jade is rare in the world, so it's normal to pay a premium for it. 15 million is nothing to the Yan family. With their connections, they could sell it for 30 million.
Brother Hu, can you help me? Can I have this jadeite? I'll give you some good stuff in return, okay?
Yuan Yu said to the man who had just made the bid. Seeing that Yen Yu had said that, the man surnamed who didn't know what to say, so he nodded.
Lin Xiao, do you think it's okay?
Yen Yu looked at Lin Li and said, after all, whether to sell or not depends on Lin Li's word.
Of course it's fine.
We're friends, after all. Lin Li said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter who I sell it to, it's good to be able to do the Yin family a favor. Soon, the deal was done. The other bosses present were beating their chests and kicking their feet, but they could only watch Lin Li helplessly.
It was time for the auction.
After the host made a few opening remarks on stage, a beautiful black-haired auctioneer with a pretty face came onto the stage.
Hello everyone, I am the auctioneer tonight. My name is Dingjin. Since you all have precious time, I won't be long-winded.
There are 5 exhibits tonight, the first 4 of which are already opened rough stones in excellent condition. Now, please welcome our first lot. Before she finished speaking, a staff member rolled out a display cart, and a piece of white jade appeared before everyone.
After Dingjin introduced it a little more, the bidding began immediately.
The bidding starts at 3 million.
4 million. 4,200,000.
The bidders came in an endless stream, but Lin Li was not very interested in them. Moreover, the jade on the surface looked very good, but the jade content was too low at the back, so buying it back would be a loss. 4,500,000, 3 times.
Sold. Congratulations to the gentleman. The second, the third. Lin Li only looked and didn't say anything. Xia Yushan, on the other hand, was getting a bit excited. Lin, I want this one. What do you think?
Although Lin Li was an amateur, he might be able to give different advice, so Xia Yushan asked casually, hoping to get some psychological comfort.
I think it's fine.
Lin Li nodded after taking a look. The surface of this jade seems to have impurities, but it is very pure inside.
You shouldn't lose money buying it. Okay. Excited, Xia Yushan offered 6.8 million.
Dingjin glanced at Xia Yushan and said, okay, this gentleman will pay 6.8 million.
Is there anyone who can beat that? 7 million. A tall man looked at Xia Yushan with disdain.
Shu Yunlong looked at the 2 men and smiled to himself, idiot.
No one is going to bid on this jade.
The starting price is high, but it's not worth anything.
You'll only get 7 or 8 million for it. He Yan also chuckled, that's right, that's right. Xia Yushan is really stupid. 7,500,000. Xia Yushan glared at the big man in disbelief. 8 million. The big man didn't even think about it, and it seemed like he was going to fight with Xia Yushan. Xia Yushan also sensed the intentions of the big man and quickly pulled Lin Li. What should I do? Brother Lin, do I still want to increase the price?
I have a budget of at most 10 million.
Lin Li smiled and said, it's okay. Just do it. We can't lose momentum. Even if it costs 100 million, I'll pay for it. Really? That's great. Xia Yushan's eyes lit up. 10 million. Xia Yushan shouted. Since he had the backing of the big man behind him, he had nothing to fear. He glared at the big man and thought to himself, you little brat, you dare to fight me? Don't you know who's standing next to me? Xia Yushan didn't realize at the moment that he looked like a lackey. 10 million? The man's face clearly turned sour.
Buddy, this jade looks big, but it's actually worthless.
8 million is the most you can get. How dare you ask for 10 million? Someone shook his head inside. Who cares? I like it. Xia Yushan puffed out his chest and looked down on the crowd. Fuck, you're so mean. Dingjin, 10 million once. Are there any more bids? 10 million twice. 10 million three.
Before the word 3 could be said, the big man shouted, 11 million. Xia Yushan was furious when he saw that the item in his hand was snatched away again.
Continue.
Lin Li reminded him. He had just checked that the jade would be worth at least 100 million yuan after it was finally opened, so Xia Yushan could definitely call again.
20 million. Xia Yushan shouted. Chapter 31 4 billion. 20 million? Do you have that kind of money? Someone seemed to recognize Xia Yushan. How dare you say I don't have money? Xia Yushan said angrily, even though he knew that none of the people present had more money than him.
Humph, You're just the Xie who sells feed.
What's wrong with selling feed? Are you looking down on people? I'll tell you, you all know the one next to me, right?
Xie pulled Linli in front of him, and sure enough, the others stopped talking.
Hey, man, are you going to raise the price? If not, this stone is mine. Xie said smugly. It feels great to have someone backing you up. The big man seemed to be afraid of Lin Li's strength, and although he was very unhappy, he did not compete again. The stone finally ended up in Xie hands.
Then, the fourth jade, with a starting price of 10 million, was finally sold for 30 million. After a short break of 2 minutes. A rough stone 60 centimeters long, 50 centimeters wide, and 50 centimeters high was pushed out.
This is the highlight of the evening. Holy cow, is this the legendary ice jadeite? It looks expensive.
Although this is an uncut stone, the purple light that shines through was enough to make anyone go crazy. Lin Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and after a closer look, he was also shocked. The pure purple jade inside is simply something from another world. At this moment, he could no longer find the words to describe it.
Ding, selection has been triggered, options are loading. Loaded successfully.
Option 1, you must take a picture of this rough stone, and you will be rewarded with 50 billion soft girl coins. Option 2, if you exceed 1 billion, you will give up the rough stone and be rewarded with the god-level fighting technique.
I choose option 1.
Lin Li said decisively.
Even a fool can do the math. As long as the final auction price is not higher than 50 billion, he will make a profit. Ding, selection complete. The host receives 50 billion soft girl coins and has 92.3 billion in cash.
On the stage, Dingjin saw the intense interest in the crowd and slowly smiled, saying, "Dear guests, there is a very high probability that a first-class ice-type purple jadeite will be opened. I'm sure you've all heard about it beforehand. To be honest, I've auctioned off many rough stones and seen purple jadeite rough stones, but this is the first time I've seen one of this size.
I'm sure you all feel the same way. Yes, that's right. I must win it tonight. You're sure? I'm sure too. Don't argue, you guys. You only have a few bucks in your pockets. How arrogant. Hey, I say, you guys go out and fight."
There was a lot of noise and arguing, and almost everyone wanted it except for a few people who were just watching.
Xie saw Lin Li staring at the stage and asked, "Brother Lin, are you going to bid too?"
Lin Li nodded silently.
Nonsense, if someone is going to keep the money for themselves, how could they not take the system for a ride? Xie eyes were burning with desire. He wanted it too, but his strength didn't allow it. He now only hoped that Lin Li could win it, so that he could feast his eyes on it. Now the auction begins. The starting price is 50 million. 60 million. 65 million. 80 million. 90 million. 100 million. The crowd is in a frenzy. In the backstage, the Yen family silently watched the monitor, and as the bidding price rose, their throats tightened. At the same time, in a luxurious mansion more than 10 kilometers away, an old man with white hair was also staring at the screen, his expression a little nervous. This is the old man of the Yen family, Yen Changtai. 350 million. 360 million. The bidding on the spot is still fierce. Xie heart was pounding and his blood was boiling just from listening to the sound. It was a pity that he didn't have the strength, otherwise he would have joined in the bidding. 500 million. A man who had been at the front of the bidding, but had not spoken up, raised his hand and said, "Ha!" The people present were stunned, and they actually called out 500 million. Hey, isn't that Duan Xingmu, the second son of the Duan family in Yun City? Even they are here. Yun City is on the border of the Dragon Kingdom, and the local area is rich in jade. The Duan family made their fortune with jade, and in terms of strength, they are even more powerful than the Yen family. If even they are here, it seems that this stone is really valuable. Lin Li also glanced over at Duan Xingmu and heard the various discussions about him. They must be determined to get this purple jadeite. 500 million, any other bids? Dingjin saw the bidding pause and asked. The audience remained silent. Xie was anxious. "Brother Lin, aren't you going to bid?" Just as he finished asking, Lin Li raised his hand and said, 1 billion. Wow! The audience was in an uproar. This kind of price increase is inhumane. Young Master Lin is the grandson of the richest man in Jiangnan, and he is generous with his money. Master Duan, you're going to have a rival tonight.
The bosses present were initially excited about the 35 million yuan price increase, but they didn't expect to encounter these two lunatics. They shot them down as soon as they opened their mouths, and now they just have to watch these two fight. In terms of family strength, the Duan family is still several steps behind the Qian family, but considering that Lin Li is after all Qian Henian's grandson, it's really not certain how much money he can come up with, so the result is a bit unpredictable.
Brother Lin, you are so domineering. Xia Yushan's excited heart was trembling.
The Yin family father and son in the background and Yin Changtai, who was more than 10 kilometers away, were also shocked by Lin Li's inhumane way of raising the price.
At this time, Duan Xingmu also twitched his eyes, thinking to himself, is this kid here to cause trouble? Second master, should I go over and say hello?
An old man who looked like a housekeeper standing next to Duan Xingmu glanced at Lin Li and asked Duan Xingmu for instructions. Duan Xingmu shook his head and said, no, I want to see how much courage that kid has. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked up and shouted loudly on the stage, 2 billion.
Gah! Dingjin on the stage almost couldn't hold the microphone steady. The blood of everyone in the audience was boiling. The Duan family is really risking a lot. Although the stone on the stage is likely to produce a jadeite of the ice variety, it is only likely to do so. It is not certain that it will produce a jadeite of the ice variety, or that it will be worth so much money if it does. They're bidding 2 billion yuan for it, and if it turns out to be worthless, that would be disastrous. Even if the Duan family is rich, 2 billion is still a lot of money for them to spend. Xia Yushan was also shocked by the Duan family's bidding method. Brother Lin, the Duan family is crazy. I think you'd better not call them. Just let them have it. If they don't get a good thing out of it, they'll be dead. Lin Lichong gave Xia Yushan a meaningful smile and raised his hand again. 40 billion. Dingjin was unable to hold onto the microphone in her hand after all. After a piercing sound, the scene fell into an unprecedented frenzy. Lin Xiao, are you joking? Lin, 4 billion, not 40, you're crazy. Lin Li, don't shout, if you don't have the money to pay at the end, you'll be embarrassed. Chapter 32, worth 30 billion? Duan Xingmu's face turned black as charcoal. He had lived for more than 30 years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a rival. 40 billion, already far beyond their budget. In fact, 20 billion is already the limit. Xia Yushan's heart nearly shattered when he heard Lin Li's price of 4 billion. Brother Lin, are you crazy? My goodness, I almost died of fright just now. Lin Li's shout directly cost him 4 times his net worth, so of course he was trembling. Facing the surrounding doubts, Lin Li smiled mockingly. It's just a few billion, it's not like I can't afford it. Don't use your knowledge to challenge my allowance. Ha! The scene suddenly fell silent. Is he looking down on them? Mr. Lin, we know you have money, but you can't insult us like this. After all, we are all worth billions or even hundreds of billions. Don't you have any pride? Yes, you're rich, so what? Lin Li didn't take it to heart at all, but instead smiled at them and said, didn't you look down on me first? His words left everyone speechless. Dingjin saw that the atmosphere was a bit tense, so he quickly said, okay, everyone is a respectable person, so don't be unhappy over a little thing. Mr. Lin just bid 4 billion, is there anyone with a higher bid? Everyone looked at me, and I looked at everyone, and we all silently lowered our heads. But soon, everyone's attention turned to Duan Xingmu. The Duan family is determined to win, so they won't give up so easily, will they? They really hoped that the Duan family would go crazy and completely defeat Lin Li, which would also vent their anger for them. However, the result was a bit disappointing. Duan Xingmu also lowered his head and showed no intention of raising the price. Seeing this, Dingjin said, 4 billion once. 4 billion twice. 4 billion 3 times. Sold. The gavel fell. Congratulations to Mr. Lin for winning the biggest exhibit of the night. A round of applause rang out symbolically. Humph, it cost 4 billion. What if it turns out to be a piece of junk? That would be fun. That's right, look at the way he looks down on people. 40 billion is like pocket money. There was a lot of grumbling, but Lin Li didn't care. This rough stone can be bought for a mere 4 billion.
According to Xia Yushan's estimate, if it is all first-grade ice jade, this stone is worth at least 30 billion. Lin Li wanted to laugh on the spot, but he was afraid of being criticized, so he held back.
Mr. Lin, it's rare to come across such a good rough stone. Why don't you cut it open on the spot and let us see it? Yes, Mr. Lin. Many people want to see what can be cut from the 4 billion raw stone. Is it really like the Yin family said, can it be cut into a first-class ice-type purple jadeite? Of course, some of them are also here to see a good joke. Lin, do you want to open it? Xia Yushan was itching to open it. At this
moment, the Yin family father and son came out from the backstage and congratulated him from afar. Mr. Lin, you are young and promising, and you have unlimited courage. Yen Shichong walked in front of him, his face full of smiles. Immediately after, Yen Yu introduced Lin Li to him. Young Master Lin, this is my father. Lin Li nodded to them.
It turned out to be Uncle Yen.
Yen Shichong was smiling from ear to ear, and he was extremely impressed by Lin Li's performance tonight. Originally, their psychological price was only satisfied if they could get 1 billion, but they didn't expect to get 4 billion in just a few words. Young Master Lin, since the rough stone has already been photographed, why don't you unpack it now, so that everyone here can feast their eyes on it?
Wang Shichong said happily. Yes, Mr. Lin, let's do it now.
Lin Xiao glanced around and saw that everyone was looking at him expectantly, especially Xia Yushan, who was staring at him with his eyes wide open.
Ding, the selection has been triggered, and the options are being loaded. Loaded successfully.
Option 1, on-site stone breaking, reward 20 billion soft girl coins.
Option 2, solve it later, reward intermediate medical skills.
Lin Li blinked and said to himself, I choose 1. He wasn't interested in moving a big rock around, so he made his choice decisively. Ding, the selection is complete. The host has obtained 20 billion soft sister coins and has 108.3 billion in cash wealth.
Well, let's solve it now. Lin Li said nonchalantly. Great. Yen Shichong was excited.
If Lin Li could get a purple jadeite from this piece, then the piece in his home would be priceless. For the first time, Yen Shichong was looking forward to someone else's stone producing something good. On the stage, preparations were being made for the stone to be cut.
Duan Xingmu's dark eyes stared at the rough stone. Master, can this stone be worth 4 billion when it is cut? The butler asked in a low voice.
I can't say for sure, but I have a hunch that the kid might make a profit.
Duan Xingmu wasn't sure either, but he always felt a sense of disappointment in his heart.
Soon, the work on the stage was ready, and everyone's eyes were fixed on it. Lin Li took the black pen handed to him and drew a cutting position on the rough stone, a diamond shape that was not very regular.
Cut it.
Lin Li stepped back 2 steps and said lightly. The next second, the machine started to rotate. Everyone held their breath at this moment. The first cut only cut a thin layer of stone, which was a trick Lin Li had deliberately set up to confuse the people at the scene. If he was that accurate every time, it would be impossible to avoid suspicion if he just cut the material.
No? Nothing? What a waste. 40 billion yuan is going to be wasted. Ha ha.
Some people at the scene began to sneer. But then, everyone's eyes popped out in surprise at the next scene. As the flywheel went down, everyone faintly saw purple light.
Is it really a purple jadeite? Was it cut so quickly? Damn, this kid is really lucky.
Yen Jia and his son exchanged a glance, also slightly shocked, but more excited.
Lin, you're awesome. I admire you. Xia Yushan couldn't help but shout.
In his eyes, Lin Li was now like a god descending from heaven. He bought something no one wanted, and then sold it for over 10 million.
Now, he's just cut a little bit and immediately found a piece of purple jade. This is luck exploding. However, Zhu Yunjun and He Yan were not so happy. Damn, I don't believe it. Does this kid really have that much luck?
He must have stepped in dog poop this morning, otherwise he wouldn't have such good luck. Just wait and see, there may be nothing behind him, and he will lose everything. Duan Xingmu unconsciously clenched his fists at this time, and the feeling of disappointment became even stronger.
The 50 centimeters cross-section is almost 4/5 jadeite, and judging by this, there is at least a large section inside.
Not to mention 4 billion, it is best valued at more than 20 billion.
Second master, this kid seems to have some skills. The butler-like man looked at Lin Li.
He didn't believe that one person could have such good luck for so long. While everyone was in a state of surprise, the action on stage continued. The second cut was soon made. Everyone's eyes were again filled with disbelief, and at this moment, no one spoke.
Their minds were completely blank.
However, a few people who were still relatively sober felt that this scene looked familiar. Suddenly, they remembered that the small stone that Linley began to pick up was also cut in a similar way.
Chapter 33, The Yin family is spending a fortune. Could this be another gem?
This young Master Lin doesn't look like he's playing with stones for the first time.
Is he pretending to be a fool? Pretending to be a fool?
Many people nodded in agreement, and they were sure it was. Everyone was shocked and once again held their breath, staring at the stage with their eyes fixed, not daring to blink for fear of missing something. Linley was calmly sitting on the side, just quietly watching. With a burst of exclamations, the stone that was said to be able to produce a Grade 1 ice jadeite was cut open. The purple light that radiated from the entire stone blinded everyone.
This is worth 40 billion, second master.
Duan Xingmu's butler was so surprised that he could barely fit a goose egg in his mouth.
40 billion?
Someone nearby heard the butler's voice and was even more dizzy.
40 billion.
Some of these people don't even have 40 billion in their entire life savings, and they've been working hard for most of their lives. But at this moment, Linley had just spent 4 billion to earn 10 times the profit, which was enviable and jealous.
The Yin family father and son looked at each other excitedly. The Yin family was going to get rich.
The stone they had hidden at home was worth at least 200 billion.
200 billion. A number that many people will never reach in their lifetime.
In the villa more than 10 kilometers away, Yin Changtai's face was also beaming with satisfaction.
It's time for the Yin family to rise again.
The scene was very exciting.
Those big bosses who boasted of billions and hundreds of billions of assets came to congratulate Linley. Mr. Lin, you must have the god of wealth tonight.
Lin, I didn't think before I spoke, so please don't be angry.
Nonsense, who could be angry with Linley? Right, Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin is so awesome. Mazes kept flattering, and Xia Yushan said unconvinced, didn't you all want to see a joke at first? Why aren't you laughing? Keep going. Mr. Xia, it was just a joke. Don't take it seriously.
Yes, Mr. Xia, we are all in the same circle, don't make things so tense. Those people began to smooth over their relationship again, and Xia Yushan snorted coldly and ignored them. On stage, after receiving the latest instructions from the old man, Yen Shichong came to Linley's side. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and everyone nearby could hear him clearly.
Lin Xiao, what are you going to do with this purple jadeite?
Linley scratched his head. Ding, the selection has been triggered, and the options are being loaded.
Loaded successfully.
Option 1, take it home, 10 points awarded for spirit.
Option 2, sell it on the spot, and get 20 points for your strength. Ha!
Linley pondered for a moment, then opened his personal panel.
Host, Linley. Age, 19.
Physical fitness, 70, average for ordinary people is 60.
Strength, 60, average for ordinary people is 70.
Spirit, 80, average for ordinary people is 60.
Charisma, 70, average for ordinary people is 40. Intelligence, 110, average for ordinary people is 95.
Wealth, 108.3 billion soft coins. Skills, God-level mind reading, advanced martial arts, God-level car driving skills, intermediate X-ray vision, and basic medical skills. His physical strength is currently lower than that of an ordinary person, but his mental strength is already higher than that of an ordinary person. Moreover, carrying him home only rewards 10 points of mental strength, so it's better to sell him on the spot and get 20 points of physical strength, which will make him stronger than an ordinary person. Plus, he has advanced martial arts, so 10 big men can't do anything to him.
I choose 2.
Ding, selection complete, the host gains 20 points of strength, currently 80 points of strength, already surpassing the average person. The next second, Linley clearly felt that his strength had increased and his muscles had become stronger. Feeling the power in his body, Linley was in a good mood and waved his hand, saying that if any of the bosses present liked the purple jade, they could bid.
As soon as the words fell, Duan Xingmu's butler couldn't wait any longer. Second master. Duan Xingmu was a bit hesitant.
If he really wanted to buy it, it would cost at least 40 billion, which was a lot of money. I'll call my brother first,
Duan Xingmu said and walked over to make a phone call. The audience fell silent.
400 billion, even if they sold all their assets, they wouldn't have that much cash. Yen Shichong coughed lightly and said, Mr. Lin, the Yen family is willing to pay 40 billion. We hope that Mr. Lin can let go of his love.
Wow! 40 billion! The Yans are so generous? Gee, the Yans are so well hidden, it's scary.
They knew that the Yin family was one of the 4 great families in Suzhou, with deep roots, but they were still surprised that they could come up with 40 billion in cash at once. Even Duan Xingmu, who was on the phone, frowned. Xia Yushan almost fell to the ground when he heard the figure of 40 billion.
40 billion is equivalent to 40 of his personal wealth. It's so unfair.
While envying the Yin family for their generosity, Xia Yushan felt even more fortunate that he had sold his company, Light and Shadow Media, and had the opportunity to meet Lin Li.
This big leg must be firmly held. Mr. Lin, what do you think?
Yen Shichong said confidently that no one else present would offer a higher price.
Lin Li saw that no one was speaking, and the price of 40 billion was not low. He was about to speak when a voice suddenly rang out. The Duan family will pay 45 billion. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. The Duan family finally made a move.
If the Duan family had raised the bid again during
the auction, perhaps the jadeite would have been theirs. Unfortunately, fate is fickle. Some people shook their heads and sighed.
Yen Shichong was unhappy when he saw that the Duan family was competing with him for the purple jadeite.
Mr. Duan, how about you give my brother a face? My family will pay 50 billion, so don't compete with me, okay? Yen Shichong politely bowed.
Mr. Yen, we are all in the same business, and the Duan family is determined to win this piece of jade.
Duan Xingmu smiled politely as he spoke. Yen Shichong looked displeased.
The Duan family had just missed out on the jade, and now they were definitely going to get it back. It was just that the Yen family also wanted the jade.
I'll offer 60 billion. If the Yans can still raise the price, then I'll have to give up. Duan Xingmu laughed. You! Yen Shichong was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. 60 billion.
Yen Shichong snorted and turned to Lin Li and said, Mr. Lin, my family will pay 65 billion.
Good, the Yen family is really domineering. Duan Xingmu clenched his teeth and then angrily left after flinging his sleeve. As soon as Duan Xingmu left, there was an explosion on the scene. 65 billion. Holy shit! The Yen family is really something. Alas, with such a high price, we can only look at it. It's still good to look at, and we can brag about it for the rest of our lives. The Yen family is willing to pay such a high price because they have actually considered it. This material is now not only valuable in itself, but also has a collection value. If nothing goes wrong, everyone in the circle will know that the material was sold for 65 billion yuan tomorrow. If anyone wants this material in the future, the price will definitely not be lower than this. Not only that, the price of the other piece of material that the Yen family has not yet solved will rise even higher. Yan Changtai has been in the jade circle for his whole life, and he is still good at calculating. The one who was most pleased is Lin Li. He originally thought that he would only make 40 billion, but he never expected that the Duan family would step in and make him an additional 25 billion. It's like money falls from the sky when you're standing next to it. Chapter 34, Light and Shadow Media Senior Management Meeting. The Yans were afraid that someone else would come and snatch it away from them, so they transferred 65 billion into Lin Li's account in minutes, and the first grade ice-type purple jadeite was quickly taken away by them. After the transaction was completed, Lin Li checked his wealth balance and found that it had reached 173.3 billion. After a moment of silent admiration, he left without lingering. After a few polite words with the Yen family, he left. The next day, Lin Li woke up at more than 9 o'clock in the morning. He was thinking about going back to sleep when he suddenly remembered that he had to go to the executive meeting at Light and Shadow Media today. He immediately jumped out of bed, washed up, and drove out of the Sunshine community in his Bugatti Veyron. Light and Shadow Media. The executives were all there, but Lin Li had not yet shown up. Secretary Wan, didn't Mr. Lin say the meeting was at 10 o'clock? It's already 10:15 and we haven't seen him yet. Can you call and ask?
Fan Maowei, the director of the Program Creation and Research Center, said impatiently.
Director Fan, you're impatient after just 10 minutes? People who don't know you would think you're the new boss.
Gu Shuangping, the director of the Public Relations Department, looked at him coldly and said.
Gu Shuangping, what do you mean?
Fan Maowei slammed his desk. The two had worked at Light and Shadow Media for 7 or 8 years, and they had never gotten along. It was rumored that Fan had once pursued Gu, but she had rejected him. Fan Maowei was so angry that he accused Gu Shuangping of sleeping with other men. As a member of the Public Relations Department, Fan Maowei's words were a bit heart-wrenching for Gu Shuangping. Since then, the two have completely broken up, and they take every opportunity to insult each other.
What do you mean?
Look at the scripts that your RD Center has submitted in the past 2 years.
What kind of nonsense is this?
You're still here, when you should have quit long ago.
Gu Shuangping coldly retorted. You.
Fan Maowei was so angry that his face turned red.
Can we blame the poor box office on the poor scripts written by our creative center? Why don't you say that the actors didn't perform well, or that the director didn't direct well? Director Fan, what do you mean? Did I do something wrong in the director's department? Don't blame your poor digestion if you can't poop.
Director Feng Dagang stood up abruptly and pointed at Fan Maowei's nose and scolded him.
Feng Dagang is a typical hot-tempered person who gets angry easily.
Fan Maowei was still a little intimidated by Feng Dagang, and his words softened at the moment.
I didn't mean that.
I mean, the box office didn't sell well, but it wasn't all because the script was bad.
Your crappy script is really not that good. Feng Dagang snorted and sat down angrily. Okay, everyone stop arguing. What will the new boss think when he sees you like this? Hu Jun, the director of the strategy department, stood up and persuaded. Soon, everyone quieted down.
When Wan Shu saw that they had calmed down a little, she said, "Please wait patiently, directors.
I'll call Mr. Lin right now."
Wan Lei finished speaking and turned around and walked out of the conference room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Lin Li already standing at the door. Secretary Wan's body trembled and she stumbled and said, "Mr. Lin, you're here."
The directors are all waiting for you. The people in the meeting room heard Wan's voice and quickly sat up straight.
Lin Li didn't say anything, walked straight into the conference room, sat down in his seat, and glanced at everyone, but didn't say a word.
Everyone was stunned.
Although they had already heard that the new boss was a very young man, they had not expected him to be even younger than they had imagined. What was even more surprising was that the young new boss was so deep and mature beyond his years. You were quite heated in your discussion just now.
Why don't you continue?
After a while, Lin Li said lightly. Everyone looked down in silence, especially Fan Maowei, who lowered his head to his crotch. He had just been mouthing off in front of a group of directors, but when he was actually facing Lin Li, he was still very scared. At this time, Secretary Wan handed Lin Li a file containing the resumes of the directors present.
He opened it up at random. The atmosphere in the conference room was extremely depressing for a moment.
Everyone present was an old hand, and they had long known Lin Li's identity.
The grandson of Qian Henian was enough to shut them up.
Not to mention the imposing manner in which Lin Li had behaved, it was also powerful enough. Lin Li also did not expect that since his physique, strength, spirit, charm, and intelligence all surpassed ordinary people, it would actually increase his aura by several levels. After a few minutes, Lin Li closed the folder and had a general understanding of everyone present before slowly opening his mouth.
Everyone, I'm sure you all understand the company's recent performance, right? Everyone was silent, but everyone knew the answer. Since you all know, I won't say much.
I can tell you here that the company's difficulties are only temporary, and the future Light and Shadow Media will definitely be the most powerful media company in the world. As soon as Lin Li finished speaking, he heard a pop. The one who laughed was the director of operations, Lao Mei, a woman under 30 with a good appearance.
Is Director Lao questioning me? Lin Li frowned and his face turned gloomy. No. How dare I question what Mr. Lin said? Mr. Lin said that the world's best is the world's best.
Lao Mei immediately became serious, but everyone could see that she still wanted to laugh.
Lin Li waved his hand and didn't care.
He changed the subject and said, "But we have to figure out the company's predicament first."
What about the recent company movies? We didn't even get the publicity money back. They can't even be called bad movies anymore. What kind of bullshit plots are they? What kind of bullshit actors are they using? Ah.
Director Fong Dagong, with a red face, looked up with difficulty and said, Mr. Lin, those bad movies were basically directed by Chen.
Director Chen? Chen Tianxiong?
Lin Li was stunned, and suddenly remembered that Lan Xian had called Chen Tianxiong from the hotel that day. Speaking of this Chen Tianxiong, he had previously made 2 films that were well received and had some fame, but then he obviously fell off, especially in the last 2 or 3 years when the films he made were getting worse and worse.
Yes, it was him. Fong Dagong nodded.
Lin Li was angry when he thought about it, and asked, You Fong Dagong are the director of the department, why did you arrange for him to shoot the film?
Fong Dagong's face turned even redder in the face of Lin Li's harsh questioning. It's not entirely my fault. It was Su Dong who made the decision. Lin Li also understood, and immediately gave the order, from now on, terminate Chen Tianxiang's contract. Secretary Yuan, you call him now. Secretary Yuan nodded slightly and said, Yes, Mr. Lin. I'll go right now.
After Yuan left the meeting room, Lin Li turned his attention to Fan Maowei.
Director Fan.
Fan Maowei heard the sound and his heart skipped a beat.
This is a reckoning that has come to him. Mr. Lin.
Fan Maowei said with a forced smile.
What do you think the screenwriters in your creative center are doing? Ha? You submitted a script like Monkey King vs. Shi Yang Yang?
A battle is a battle, but in the end, Monkey King ran away with Shi Ji.
Are you out of your mind?
Lin Li was so angry that he could hardly speak.
If this kind of script was made into a movie, I'm afraid the audience would dig up their ancestors' graves.
Chapter 35, Talent, I won't say any more, promoted to vice president.
Poof.
The director of the operations department, Lao Mei, couldn't help but laugh again, and the others also laughed quietly. This film was the subject of much debate during internal
discussions.
Just as Lin Li had thought, the 2 characters ended up eloping, which was ridiculous. But Fan Maowei was the director of the creative center, and he overruled the majority opinion, thinking that this would give the audience more things to talk about. The most ridiculous thing was that Su Guanyin actually agreed with Fan Maowei's ridiculous idea at the time. This big production, which was said to have cost 1.8 billion, ended up grossing 90 million. It can be said that this drama directly emptied the last of the light and shadow media's assets.
Mr. Lin, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance.
If the creative center can't come up with a good script, I'll take my own life as punishment.
Fan Maowei was also desperate, and immediately issued a military order.
In fact, he also regretted it in his heart.
He didn't know what went wrong at the time.
Lin Li had just acquired light and shadow media, and was in need of talent. He planned to let Fan Maowei redeem himself by producing a good script.
Since Director Fan had such courage, I will trust you for once.
If you can't produce a script that I'm satisfied with within 3 months, you're fired.
No problem.
Fan Maowei pounded his chest. Lin Li nodded in satisfaction.
Now, let's talk about the next thing. The company just signed a new employee yesterday. Her name is Lan Xian.
You may not know her yet. While he was talking, Secretary Yuan had already, at Lin Li's signal, projected a picture of Lan Xian onto the wall behind him.
Everyone looked up.
Director Wen, you are in charge of allocating resources for artists. I have one thing to say, if the company has any good resources, I want them all to be used on her. The same goes for other relevant departments, especially Director Fan.
Lan Xian's script must be tailor-made. She will be coming to the company this afternoon.
If you have any questions, you can communicate directly with her. After Lin Li finished speaking, everyone was shocked again. This little girl can't be the boss's sweetheart, otherwise the boss wouldn't have invested so much. They have been in the entertainment industry for many years, and they have never seen a boss so crazy about a company artist.
Okay, Mr. Lin, no problem.
Although they were shocked, they all said the same thing in unison.
Afterwards, Lin Li learned some more things from the executives and then left the company. In the afternoon,
when Lin Li returned to Yunlong Electronics, there were already more than a dozen documents piled up on his desk. When Lu Mingshan learned that Lin Li had returned to the company, he also came to his office as soon as possible, and he had 2 documents in his hand.
Mr. Lin, these are the new clients that the marketing department has developed. Here are the client profiles. Take a look first. If there are no problems, you can approve them later. Sure, you can put it down. I'll read it later.
Linley nodded and opened a file that had been piling up in front of him for a long time. Seeing that Linley was a bit overwhelmed, Lu Mingshan suggested, Mr. Lin, if you're really too busy, then hire a secretary.
A secretary? Yes, okay, I understand. You go ahead and get back to work.
Linley suddenly realized. He already had 2 companies on his hands, and if he had to do everything himself, he would definitely be unable to do everything.
He had to find a way to become a hands-off boss.
So he immediately picked up the phone on his desk and asked the personnel department to send all the resumes of the company's managers and supervisors to his office. 10 minutes later, a young lady from the HR department came in with a stack of documents.
Linley smiled.
This little sister was the one who recruited him into the factory. Linley knew her, but she didn't know Linley. After all, there were so many people at the time, how could they all remember? After the little sister left, Linley went through the resumes of the senior executives again. Suddenly, he found a very suitable person.
Yuan Ying. This was the first time Linley had seen Yuan Ying's resume, and he had no idea that she was a top student in the electronic information major at Beijing University. It was unbelievable. Such a talent, and she is only a small supervisor in the production department. This is a waste of talent.
Wu Nang is really incompetent. He immediately called Yuan Ying to his office. At that moment, Yuan Ying was in her small office, holding a meeting with several foremen and deputy foremen.
After receiving Linley's call, she ran over in delight. What honey did Supervisor Yuan eat?
The foremen looked at each other. Yuan Ying had just coldly reprimanded them, but then suddenly became excited after receiving a phone call.
She changed her face too quickly, didn't she?
Yuan Ying came to the door of Linley's office, but instead of rushing in, she first straightened her clothes. Since last weekend, thanks to Linley, she had slept in a 5-star hotel for 2 days, but she had not yet thanked Linley properly.
After making sure that her outfit was okay, Yuan Ying knocked on the office door. Manager Yuan, come quickly.
Linley waved his hand at the sound.
Yuan Ying walked briskly to
Linley's desk and suddenly realized that Linley seemed to have changed a lot in the past few days, but she couldn't put her finger on it.
Mr. Lin? What do you want?
Yuan Ying put aside her scattered thoughts and looked straight at Linley with her sparkling eyes.
Linley was a little bit scared by the stare, and he coughed lightly and said, Director Yuan, you graduated from Peking University?
Yes.
Yuan Ying nodded and asked curiously, what's the matter?
Linley waved his hand, no.
What, you take a look at these documents, see if there is any problem.
He pushed the documents in front of him to Yuan Ying. Yuan Ying looked at Linley with even more curiosity, not knowing what he was up to, but still flipped through a few of them and then looked up and said, these are all customer information and product reports, as well as the results of new product research and development.
What's wrong? These don't seem to be any problems. No problem?
Sure. Linley's eyes lit up when he heard this.
Yuan Ying nodded seriously, I'm sure. Linley slapped the table and said, okay, you're the one. Yuan Ying was puzzled and startled. Mr. Lin, have you taken expired calcium tablets? Mr. Lin, what do you mean, what about me?
Linley stood up from his chair, walked around the desk to Yuan Ying, and circled around her, his eyes glowing green. He praised her, you are a treasure. Yuan Ying suddenly blushed when Linley looked at her like that.
What is Mr. Lin doing? Mr. Lin, what's going on?
Linley nodded again, then changed to a very serious face and said in a serious tone, Director Yuan, I am now announcing an appointment. Seeing Linley's serious expression, Yuan Ying couldn't help but stand up straight and listen quietly to what Linley was going to say next. I hereby announce that from this day forward, Director Yuan Ying will be the Deputy General Manager of Yunlong Electronics and the Acting General Manager, with full authority to handle company business. Linley said loudly.
Ha! Yuan Ying's delicate body trembled, and her pure and pretty face was full of panic. Mr. Lin, what are you joking about? No. I don't. Linley was not at all surprised by Yuan Ying's strong reaction. He patted her weak shoulders and smiled, Vice President Yuan, this is the company's appointment for you. You should accept your fate. I will have someone clean up the empty office next door right away. You can move in tomorrow and take over the company. Mr. Lin, I. Chapter 36, Scandal. It's fine. You don't have to make excuses. If I say you can do it, you can do it.
I, Linley, am not wrong in judging people. Linley immediately interrupted Yuan Ying's words and said without a doubt.
I know what you're worried about.
You're just afraid that some managers won't accept you.
Don't worry, I'll send an internal email right away.
If anyone doesn't accept this decision, they can leave the company immediately. Linley used his super-level mind-reading skills to easily see Yuan Ying's concerns. Linley believed in her so much that he had already said everything he wanted to say.
Yuan Ying felt that if she continued to be pretentious, she would be ungrateful. Moreover, as a top student at Beijing University, she also had her own dreams.
If she could become the company's vice president, then she would be one step closer to realizing her dreams.
Mr. Lin, don't worry. I will do my best to manage the company well and live up to your expectations. Yuan Ying said with a firm gaze. Good, you go ahead.
Linley nodded in satisfaction. After Yuan Ying left with a feeling of excitement, Linley immediately began drafting an internal email. After half an hour, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he sent it directly. A few minutes later, the managers and supervisors of all departments in the company saw the email.
Everyone was dumbfounded.
If someone in the company could be promoted to vice president, then the most qualified candidates would be Lu Mingshan, vice president of the administration department, and Zhang Changxing, manager of the production department.
Administrative department. The supervisor came to Lu Mingshan's office as soon as he saw the email, and said in a tone of disbelief and a hint of depression, Manager Lu, what does Mr. Lin mean by this? The little supervisor of the production department is actually writing on your head. Isn't this too bullying?
Lu Mingshan lowered his head in private. Although he was surprised by Lin Li's decision, he didn't feel so surprised when he thought about it.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be Lin Li. It's fine. I don't feel anything, so don't complain. Mr. Lin has his reasons for making this arrangement. Lu Mingshan waved his hand and said.
The supervisor was still angry, but since the manager had already let it go, there was no need for him to be angry. The same scene also appeared in the production department.
However, Zhang Changxing's reaction was stronger than that of Lu Mingshan.
After all, Yuan Ying was his subordinate, and now she had become his immediate superior, which made him lose face in front of his subordinates.
Just as he was feeling depressed, Lin Li's phone call came to his office. It's Lin. I'll be right there.
After Zhang Changxing hung up the phone, he didn't think much about it and immediately got up and went to Lin Li's office. Soon, Zhang Changxing knocked on the door and walked in.
Manager Zhang, please sit down.
Lin Li said calmly.
Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Zhang Changxing sat down solemnly, but Lin Li could still see a hint of melancholy on his face.
Lin Li knew that he was upset about Yuan Ying becoming his boss.
Manager Zhang, I know it's a bit hard for you to accept at the moment, but you must know how capable Director Yuan is. It's a bit of a waste to make her a small director.
Of course, the one who is most aggrieved is you.
In order to soothe Manager Zhang's wounds, I have decided to pay out of my own pocket and reward you with 300,000 yuan in cash. I hope you won't think too much about it, and I hope you can cooperate with Vice President Yuan in the future.
We should all work together in solidarity. What do you think?
Hearing Lin Li's words, Zhang Changxing almost cried. It is indeed rare to have a boss who can consider the feelings of his subordinates so much. Since Lin Li has this kind of heart, Zhang Changxing is satisfied.
As for the money, of course he didn't dare to take it.
Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will actively cooperate with Vice President Yuan's work.
As for the reward, I can't take it.
Lin Li lowered his head and transferred the money to Zhang Changxing's account after a few operations. Manager Zhang, this is a small token of my appreciation.
I hope you won't refuse it.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Changxing's phone rang. Zhang Changxing took out his phone and glanced at it.
It was an incoming text message.
He was instantly moved to tears, and secretly vowed to work hard and repay Lin Li for his kindness. Lin Li, who had just read Zhang Changxing's mind, also saw what Zhang Changxing was thinking, and nodded in satisfaction.
Thank you, Mr. Lin. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work.
Zhang Changxing bowed deeply and turned to leave. After comforting Zhang Changxing, Lin Li called a few young ladies from the administrative department to clean up the next office, and then left the company. As for the documents on the desk, he left them to Yuan Ying to deal with. However, soon after he left the company, the rumors about him and Yuan Ying quickly spread. Now, all departments are discussing it, either openly or secretly, especially the production department, where the discussion is even more intense.
Yuan Ying has jumped from supervisor to vice president, a 2-level promotion. If it weren't for connections, no one would believe it. Hey, you guys, do you think it was Director Yuan who hooked up with President Lin, or was it President Lin who hooked up with Director Yuan? Who knows? But I think it was Mr. Lin who had his eye on Ms. Yuan. Why? Come on, think about it. Director Yuan is so beautiful. How many men in our factory haven't had bad thoughts about Director Yuan?
Director Lin is young and vigorous, and now he has the power, so of course he wants to have a beautiful woman in his arms.
That makes sense. Why can't I be prettier? Maybe I could be a vice president.
Little slut, you're not good enough for Mr. Lin, so why don't you get plastic surgery?
Go to hell. Song Yuan heard the gossip among her colleagues and couldn't help but sigh.
After all, handsome men and beautiful women, and rich people eventually become a couple.
But she couldn't understand why Lin Li had a girlfriend.
At the time, she had jokingly asked Lin Li why he didn't seem to like Yuan Zhongli, when so many of the guys at the factory liked her. She clearly remembered that Lin Li had said at the time that he already had a girlfriend, and that he automatically filtered out other women. It seems that it hasn't been that long, and Lin Li has fallen in love with Director Yuan, and his previous girlfriend has just dumped him?
Are rich men all scumbags?
She finished work that evening.
Yuan Ying walked back to the dormitory, always feeling that everyone around her was talking about her. When she finally got back to the dorm, Hua Shanshan suddenly barged in. Ying. Oh, sorry, you should be calling me Vice President Yuan. Tell me the truth, how did Lin suddenly make you vice president? Did you offer yourself to him?
Hua Shanshan and Yuan Ying have a good relationship, and now they are in the dormitory, so they are the only two people there, so some things are said in a joking manner.
Shan, don't talk nonsense, I didn't.
Yuan Ying widened her eyes and hurriedly explained.
I was also puzzled.
He suddenly called me over in the afternoon and then asked me if I graduated from Peking University.
I said yes, and then he promoted me to vice president.
I also refused at the time, but he was very insistent.
Really?
Hua Shanshan saw that Yuan Ying didn't seem to be lying, and she also knew that Yuan Ying would never use her body to exchange for benefits. If she wouldn't still be a virgin.
Ah. If you ask me, he's got his eye on you. Hua Shanshan suddenly remembered something. Xiao Ying, be honest. Did Lin Li give you the presidential suite last weekend? Yuan Ying wanted to argue.
But her face turned red.
Chapter 37, Shen Dao is starting to bluff again. Ah. You're blushing. Could it be that you're interested in him? Hua Shanshan accurately captured Yuan Ying's embarrassed expression. Tell me the truth. When did you fall in love with Mr. Lin? Was it love at first sight?
Facing Hua Shanshan's interrogation, Yuan Ying also lowered her head and asked herself, Lin Li has a good face, money, and personality. He is simply the best candidate for her Prince Charming. Although the two had a little misunderstanding before, it did not hinder their relationship. From the way Lin Li used her, it was clear that he had not taken the misunderstanding seriously, which showed that he was broad-minded, and that made her like him even more. Hua Shanshan saw Yuan Ying biting her lip and kept looking down, and immediately understood that this little girl must have fallen for Lin Li, but she just didn't want to admit it.
Ying, it doesn't matter if you like him, the key is his attitude towards you? It's not really like you said, just admiring your work ability?
Hua Shanshan was a little worried for Yuan Ying.
Rich people like Lin Li are all playboys.
It's harder than climbing to heaven to really get their hearts.
Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I just want to get the job done. Let's talk about the future later. Yuan Ying didn't want to continue the conversation, so she took Hua Shanshan by the hand and said, let's go. The cafeteria will be closed soon. Blue Sea Hotel.
Lanqin sat in the lobby lounge with her cell phone in her hand, staring at the door with her eyes. When she went to the company meeting in the afternoon, she learned from several directors that Lin Li had almost exhausted the company's best resources for her. she was so moved that she almost burst into tears. If it weren't for the comfort of several directors, she might have cried for a long time.
In the past 2 years, Lan Xin has also encountered various setbacks and heartaches in order to get a role.
It is no wonder that she would lose control when she suddenly received such great care. So in order to thank Linley, she decided to invite him to dinner. Although the Blue Sea Hotel is expensive, she has a little savings from the past 2 years, so it's not a big problem to have a meal. She waited in the lobby, but instead of Linley, she met someone else.
Chen Tianxiong. Lan Xin has now joined the crew of Wang Dashui, so there is no need to ask Chen Tianxiong for a role.
Moreover, she has no intention of working with someone like Chen Tianxiong in the future, so she pretends not to see him and quietly turns her head to the side. However, her beautiful figure still caught Chen Tianxiong's attention. After Chen Tianxiong was released from his contract with Light and Shadow Media, he was in a bad mood. He had planned to come here to rent a room and have fun with an 18th-tier small-time entertainer, but he didn't expect to meet Lan Xin.
This is a real silver lining. Lan Xin, what a coincidence. Chen Tianxiong walked over with a frown on his face and patted Lan Xin on the shoulder. Lan Xin dodged, got up from the sofa, and squeezed a dry smile on her delicate face. Hey, it's Director Chen, what a coincidence.
Chen Tianxiong saw that Lanqin was very well dressed, and coupled with the sweet performance of Lanqin on the shaking platform in the past 2 days, he immediately began to drool. Lanqin, the role you mentioned last time, I thought about it later and I think you have to play it.
Why don't we find a place to sit down and talk? After Chen Tianxiong was released from his contract, the film he was working on was handed over to another director. He was now unemployed, but he guessed that Lan Xin didn't know yet. Anyway, he would try to get her attention first. In fact, Lan Xin did not know that Chen Tianxiong had been released from his contract.
It didn't matter whether he had been released or not, because she had no intention of working with him anyway.
Sorry, Chen, I've already accepted another role. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to work with you. Lan Xin smiled and declined. Chen Tianxiong laughed, and Lan Xin's so-called other roles were nothing more than a bit part in a certain play.
He didn't care, and said, Lan Xin, the role I want to give you is a female third character, with a lot of screen time and a role that lasts until the end of the play.
I can guarantee that this play will make you an instant star. Chen Tianxiong was confident. He believed that any unknown actor would not refuse such a role that could be used as a springboard. If there was a brilliant performance in this play, then the next play would be able to receive a better role. Any smart person would think twice about it. Lan Xin was calm on the inside. Chen Tianxiong was only trying to get her to sleep with him.
Director Chen, I'm really sorry, but I've already accepted a role in Director Wang's film.
It's a supporting female role. Director Wang? Which Director Wang? Chen Tianxiong was momentarily taken aback.
Wang Dashui, Director Wang.
Lan Xin said.
Chen Tianxiong was stunned again and immediately chuckled. The casting for Wang Dashui's film had already been completed, and the filming had already started a few days ago.
Lanqin, don't you do your homework before lying? Don't you know that I work with him? Lan Xin also laughed.
It seems that Chen Tianxiong still doesn't know about the change of roles.
Director Chen, since you and Director Wang are colleagues, why don't you call him and ask him? Chen Tianxiong was a little suspicious. Lanqin didn't seem to be lying, so he really took out his phone.
Lanqin, if you're lying to me, humph.
After the call was connected, Chen Tianxiong asked after a few words of small talk. General, I heard that a girl named Lan Xin is playing your female lead? General Wan was very happy about this. Yes, that's right, the female lead has been replaced.
I've seen her in previous performances and she's very good.
Why are you suddenly asking about her? Oh, it's nothing, I was just asking. I'll treat you to dinner when I have time.
After Chen Tianxiong hung up the phone, his face turned very ugly.
Lan Xin, Wang Dashui's play has been replaced by someone else, and it's still the female second lead. You must have put in a lot of effort, right? I wondered why you didn't want to act in my play. It turns out you've been climbing up the social ladder by sucking up to other people. Chen Tianxiong mocked in a strange tone. Chen Tianxiong, don't talk nonsense.
Lanqin was so angry that her face turned red.
Lanqin, you're a small actress who's actually shameless. I'm telling you, Wang Dashui's drama is not good at all. His female second is not even as good as my female fourth. You'll definitely regret it. When my female second becomes famous, don't regret it. Chen Tianxiong said angrily.
At this moment, a sneer came from the door.
Chen Tianxiong, haven't you already been released from your contract with Light and Shadow Media? Why are you still here?
Chen Tianxiong trembled at the sound and turned around abruptly, staring at the young man in front of him.
How do you know? Who are you?
When Lan Xian saw the person coming, she was suddenly full of joy and jumped over to him. Her voice was pleasant and melodious.
Lin Li, you're here.
Lin Li smiled apologetically.
I'm sorry, I'm a little late. Don't you blame me?
The two were so happy that they completely ignored Chen Tianxiong next to them.
Before coming, Lin Li went to the mall to buy a gift for Lan Xian.
Who knew that when he came out, a group of girls were taking pictures of his Bugatti? Seeing that they were having fun, he really couldn't bear to disturb them, so he waited a few more minutes. Anyway, there was still time, but then he got stuck in traffic and ended up a few minutes late. Chapter 38, The Privileges of the Supreme Black Card. Chen Tianxiong was furious when he saw that he was being ignored.
Do you two not see me?
As a director, he is surrounded by countless people every day, and he is treated like a king every day. Now he is being ignored by a little actor and a young kid.
How can he not be angry? Do we know each other?
Lin Li looked at him with a smile.
A bloated director who thinks he's a big shot.
Chen Tianxiong looked at Lin Li and snorted, "No, but how do you know that Light and Shadow Media has terminated our contract?"
Who are you? Do I need to tell you who I am? Lin Li sneered and pulled Lan Xian to leave. Chen Tianxiong was even more annoyed and immediately stopped Lin Li's way. If he didn't make things clear today, he wouldn't be able to leave. Lan Xian naturally could not stand Chen Tianxiong's domineering manner, and she shouted in a sweet voice, "Chen Tianxiong, don't you want to know who he is?"
"Okay, I'll tell you, he is the new boss of Light and Shadow Media, Lin Li."
You can't be so uninformed about the news, can you? It's you? Chen Tianxiong's heart trembled, and his pair of triangular eyes stared viciously at Lin Li. Yes, it's me. Why, are you unhappy about something?
Lin Li gave a contemptuous smile.
A director like him is not even worthy of staying at Light and Shadow Media?
It's already very kind of me not to have issued a notice to ban him. Chen Tianxiong had been in the entertainment industry for more than 20 years, and he had never been treated like this before.
Damn it, I'll beat you to death.
Chen Tianxiong instantly lost his temper and raised his hand to slap Lin Li in the face.
Ah! Lan Xian was shocked by Chen Tianxiong's crazy behavior, and she closed her eyes tightly and instinctively blocked Lin Li's way.
But a second passed, and then 2 seconds passed, and Lan Xian did not hear the sound of a slap, and she was even more unharmed. She opened her beautiful big eyes and discovered that Chen Tianxiong's face was beet red, and his hand was still in the air, only to be restrained by another strong hand.
You, let me go. Chen Tianxiong was shocked.
Lin Li looked to be about 20 years old, and in terms of strength, he was no match for him, but at this moment, it was the exact opposite. His strength was not even enough to shake his wrist in front of Lin Li.
How terrifying is this kid's strength?
Lin Li didn't expect that his strength was only 20 points higher than that of an ordinary person, and that he could have such powerful
strength.
After a little thought, he probably had a physique that surpassed that of ordinary people.
You little shit, if you ever dare to lay a hand on me again, I'll beat you so badly that your mother won't recognize you.
Lin Li coldly warned, and his arm swung, knocking Chen Tianxiong off balance and nearly knocking him to the ground. You little brat, I was careless just now.
Don't you dare. Get out of my sight. Lin Li roared.
He was too lazy to waste his breath on such a person.
Lan Xian, let's go. Chen Tianxiong was furious after being beaten up just now. He stopped Lin Li again and said, "You little brat, you want to leave after hitting someone? What? You want to fight back? I'm telling you, you're no match for me, old man. You'd better go back and learn a few more tricks from your grandma."
Lin Li pushed Chen Tianxiong away, but Chen Tianxiong grabbed his clothes. The hotel guests saw this scene and fled. Soon, the lobby manager and security guards came over.
"Sir, let's talk about this. What are you doing?" A security guard pulled Chen Tianxiong away and said,
"Security guard, this man is having a psychotic episode, you better drag him away."
Lan Xian frowned. Chen Tianxiang was after all a public figure, and he actually did such a thing. Is he shameless? Chen Tianxiang broke free from the security guard and turned to the lobby manager and yelled at him, "Are you blind? I am a mid-level member of your hotel. Can't you see?" Chen Tianxiang said, pulling out his silver membership card from his pocket and holding it in the face of the lobby manager. The Blue Ocean Hotel has a tiered membership system. A one-time deposit of 1 million yuan is a primary member, with a bronze card. A one-time recharge of 3 million is a mid-level member, with a silver card. A one-time recharge of 5 million is a senior member, holding a gold card. A one-time recharge of 10 million is a supreme member, holding a special black card. The lobby manager saw Chen Tianxiang's silver card and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen." Chen Tianxiang snorted, put away his card, and then instructed the security guard, "You, get these two people out of here now." But, the security guard was hesitant. After all, the guests were guests, and there was nothing wrong with them. It was you who dragged them. The security guard naturally didn't dare to say this. Chen Tianxiang saw the security guard hesitate, and his anger grew. What, does the word of a mid-level member not count anymore? The security guard looked at the lobby manager and saw the latter nod slightly, so he walked up to Lin Li and said, "Excuse me, please leave." There was nothing he could do. This was a strange rule set by their boss. If someone offended a hotel member, then the member could request that the person be expelled from the hotel, but this privilege also had usage restrictions. Junior members can use this privilege once every 3 years, intermediate members once every 2 years, senior members once a year, and supreme members 3 times a year. In addition, supreme members have one more privilege, which is to be able to ban someone from entering the Blue Ocean Hotel forever, but they can only use this privilege once a year. Lin Li. I'm sorry. Lan Xin grabbed Lin Li's arm and looked at him with a guilty expression. She had wanted to have a nice dinner with Lin Li to thank him properly, but now she was being kicked out of the restaurant. Chen Tianxiang was smug and said, "You little brat, you want to fight me? You're not good enough." Lin Li was about to speak when he suddenly heard a ding in his head. The selection has been triggered, and the options are being loaded. Loaded successfully. Option 1, leave the hotel with a heavy heart, and be rewarded with 5 points of spirit. Option 2, use the Supreme Black card to fight back, and you will be rewarded with 20 points of intelligence. As soon as the system's voice had finished, Lin Li decisively chose, "I choose option 2. Ding, selection complete, the host gains 20 points of intelligence, currently 130 points of intelligence. Lin Li smiled happily, then took out a black card from his pocket and glanced at Chen Tianxiang playfully. He turned to the manager and said, "Manager, can this card make him get out of here?" The manager took the card, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he immediately stood up straight, saying respectfully, "Mr. Lin, how are you? I didn't expect you to be the VIP who just applied for the Supreme membership at our hotel a few days ago. No matter who it is, anyone who can become a Blue Ocean Hotel VIP member is a super VIP. Even the boss Huan Yaoran has to be polite, let alone him, a lobby manager." The two security guards didn't even dare to breathe, and it was a good thing they didn't get rough just now, otherwise they would be dead by now. Chapter 39, Make Friends. Lan Xian was not yet aware of how powerful the black card in Lin Li's hand was, but Chen Tianxiang knew very well. Is Lin Li planning to use his ultimate privileges to prevent him from ever setting foot in the Blue Ocean Hotel? After returning the black card to Lin Li, the lobby manager said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, you are the owner of the black card, so you can use your privileges to kick Mr. Chen out of the hotel. If that's the case, then let's do it." After Lin Li took the card, he waved his hand and led Lan Xian to the elevator without looking back. After Lin Li and Lan Xian got on the elevator, the lobby manager held out a palm to Chen Tianxiang and said, "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, but your intermediate membership has been cancelled. As a rule, our hotel will take back your membership card." Chen Tianxiang's face was trembling. "Here. I don't care about this broken card, and I won't be coming back to this broken hotel." Chen Tianxiang gritted his teeth, took out his membership card and threw it directly on the ground, then left angrily. "Damn, what's the big deal?" The security guard spat and said. The manager also looked at Chen Tianxiang with contempt, but instead of cursing like the security guard, he waved his hand at them and said, "That's enough. Go back to your work." He then turned to leave, but at that moment, an Audi A8 pulled up at the entrance. The manager turned around and hurriedly went up to greet him.
Then, a man in his 40s wearing designer clothes got out of the back seat.
He is the owner of the Blue Sea International Hotel, Huang Yaoran. Mr. Huang, how did you come here? I just saw a guest cursing and swearing. What happened? Huang Yaoran asked sternly.
The manager immediately said nervously, the guest was just kicked out for offending our hotel's VIP member.
Huang Yaoran's face relaxed a little when he heard it was a VIP member, and he asked again, which VIP member? It was Mr. Lin Li the other day. The manager said.
Whenever a VIP member appears in the hotel, the general manager will report it to Huang Yaoran, so he knows about Lin Li.
Not only did he know, he was also impressed.
After all, it was not easy for an ordinary person to buy 7 bottles of 45-year-old Kanda at once.
Where is he? Take me to meet him. Huang Yaoran ordered.
As such a wealthy young master, Huang Yaoran of course wanted to get to know him and make friends.
In a private room in the Chinese restaurant.
Before the waiter could serve the food, Lin Li took out a delicate rectangular box from his body.
Lan Xin, this is a gift for you. A gift?
Lan Xin's face paled, and when she opened it, she was stunned. She kept shaking her head. No, I can't accept it.
It's too expensive.
If it were just an ordinary necklace, she might have accepted it, after all, it was from Lin Li.
But this necklace is really too expensive.
This angel's tear was designed by the famous jewelry designer Paul from the United Kingdom. All the jewelry he designs always sells for 2 to 3 times more than others.
This angel's tear is even more priceless because it is inlaid with a nearly 5-carat pink gemstone and sells for as much as 8 million. There are only 5 in the world.
She had just seen it in a fashion magazine the other day, so it made a deep impression on her.
A necklace can't be that expensive. Besides, you are the image model of my company, don't you need to be packaged? Just think of it as a benefit from the company.
Lin Li said without a doubt.
But this necklace costs 8 million.
Lan Xin said with some distress.
8 million is an astronomical sum for her. Even if the company wants to build her image, this is too much of a financial commitment.
Lin Li was stunned.
He didn't expect Lan Xin to be so discerning. However, 8 million is only the X-factory price. There are only 5 necklaces in the world, so no one will be able to grab them. He spent twice as much to buy them. 8 million is just pocket change. Everyone in the entertainment industry knows that you are the artist that Light and Shadow Media wants to promote. Your image is the company's image. If you don't have something nice on you, won't people say that Light and Shadow Media is too shabby? In the end, it's still me who loses, isn't it?
Lin Li persuaded her.
Lan Xin blinked her eyes.
Lin Li's words seemed to make sense. But she also knew that Lin Li was only saying this to make her feel at ease about accepting the gift. For a moment, she was moved again, and looked at Lin Li with a cute expression, saying, Lin Li, why are you so good to me? Lin Li smiled innocently. First, I'm your fan. Since I have the ability, why not be nice to my idol? Second, you are the company's key training object. I'm nice to you, and I'm not just hoping that you can help the company make more money. He. Lan Xin suddenly laughed. Lin Li regarded her as a money-making machine for the company, which made her feel very happy. At least it proved that she would not be a vase in the future.
If that's the case, then you can help me put it on. Lan Xin leaned in close to Lin Li, her neck sticking straight out.
Okay. Lin Li took the necklace with a relaxed gesture, and just as he was about to put his hand around Lan Xin's neck, he realized that their faces were so close together that they could feel each other's breath. Lan Xin's pretty face was already covered in blush, and Lin Li was also blushing, but he quickly put the necklace on. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became more
intimate. It looks really good. Lin Li licked his dry lips. Lan Xin heard the compliment and buried her head even more. Knock, knock, knock.
At this moment, the waiter knocked on the door and entered, carrying a plate of top-grade Spanish ham.
Huang Yaoran and the lobby manager followed. Huang Yaoran saw Lin Li at a glance.
The real person was even younger than he had imagined. At such a young age, he could easily spend more than 30 million on food and drink, and he also drove a Bugatti worth 100 million. This shows that he comes from a prominent family and that the family behind him must be incredibly powerful. Getting to know him and making friends with him might be of great help to his future business. The next second, he took the plate from the waiter and personally handed it to Linley.
Mr. Lin, hello, I am the owner here. My name is Huang Yaoran.
I heard that someone downstairs upset you just now. On behalf of the hotel, I apologize to you.
This is our dereliction of duty.
I hope you can forgive me.
In addition, there are 2 bottles of wine here. Consider them a gift from me.
The lobby manager had already placed 2 bottles of brandy worth 200,000 yuan on the table.
And, I'll treat Mr. Lin to this meal.
Linley stood up from his seat, with a polite smile on his face, and said, Mr. Huang, you're apologizing and giving me wine, which is a bit overwhelming.
What is it that you want from me? Ha ha ha. Huang Yaoran laughed heartily. Lin Xiao is quick-witted and I like that. Actually, there is nothing special. I just want to get to know you and become friends. Make friends?
Linley raised his eyebrows, and the system's voice suddenly sounded.
Ding, selection triggered, options loading. Load successful. Option 1, agree to become friends with Huang Yaoran and be rewarded with intermediate medical skills. Option 2, refuse to become friends with Huang Yaoran and receive 1 billion soft coins as a reward. Chapter 40, Buying an Apartment.
Linley did not rush to make a choice, but instead silently used his god-level mind-reading skills. After a few seconds, Linley read Huang Yaoran's thoughts, which were a little bit complicated, but sincere. After a knowing smile, he said to himself, I choose 1. Ding, the selection is complete, and the host gains the skill of intermediate medicine. The next second, Linley's knowledge of medicine, whether it is traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, has reached a new level. Now his level is basically comparable to that of a chief physician in a top 3 hospital. The reason why Linley gave up the 1 billion soft sister coins is that he doesn't lack money now, at least not this 1 billion or 800 million. Although he is rich, he doesn't have a good network of relationships in Suzhou. Since Huang Yaoran is still sincere, he doesn't mind making him a friend. Maybe he will really need his help in the future. Since Mr. Huang is so sincere, I will be your friend. Linley said happily.
Ha ha ha, good, good. Huang Yaoran was overjoyed.
Since we are friends now, don't call me Mr. Huang, just call me Huang Xiong, or simply call me Brother Run.
Brother Huang? Brother Run? No. Linley felt a bit funny. Well, I'll call you Brother Yao. Ah. Huang Yaoran was stunned and laughed again. Okay, Brother Yaoran is fine. Then I won't be polite and call you Lin Laodi? Of course. Linley patted Huang Yaoran on the arm.
The waiter brought 2 more dishes at this time, and Huang Yaoran took them one by one and put them on the table himself.
Brother Lin, the food is here, you eat first, I'll ask the kitchen to cook 2 more dishes for you, I won't stay with you anymore. Huang Yaoran glanced at Lan Xian, and Linley had a beautiful woman to keep him company, so he naturally didn't want to stay long.
Linley nodded, and Huang Yaoran took out a gold embossed business card from his pocket and handed it to Linley, saying, My contact information is all on it.
If you have any questions, you can give me a call.
After saying that, he hurriedly left with the lobby manager. After they left, Lan Xian looked at Linley with a look of admiration and said, Linley, you're amazing. You know, this Huang Yaoran is elusive, and many people want to know him but can't find a way to do so. I didn't expect him to come to you and ask to be friends with you. Really? Linley looked at the door with a faint smile.
I really didn't know about this. Okay, let's not talk about him. Let's eat. Linley sat down and said. The food in front of us is all top quality ingredients from home and abroad.
It's great to have money, otherwise I'm afraid I'll never be able to afford this food.
Lan Xian also swallowed her saliva when she saw such delicious food.
The 2 of them enjoyed a delicious meal.
After the meal,
Linley drove to the entrance of the apartment complex where Lan Xian lived. This community is an extremely ordinary one, and it is rare to see luxury cars here. It is even more difficult to see a top luxury car like Linley's. As soon as the car stopped at the entrance of the community, it immediately attracted the attention of the people around. Everyone was peeking around, and some of them even started filming with their phones.
After thanking him, Lan Xian unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the car door. She immediately attracted all kinds of strange looks. Hey, isn't she the girl on Douyin? It really is. Wow, she lives in our neighborhood? Nowadays, internet celebrities are really something.
They become famous in just a few days and get picked up in luxury cars.
No wonder people like to become internet celebrities.
Although Lanxin couldn't hear what the people were saying, she could tell from their behavior that they weren't saying anything nice, so she quickened her pace and walked into the community. Linley could see the strange looks from the people around her, and after taking another look at the neighborhood, she decided to buy Lan Xin a nicer apartment the next day. This neighborhood no longer fit her status.
The next morning,
Linley came to the Binhu community apartments, which are very convenient for food, clothing, housing and transportation, and are very luxurious. The people who live here are mostly high-end business people, and the property management is also very good. You don't have to worry about living here with all kinds of people. Lan Xin was going to join the film crew soon and would be away for a long time during the year, so she had bought this apartment as a temporary place to stay. When Linley walked into the apartment sales department, a very beautiful young woman in black silk greeted him. Linley sat on the spacious sofa. The young saleswoman poured him a glass of water and brought him the property information.
"Sir, we don't have many apartments left. Here is the information. Please take a look. If you want to buy a certain floor, we can go and take a look together. All of our apartments are high quality and finely decorated.
We also have all the necessary appliances in the house, so you can basically move in with just a bag." The young woman stood next to Linley and patiently introduced him. Linley's mind was on the information, and he didn't notice that the neckline of her blouse was already wide open. Seeing Linley so absorbed, the young woman straightened up. The young woman had seen many people, and from the moment Linley walked in, she could tell that he was a serious buyer. Although he wasn't wearing any designer clothes, the aura he exuded, the confidence and calmness on his face, made it clear that he was a wealthy man of high quality, something that ordinary people could never imitate.
Linley quickly flipped through the information and immediately selected the 28th floor. There are many high-rise buildings next to the apartment.
If the floor is low, in winter, the sun is relatively low and the sunlight is pitifully low, while in summer, the sun is high and even if it is a low floor, the sunlight will not be any less.
"Okay, sir, shall we go take a look now?"
The young woman's face showed a faint smile of victory.
"Okay." Linley nodded and then followed the young woman, getting into the small four-wheel electric vehicle reserved for viewing apartments in the sales department. 3 minutes later, the two arrived at the apartment building, swiped their cards to enter the building, and then took the elevator to the 28th floor. Linley observed the facilities and environment of the apartment along the way and was very satisfied. Lanxin should have no problem living here. "Sir, this apartment is 56 square meters, with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and 1 balcony. It can be said to be very good, with exquisite decoration and brand-name appliances. Although this is an apartment, it is superior to some residential buildings in other aspects, except for the small size." "Are you living here alone or with someone? If you live with your girlfriend, it would be perfect." Linley didn't listen to her chatter, but instead took a look around. Afterward, he felt very good about it, and it was the kind of place you could move in with your bags. "This is a good one. How much is it?" "I'll take it," Linley said very decisively. The young woman was stunned by the sound, although she could tell that Linley was a capable buyer, but was it too fast? "How could you not consider a house that costs 2 or 3 million?
You can disrespect her, but at least respect the house."